going into powerful group meditation, observe your normal, natural in-breath and the out-breath. When you observe your breath, your mind becomes empty. allow yourself to experience that calmness. Inside of you, that greater emptiness all around you. just 1 minute. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly keep your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds, and then you can open your eyes, dear friends. Okay, dear friends, so that's simple breath meditation that we'll practice multiple times during the day. So thank you for joining. We'll get started with the program. So thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. It's my honor and privilege to invite all of you for this regional conference of meditation leaders at this wonderful campus of BMS College of Engineering today on behalf of Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. After a highly successful global conference of meditation leaders at New Delhi earlier this year, we have gathered here once again today to spread the cause of meditation and to push for its rapid adoption with the help of passionate leaders and organizations. I am Shirisha B. Reddy, the host for today. I am an advocate practicing in Bangalore, and I also work as program manager at Nyaya and NGO. But most importantly, I joined meditation in 2020 with Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, and after that I've seen my life transform. So I'm very passionately advocating for the cause of meditation. Welcome you all once again. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. It is a non-profit public spiritual trust inspired by Grandmaster Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji. It's been founded by Mr. Chandra Pulamarasetti, Ms. Lawrence Gihad, Mrs. Vani Pulamarasetti, and magnificently run by successful corporate leaders. The foundation is guided by our esteemed mentors, Padma Shri Dr. Karthikeyan Sir, Padma Shri Dr. R.V. Ramani Sir, and Dr. S.V. Balasubramanian Sir, and operates globally with the support of volunteers and participants across several countries. With a vision to create a world full of Buddha CEOs, leaders who are meditative, compassionate, and purpose-driven for a harmonious and fulfilling life for everyone on the planet Earth, Buddha CEO introduces transformative breath mindfulness meditation wisdom and manifestation techniques with a scientific voice to business leaders, entrepreneurs, government officers, corporate employees, and aspiring leaders, including graduating students. Today's regional conference of meditation leaders is yet another testament to our commitment and shared wisdom. I now invite Dr. Sai Kripa Sagar Sir, CEO and co-founder of Quantum Coherence Technology and Managing Trustee of Pyramid Valley International, to introduce the regional conference of meditation leaders.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th Regional Conference of Meditation Leaders. As you all know, and as Srisha just mentioned, one of the charters for Buddha CEOs to run these meditation conferences all over the world. And we just had the Global Conference of Meditation Leaders, the second Global Conference of Meditation Leaders in February in Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, some of you might know. And we had the first one last year as well in Delhi. And since then, we've had these regional conferences in St. Louis in the US, in Dubai, in Pune, in Bangalore, and like this one, and another education institution called ISBR in Bangalore. So warm welcome to all the guests, warm welcome to the students here, as well as our honored guests, Padma Shri D.R. Karthikeyan sir, the Vice Principal of BMS, Chandra, and everyone. So it was a fantastic meditation we all started with, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, thank you. So, is it not good? Okay. All right. No. Yeah. So this conference, this one-day conference, the format is something that we've been following in most of the conferences. So this conference is tuned to people who are new to meditation, which I believe a lot of students do. I know BMS College does a lot of outer and inner engineering workshops and trainings. This meditation is one of the superpowers, a lot of super skills that a lot of us have acquired, and then very useful for the students graduating from here. So for people new to meditation, there are sessions where we talk about the science of meditation, we talk about, and also there is a meditation practice session. And for people who know about meditation but wanting to continue their practice meditation, there are a lot of panel discussions and there are power talks by people who have realize the benefits of meditation. So after the initial inaugural session, we have the inaugural talk by Padma Shri Karthikeyan sir, and then Chandra sir will talk about the science of meditation and take us through a long session of meditation, which you'll all realize wonderfully well. And then we have a couple of panel discussions. One panel discussions by corporate leaders and doctors talking about the holistic health benefits, holistic excellence, meditation, how it leads to all-round excellence. And then we have a power talk by some of the guests, and then we have a youth panel in the afternoon. So this whole thing is 3 parts. Morning till we have a break at 11:30. Right, so till before that we'll do the inaugural session and the initial introduction to meditation and the practice of meditation, and then we have the panel discussion and power talk. And post lunch we have another panel discussion, youth panel discussion, followed by the workshop on manifestation, which again I believe will be very useful to all of us, especially the students here of BMS. So with that, a warm welcome to each one of you, and we will get started with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meditation helps a person move from darkness to light, from ignorance to wisdom. As a mark of igniting that light from within and spreading it across the globe, let us inaugurate the conference by lighting the lamp. I would like to invite Padma Shri D.R. Karthikeyan sir, Dr. Bhimesh Arya sir, Mr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Sai Krupa Sagar sir, Ms. Bindu Sagar, Ms. Chandrakala Bane, and Mr. Rakesh Jalmuni to join us for lighting the lamp. I also request Mr. Chandra Purnaraseti sir to join us for the lighting of the lamp. I request Reshma Salian ma'am for Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation to join. request all dignitaries to pose for a picture. Kindly take the center stage. Thank you all. So, I now invite our esteemed mentor and guide, Padma Shri D.R. Karthikeyan sir, for the inaugural message. Padma Shri D.R. Karthikeyan sir is an IPS officer from Tamil Nadu and a former director of the Central Bureau of Investigation, former director of CRPF and Director General, National Human Rights Commission. He was awarded the Padma Shri in 2010 for his contribution to the field of Indian civil service. Karthikeyan sir is on the board of dozens of non-profit organizations, and he is also guiding Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation consistently. Thank you so much, sir, and I welcome you.
Thank you. Namaskara. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very prestigious institution. I had been here a number of times when I was Deputy Commissioner of Law and Order decades ago. And it has developed a lot, I can see, like any other institution. And I was with Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankarji yesterday morning. So he asked, what's your plan? I told him, I said, yes, it's a great institution. And also, we appreciate the efforts are being made by this movement promoting meditation, because that is the only way you can solve the problems of the individuals, society, environment, health, global warming. You take it from microcosm to macrocosm. There are many efforts being made, but we have seen with all the development, progress, inventions, science and technology, while our comforts have increased, the whole world has been brought into a global village. You can reach any part of the world within a few hours, and sitting in one place you can communicate with the whole planet. And medical science, there are spare parts available for all parts of the body today. More wealth, more comforts, conveniences. But at the same time, we cannot say our joy or peace has improved. In fact, it is the other way now. So much of stress, tension, exploitation, injustice. And the other day, I met a young lawyer in Delhi. She was telling me, I said, what are you practicing? He said, sir, I am specializing in family disputes, divorce cases, specializing in this. And I was shocked to hear there are more and more people married within 3 months they come for divorce. Within 3 months. Is it arranged marriages? No. He said, low marriages. They can't adjust, there was so much of ego. So that is the status in the families. Individuals, I was told by a reading master, 60% of the doctors in Western country, developed countries, they are suffering from depression, stress, tension. And you know about the global warming, you know, climate crisis. Glaciers melting faster than they do normally, resulting in seawater level rising everywhere slowly. I had been to Venice a number of times. Every time I went, I used to think I will not see it again. It's almost floating. All that can be traced to our forgetting the age-old aphorisms like Tatvamasi. That is, we forget the divinity lives in ourselves. And we are trying to search for peace all over the world, forgetting what is within us. That is the consequence of all that is happening now. Our ancestors have said that, all that. We are going away from all that. Is this meditation, dhyanam, a gift of Hinduism or India? No. We have done research recently. In all religions, in all traditions, for thousands of years, there have been some sort of a practice of meditation, going within, contemplation and all that. Now, why there is so much of demand for the masters from India all over the world in search of peace? We have been, of course, it's a gift of, yoga is a gift of India to the world. 2002, I have attended International Day of Yoga in Lisbon, Portugal. There's a Portuguese yoga master called Amrut Suryananda. He's a Portuguese man, but he has studied Vedas and all that. He said, you know, there's a need to observe 21st June every year as International Day of Yoga because that's the only way you can save the planet Earth. I've attended a couple of times, he got, but nothing happened. Years later, we had a conference in Art of Living Ashram, with Sri Ravi Shankarji's ashram, with great masters like V.K. Sengar and whoever you name, they are all there. So I was also there. We passed a resolution giving all these reasons and appealing to the United Nations, please introduce yoga practice everywhere. I took it to the United Nations. Nothing happened. It's only when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji went to UN and addressed the General Assembly about the power of yoga, the world accepted it. All the nations, including Islamic countries, accepted it because it came from the man who is practitioner, who believes in it. And then yoga is practiced everywhere. Hatha yoga is practiced everywhere, in all countries, everywhere. Last 10 years or so. But what has happened is, when we said yoga consisting of not only Hatha yoga, it should be pranayama, dhyanam, and all these things together. But people confine themselves only to practice of Hatha yoga, which is good. It's good for your physical health and all that. But we found that what is far more important is dhyana. Because there should be a change inside. You have to become a better human being. Everyone. Then now you care for your own health, body, mind and spirit in harmony. Then harmony in the family. Respecting each other. Not harming others, not harming animals, not harming the environment. All that is there. So, Bhagavan Buddha, 2554 years ago, You all know this, how he got enlightenment, left the palace in search of peace all over. Ultimately, he attained nirvana by practice of what's called vipassana. It came to be known as vipassana later on. But for some reasons, we'll not go into that. It went out of India, but preserved in some countries like Burma and all the places there. There one very rich diamond merchant, Satyanarayana Goenka ji, he had incurable, he has told me, and it's part of history also, he had suffered from incurable headache. Now our tradition continued here, no doubt about it, but I'm coming to how we came to this particular thing. So they told him he was so rich, he went all over the world, he didn't get a relief. You call him Guruji himself, told me also, it's all part of history. So somebody said, why don't you go to Vipassana? They say Vipassana cures swimming. But at the time, he is a traditional Hindu family man. Then they said, no, how can you go into a Buddhist meditation? For some time, people prevented him. But ultimately, he said, I went. His Burmese Buddhist master, Uba King, I think his name, he said that time the meditation course was for 3 months, no, 30 days or something. But he underwent, we found in 2 weeks' time his headache had disappeared. But he found that getting over the headache is only a byproduct. There's far more valuable there. He continued meditation. We call enlightenment. He got up to peace. Then his Buddhist master told him, this came out of India, gift of India to the world. You have to take it back to India. We are forgotten. Then he gave up all his wealth and came back and started teaching this, and nobody was interested because he put pressure on his relatives. Some of them joined like that. It's about 78 years back. So very few came, but then he went on doing it. Some Vipassana centers were established here and there. And that's how Vipassana meeting came. In my life, is a critical point of my life. I was in search of inner strength and peace. One thing I did was Kailas Manso Yatra, I did. Then somebody said, why don't do Vipassana? So it's a center in Hyderabad. The busiest point of time, but still I went for the 10-day meditation. I found this miraculous, remarkable. So at the end of the day, at the end of my course, all the TV people are searching for me because I was investigating Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. I was not available for 10 days. Then I told them, I said something remarkable happened. Then I used to be holding 2 positions. One is in the Central Reserve Police Force, which is fully armed fighting insurgency, terrorism and all that. Another is in CBI, where, you only investigate and file charge sheet and all that. So I wrote to both the Director CBI and the DG CRPF, telling every police officer must go through this. Everybody should go, but at that time I wrote to them what is the benefit, because they know how to be responsible, how to not to react, but control this. They said 10 days is too long. Can we make it into 3 days or 5 days? I asked Guruji, he said, Karthikeyan, when I went, I spent months together. With great difficulty, I could reduce it to 10 days. Less than 10 days, it won't work. So this is a story. So about 35 years back, I have to meet Patriji, the founder of this PSSM movement, in a chance meeting. And he became very fond of me, we became very friendly. So he said, sir, how did you spend 10 days there? I could not sit more than a day. He also went for Vipassana. At the end of the first 3 days, what we call Anapanasati, about which Chandra will be explaining to you later on, for those who are new. I could not sit because we had to be totally silent, you had to sit morning to evening. I could not sit more than a day. How did I spend 10 days? But you're already an evolved soul. So he got full benefit in one day, and he simplified it, made it accessible to everybody. And he wanted to spend same like Guruji came from Burma. He also said it's not enough if I am happy. I want to this the happiness, the benefit I got to everybody. He went also from door to door. Different people. Very few were elected, prepared earlier. But then he was very insistent. He was also gifted with a good voice. He used to sing, play flute, and then house to house, then village to village in Andhra Pradesh, starting with Kurnool. At that time when I met him, he said, no, I'm going to make it Dhyan Andhra Pradesh. Then I want to make it Dhyan Bharat, then Dhyan Jagat and all that. I said, he's a good man. I said, he has got a big vision. I didn't. But what he did was he really achieved what he planned to do it. He spread this message of peace, harmony, simple method of meditation. You have to trust on yourself, nothing else. As he says, your breath is your guru. Observe your breath. Go within, empty in the cosmic energy. All that they will explain to you later on for you and all that. So he did succeed to this, lakhs of people on the Pradesh and many parts of India also. And he could travel to many other countries also. So that's how this became Anapanasati meditation became popular. Okay. Then he believed in pyramid, doing meditation of the pyramid is more powerful. So he explained it, scientifically explained it. So thanks to him, there are many pyramids all over. The first big pyramid being in Bangalore, Pyramid Valley here. 4,000 people can sit and all. It's one of the landmarks of Bangalore now. Later on, bigger one came in Hyderabad and many others, and some people built in their own small villages, houses and all these things. So Pyramid Meditation Society it became now. So during the pandemic, people cannot gather. Then, when I used to go to Pyramid Valley at the invitation of Patriji, I was looked after by a couple, Chandra and Vani, the founder of this movement here now. They used to look after me with a lot of affection and all that thing. So when the pandemic came, Chandra asked me, sir, now we cannot get people together. I want to start this on Zoom. And please inaugurate it. So out of years to affection, gratitude for what they look at me, I said yes. I myself did not know anything about it now. I have to learn all these terms. I'm an old generation, not the modern generation. I have to learn it. So I went for the inauguration. I found it interesting, even though at the beginning time, he was just a beginner. So I continued for a few days and I shared it with some of my friends, telling we are already, associated with Ravi Shankarji, Sadhguru, Brahma Kumaris, all these things. But still we found this very simple and so some of my friends, they also joined because they take my word seriously. It was a free meditation. Even today, basically it's a free meditation, all right. But then one of my friends, well-to-do man, he sent a check for 10 lakh rupees. He didn't tell me that. Later on I came to know. Then he said, it's true, it's really good. Like that it spread with a few people. And then 40 days. Then in the 40 days time, I gained more faith in the system and ability of teaching by Chandrasekhar. So I said, without any hesitation, I gave my endorsement. Went to all over like this. How many 40 days we have done? 20, 30? 30. 40 day, with some theme or the other, they used to do it. And every time I said good. Then I also started following, not all the time. I saw the response of the people who underwent. It was very encouraging. Then I wrote a newsletter on meditation is medication. So I asked for messages from Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Ravi Shankar Guruji said, no, Karthikeyan, meditation is better than medication. My paper was ready, research paper. I had to give, I said, okay, meditation is miraculous. With hesitation, I said, am I exaggerating? It doesn't matter. But subsequently I found, hearing more and more people, I found it was true, it's really miraculous. It turned out to be miraculous. And seeing the reaction of people, doctors with the degrees gave to that, they said they were benefited. They said, we practiced ourselves, we have minimized our own medication. When prescribing, we said, along with medication, we prescribe meditation also and all the things. So that has become a Patriji's vision of making it a Dhyan Jagat. There are a couple of other masters also. They are doing it in their own way. It's happening. With the result, Chandra started this called Buddha, Yoga Quantum Foundation. Of course, some of us all supported it. It has spread very fast all over now. But then with all these things together, I was telling Ravi Shankarji also, of course, Isha has gone all over. Art of living has gone all over. Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga has gone. Ananda Sangha, Kriya Yoga. But with all these things, we are not touching on 1% of the population. If you take, individuals are benefited, societies are benefited. But the world is so large, the challenges are more and all that now. So that's the need for making it a global movement. So that's why we had the global conference meditation in the most prestigious venue in Delhi, Bharat Mandapam. The Vice President of India was the chief guest, and Sadhguru, Sri Sri, they were all busy with their Mahara Shivaratri busy, so they sent video messages. Daji, another great moment, Sahajamarg, heartfulness meditation, Ramchandra Mission. He was the main speaker, and we had people from all eminent personalities for our practicing people from various traditions and all that. It turned out to be a great success. We passed a resolution. I wrote to the Prime Minister telling this time we have to make it. Otherwise, the courts, laws, jails, police, all up to a point. Problems are only increasing. Corruption, global warming, social injustice, poverty, all these things. Unless this is introduced at every individual level, each one of us, if we start doing it, whether you have any faith in any God or religion, it's a different matter. It's common. We said you must introduce it at all levels, particularly school level also do it. Dalai Lama, Dalai Lama said if every child start meditation, in one generation there will be global peace. Earlier they used to think, it will be 14 years, 15 years. No, we have seen. So 6-year-old children are able to get the benefit and spread it also. There are many individual stories. I don't want to take your time now. So it's one of those efforts. We had Buddha global Buddha Jayanti. Presidents were there. We had a lot of people, a lot of eminent people came now. This is one of those moments they want to have chosen your college now. This is not a favor to each other. It's only a favor to yourself. By getting out better, I am in physical health, mental health, psychosomatic, they say, everything starts in the mind now. Stress, addictions, all that they say, ultimately when you go within, the divine within you, it tells you what is right, what is wrong. Once I realize what is right, I will do only the right thing, I will not. So like this, it spreads like this. So unless the whole, it spreads much more and more, we recognize it. Myself or my family alone can be happy unless everybody is happy, healthy. So this is the simplest technology. I asked for the Goenkaji, why are you not charging? 10 days go and stay there, you can accommodation, 2 simple meals a day, no charge. He said, how can I put any value for this? Life transforming. People's life change. But at the end of it, if they're happy, they can put a donation. so that the wheel of Dharma keeps moving and all that. So the Vipassana center is all over now. But now, with this advanced technology, everything, all these technical people, they are able to reach a number of people. They will all explain to you everything. So I appreciate the principal, vice principal, management of PMS for realizing the value of this and to give an opening for this. But spread it is not enough. How many thousands of students you have got here? 10,000. Okay, doesn't matter. It's all start with one person. Started with Buddha, one person. Satyananda Goenkaji, one person. Patriji, one person. But now they have created many more masters now. So once you accept it, encourage it, provide some slot. There are eminent qualified teachers. He himself will not become every time. Everything is online also there. It is for their own benefit. Life gets transformed, no doubt about it. So when I said meditation is miraculous, I can say I've been only telling you the truth, not exaggerating anything now. So I thank you. I will leave you a platform to others. Stay on. Whoever has come, stay on. Don't give in between. You are going to spend the time. You may not believe in it, but don't have disbelief. If you think, oh, what is going to happen, nothing will work. Please try to observe and practice it. 40 days of practice, I believe, they say, then you become part of it. You don't have to sit in meditation also. You become meditative later on. You are driving, somebody is driving a car, you're sitting in the car, on the flight you are there. Your life, it becomes totally meditative as it has given to great masters and all these things. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful message. I request Professor Mallabhaskar Rao and Mr. Chandra Pulamarasetti to felicitate Padma Shri D.R. Karthikeyan, sir. Sir has brought us the message of world masters that he carries. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. It's with pleasure that I now invite Thank you. I would now like to invite Dr. Bhimesh Arya, Principal, BMS College of Engineering, for his message. Sir is the Principal and Professor of Mechanical Engineering at BMS College of Engineering. He holds a PhD in Thermal Engineering and has over 2 decades of academic and research experience with several impactful publications to his credit. He is the President, BMSC Faculty Forum, and serves as President to All India Aided Engineering Colleges SC/ST employees. He is also a dedicated mentor to PhD scholars and has many more accolades to his name. I welcome you, sir. We look forward to hear.
Thank you, Amma. Very good morning to all of you, sir. And welcome to all meditation leaders to BMS College of Engineering. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, the Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, for choosing BMS College of Engineering for this great cause. And I am happy to be part of this meditation program. Because the examinations are scheduled and tests are going on, we are end of the semester. All the faculties and the students are engaged in the academic ending semesters. So hence our students' participation and faculty participation may be less, but we are the We will host it once again in future. And thank you for giving this opportunity to host this event and be part of this great meditation event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your brief message. I request Rakesh Jalmane, sir, to felicitate, sir. Please join us on stage. Thank you, sir. We heard from Dr. D.R. Karthikeyan sir himself that meditation is miraculous. But what makes it miraculous? Can we find those answers in science? Let's find those answers and hear it from the master himself. I now request Mr. Chandra Pulumarasetti, founder of Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, for his keynote speech on the science of meditation for holistic excellence. Sir is a successful entrepreneur and former vice president at IBM. He's a board member and advisor of multiple non-profit organizations, including Pyramid Valley International, Bangalore. Sir is a seasoned meditation practitioner for over 20 years and is now dedicated to teaching meditation to organizations and business leaders and professionals. He has conducted multiple meditation sessions in corporate, educational, and government organizations such as Cognizant, Microsoft, IBM, World Bank, NIFT Delhi, NIT Delhi, and several other B schools and engineering colleges. Sir also conducts multi-day advanced meditation retreats and frequently participates in meditation service activities himself. He attributes a lion's share of his success in his professional and personal life to the power of meditation and manifestation. So let's hear from Sir. Over to you, Chandra, sir.
That encompasses physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual well-being. The challenges of the current business and social environment, such as pressure to grow and compete on one hand, and disparities in economic health and social conditions on the other hand, are to be dealt with to create a compassionate, understanding, and progressive world. Meditation is a great tool that unlocks human potential. It enhances creativity, enables innovative thinking, and promotes a deep sense of interconnectedness. A scientific study published in the World Journal of Science found that widespread practice of meditation made a positive impact on the larger population of the USA. The data showed that stress-related incidents overall had significantly decreased, while a mere fraction of US population meditated together. Studies done during Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation transformative programs have consistently shown that more than 70% of participants see positive changes in physical and mental health, emotional intelligence, growth, and connectedness. Raj is an unassuming businessman from Tamil Nadu. While he has been running a successful business, it had come at a cost of high stress and anxiety. As he took to meditation, it led to deep transformation of his inner world. In meditation, he cultivated a mindset of growth and abundance, which translated into exponential success in his business without stress. Today, he is on a mission to take this practice to all businesses.
Earlier, I was expecting the world around me to change, but it never happens like that. So when I started meditating regularly, the world inside me started changing. I felt that I started surrendering to the process. Even if some things are not happening the way I think, nowadays I have a maturity that the greater mind has bigger plans for you. So I started accepting things and life is flowing.
Anil Ranga, an insurance professional, experienced a life-changing transformation after he joined a 40-day meditation program 3 years ago. Initially skeptical, he embraced meditation and saw remarkable improvements in his health and business and increased mental powers. This transformation has led to his entire family taking into the practice.
My business improved a lot. In lesser hours I could do more. Because maintenance helps you to listen. And I could listen more to my clients. I could really understand them more clearly. It helps you to not break when someone is talking. So the art of the listening improves a lot, which helps in my kind of business, which is advisory on commercial things. And also, I've seen one thing, that the memory improves so much. So the memory has improved, the concentration has improved, the relationship with the family has improved, all thanks to the CEO.
Shirisha, a young advocate who was struggling with fear and anxiety about the future, took to meditation, which became a catalyst for a profound personal growth. Through regular meditation, she discovered a newfound sense of confidence and self-assurance, empowering her work through authenticity, conviction, and voice.
Meditation helped me find answers as to why I was pursuing my goal. And that clarity coupled with manifestation helped me attract lesser explored opportunities that was very much in tune with my purpose. And meditation also helped me to boldly take up these opportunities without the fear of societal judgment. So I'm ever grateful to meditation and to the CEO Quantum Foundation for helping me achieve this, which has given me a lot of satisfaction and is also helping me make a difference in the world around me in small ways.
Rakesh, a technologist with a leading MNC, was suffering from stress-related health issues, which he considered was part and parcel of his life. When he took to meditation, he underwent a deep transformation, which led to not only healing these long-lasting conditions, but allowed him to find his purpose in life and achieve his dream of becoming an entrepreneur.
For 20 years, migraine used to be part of my life. Every other week, I would suffer from it. For days, I would have to take medication. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat properly. And 3 months with sincere practice of meditation, it just went away. Not only that, I realized meditation has transformed every aspect of my life. Relationship with my family drastically transformed.
Within the confines of Bhopal Central Jail, a remarkable transformation unfolded as inmates embraced the practice of meditation. Through meditation, these individuals transcended their circumstances, finding hope and resilience within themselves. Former adversaries became allies, felt connected to each other. This shows that it can be easily implemented in other prisons and prisoner rehabilitation programs.
एक भी जीवन में ध्यान आया, ध्यान से इन्होंने बहुत सारी चीजें अपनी जो नकारात्मकता थी वो इन्होंने हटा दी। इसके बाद इनके मन में पॉजिटिव थॉट्स आने लगे, ये सबके प्रति प्रेम करने लगे और डे बाय डे बहुत इनका इमोशनली ये लोग स्ट्रांग हुए, फॉरगिवनेस में आए, सबको इन्होंने क्षमा किया, सबको स्वीकार किया। तो अब हमको अपना दृष्टिकोण बदलना है। तो जब हम इनको स्वीकार लेंगे तो बहुत ही एक समाज में, सोसाइटी में पॉजिटिविटी स्प्रेड होगी और सबका कल्याण होगा।
Pettigordo is a village situated in Alluri Sita Ramaraju district, Andhra Pradesh, India. After getting connected to breath mindfulness meditation, the entire village gave up the addiction, alcohol and tobacco and became a vegetarian. They came together to build a pyramid by themselves. They completely resorted to chemical-free cultivation with natural spiritual farming methods. More than anything, the village has already led the introduction of meditation to nearly 35 villages around it, with the new pyramids coming up.
నా పేరు పాంగిరామారావు. మా గ్రామానికి వచ్చేసరికి అందరూ ధ్యానం చేస్తూ చాలా చక్కగా ఎటువంటి కుటుంబాల మధ్య కానీ అలాగే అన్నదమ్ముల మధ్య కానీ బంధుమిత్రుల మధ్య కానీ ఎటువంటి గొడవలు కొట్టుకోవడాలు తిట్టుకోవడాలు అటువంటిది ఏమి జరగలేదు ఇప్పుడు ధ్యానం చేయడంలో. మరి ధ్యానం గురించి ఈ 11 మండలాలకు మొత్తం ప్రతి విలేజ్కి ప్రతి మండలానికి మేము పాంప్లెట్స్ పంచడం జరిగిందన్నమాట.
Holistic excellence is achievable for everybody. If a remote village and prison on one hand, and individuals and families in the urban areas can do it, each of us can easily transform. You can introduce meditation into your organization and community with the help of Excellence Center and its resources including assistance in training. Reach out to us, excellence@businessleader.org.
Okay, dear friends. That case study is beautifully portrays the all-round benefits of meditation. I have a background of computer science. I used to be a technology geek, quite a bit into doing coding, patents. I worked in the United States for a long time. But my younger brother, medical doctor, was introducing me that time and saying, meditation will give you success, take meditation. Because he knew I was very competitive, always looking at doing a lot of technical things, wanting to be excelling in the career, come from a low middle class family. But he was saying, he's a medical doctor, but he was saying, take meditation, it'll give you success. And I said, meditation, what is the biggest myth I used to have? But the meditation is just a waste of time. It was only retirement time, not now. And so this is how I used to reverse, because I was elder to him, and I used to tell me, you're wasting your time, so don't waste your time, and then go back and then do your practice, your studies and all that. This is what I was telling him. But he was a medical student at that time. But subsequently later I learned that for him, sailing through the medical college and then graduating out of the medical college was a breeze for him, because meditation was helping him to connect intuitively what is necessary to pass through the exams, if that is the criteria. But most importantly, what is necessary for him to learn, and then he was becoming a master at spiritual science and meditation. Today, Dr. G.K., who introduced me to meditation, to Brahmarshi Patriji, is thousands and thousands and thousands of people heal where the medical science stops, meditation begins there in healing the people out there. When medical science stops, medical science has no solutions, but meditation has solution, because it works with the fundamental principle that all illnesses are psychosomatic. We are thinking we have physical body, but we have 5 bodies, panchakoshas. And meditation is the only solution which is helping heal and enhance all 5 bodies: physical body, mental body, intellectual body, energy body, and then bliss body. And all 5 bodies, there's one solution, that's meditation, which is working, helping us to experience what that is, helping us to heal, and then of course helping us to enhance. Psyche means your collective state of what we are, whatever beliefs, whatever thoughts, moment to moment, whatever past experiences, whatever past life experiences, and everything is a big science of spirituality. And so I was discouraging my younger brother, but then one chance meeting, and I came to India, and we say chance meeting then, but then now you look at it and say everything is a perfect order, everything is happening very, very meaningfully. It was a chance meeting then, but it's a big coincidence. It's a coincidence then, but it's a meaningful event that are there. And so I met Brahmarshi Patriji at that point. Brahmarshi Patriji is a rare master. In the very first instance, when I came, and the first time I met him, maybe about 50 people in the room, or 100 people in a house, and then he said, "Your living is wrong." I came from United States thinking that I did a lot of things, very successful. Of course, at a career, I was very, very successful. I'm from British Pilani, and then done many things in the field of computer science and all of that. Worked for one of the rarest, very, 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 very premium companies at that time in the United States, were continuing. But then he said, your living is wrong, you don't understand, because I asked him some question, he said, based on the words are the index of the mind. So then when I opened my mouth, and then he said, okay, so your living is wrong, and then you do not know anything. They are the words. And I said, you don't know anything, and if you want to learn from this boy who's practicing meditation. He said, if you learn from this boy, you'll know everything. And then that day, it was one of the lowest moments because there are 100 people. But then 3 months I struggled to come out of this. Patriji is a very, 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 very compassionate master because he didn't want to waste my time and somebody else's time by telling this is nice, 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 because our logical mind does not want to agree very quickly. Logical mind thinks whatever that is already known to me is right. Because the neuroscience now is very beautifully explaining that we have two faculties in our brain, a conscious mind and subconscious. The subconscious mind operates our life 90% of the time through the knowledge and the program that we create in the subconscious mind. The little brain inside is called the midbrain, the little brain, where you have long-term memories and emotional center is there, that operates 90% of life. Operates through what? Through the understanding that I have. If the understanding is that meditation is only for the later on part of the life, I will not listen to it. My understanding is non-vegetarian is must for proteins and things like that, I will not listen to anything else. If my understanding is I come from a poor family and so my life is going to be like this, then it will not change, because we operate through that belief. Now, what we do not know, and then which is what I've later understood, because Patriji used to tell that your thoughts create things. What we did not know, but in the year 2014, he gave me a book, a scientific understanding, that book that came, which is by Dr. Joe Dispenza, You Are the Placebo. He gave few other books which I did not pay attention. But when the book came into my life, then everything scientifically, beautifully explained of how the brain and mind are working. But most importantly, through quantum physics, we understand how everything is energy, and energy is becoming matter through one's observation. One's observation, that is our thought and feeling, our state of being, is causing energy to become matter. So then there is this beautiful correlation of brain operating in certain way, which is our mind, which is brain in action, is operating in a certain way, where 90% works through the limitations or the beliefs that we have formed for ourselves. This company is going to be like this. This management is not going to listen to me. Or no, whatever, no matter what it is, it's me who is going to make my life. Whatever belief that you have is what carries you through. But then, so that is our observation, is what we are putting. Now, quantum physics is correlating what the spiritual science always said, that yadbhavam tadbhavati, that our thoughts bring our reality out. Now this point, the moment we understood scientifically that it's in us the key to operate our life, the key is there in us, the thought, the feeling, and that center is in the brain, then we need to figure out a way to change that. And if you change your thought and feeling, then you change your life. That basis, that understanding came, dear friends, and so thereafter there's no looking back in everything that I'm doing, or everything that I saw Patriji create, now millions and millions of people. Now one example there, Pettugodlu, a tiny, tiny remote village, the backward village they called. Now there are about 80 hamlets are there, 80 small huts. Now the moment they learn meditation, here is what has happened for their families. Number one, there's no domestic violence. They stopped, the drinking habit stopped for the men. And then, you know, the rural India, there is so much of domestic violence, mostly male domination and the women. So all of that disappeared suddenly for them. The entire village became meditators. Now meditation automatically connects us to the interconnectedness among us, and so then among individuals. So they immediately recognize it is not right to eat meat, and so they stopped eating meat. They became a vegetarian village. And then they recognize that if they want to spend time in a beautiful way, and then they recognize the power of pyramids, so they built a pyramid. They did 2 shifts, because all of this happened, transformation by themselves after meditation was introduced by 2 women who were there traveling around. They introduced meditation, they left. And then after a few years, then they invited Patriji. Patriji went there, and then they built this pyramid. Patriji also did not know it's happening. And the entire village transformed, they built pyramid, they invited, and they were narrating that they were actually teaching meditation to so many villages out there. Because meditation develops a lot of social responsibility, because it builds that connection. And so it automatically develops the responsibility among themselves. Nobody need to do. Things are spreading. Dear friends, today, this this meditation, which is very, very scientifically can be understood and explained, is spreading everywhere in rural Andhra and the rural Karnataka, rural Telangana significantly. Because not just for those who are having, not just for the white collars, not just for those who are educated. That's the biggest myth. Like I had the myth that it is only for retirement time. And the biggest myth that it is only for people who are in white collar who understand this, they're Vedic scholars, only then they can go. These are all have been really been programmed in our minds to be that way. But that meditation is so simple. It takes 5 seconds to learn and then practice it. And so then anyone and everyone can do. It comes from the simple principle that Karthikeyan sir said, that Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. There are Mahavakyas in our Upanishads. Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma. I am Atma Brahma. These Mahavakyas are pointing to something, and they are not just statements, they are there. But meditation helps us to experience them indirectly. A direct experience is what we have when we meditate. But you have to sit down and practice this. And so the moment we understood that scientifically it can be beautifully explained, and so then Patriji essentially said, let's take this into the corporate world, to the governments. We got to take this in top-down approach too, as much as his entire work is being to go into village to village, to people, and then give meditation. Most of his work, and he's traveled for 40 years. Not a single day he stayed in any place for more than for 2 days in any place, and traveled entire world. Entire India mostly in the southern states. And then giving meditation one side, but then scientifically, because it's got so much benefit, that we give it into the leadership. Leadership have resources, men, material, and then time is there, the expertise is there, and so then they give the resources, and so then you give it to them. Automatically then it goes and then spreads. And we want to make this into a policy, going to make this an awareness creation. And so with that objective that Buddha Seva Quantum Foundation found, personally for me, when I met him, and then the moment he said you don't know how to live, that got me thinking. Even though I was upset about it, 3 months later I recognized and said, here is somebody who was brave enough to tell me that no, I have something that is, I may not actually be quite incomplete. And then I later realized that my thinking, everything that I was thinking about negative thoughts create reality. So everything that I was thinking, I used to have, my bosses are biased in my company. I used to think bosses are biased bosses, non-cooperative individuals. I used to think that way, these people don't cooperate. And so that competitive thing through manipulate, some of those things that people are doing, I used to thinking that it's problems here in them. But later I realized, if you are attracting an event into your life, then there is something wrong with our own thinking. It's our own thinking that is causing us to attract an event. There is a Harvard study. The study is saying that events are neutral. All events that happen are neutral. It is the meaning that we give to an event that makes us feel good and not good. The meaning that we give to the event makes us good and not good. And so then when we don't get an invitation, then we feel that, okay, I'm ignorant, I was ignored, and so maybe that person don't like me. So then we feel bad about it. When we don't get an invitation for a meeting, then if you didn't get an invitation, but you have an understanding that maybe I'm not required for this meeting, that's okay. And so that means I have 2 hours of extra time, because in a meeting probably my contribution is only 5%, 1%. One of my executives in IBM, that's what he said, because an IBM is a big corporation. And then you get invitations, like if you had a VP position, you get invitations like 20, 30 invitations will come every day. Everybody wants to be in every meeting, and so you're not able to figure out. And he said, just understand, how many times you are really going to open your mouth and talk in a meeting. If you're not, you're probably not required. So stand up and speak. Don't think that people are going to really push you around. And so then that understanding was required for people to be able to stand up and speak. Meditation helps in many ways in transforming us as an individual to be courageously then express. Self-expression. So many things are there. So things changed for me when I took meditation practice in the year 2002. I recognized that it's all in us. In whatever that's happening, it's all in us, that we can change ourselves, and so then automatically things change outside. There is a family in Anakapalli. I was doing a workshop about 3 years ago. Now this family had properties, and everybody has properties. And they've been having a family property issue for 15 years. They're not able to decide how to divide the properties. And so they have generally, everybody has their own logic. They come with a logic and say, this much I need to give more and I need to get more and all that. Now, 6 months later, in a program like this, we finished there. 6 months later, she comes and stands up on the stage and says, "Sir, you know what? We have two sisters. We had to distribute the property, and then that property issues have just resolved. They were having some property and then sites, and one of the sisters took some extra. They sold something about 5 years ago. So technically, she should get less. Now they're divided." But they're saying 5 years ago the value is very less, now value is high, so we should get equal things. So then our issue started. It's a farmland, so somebody already in possession. They're saying, "No, I'm not going to vacate this unless you give me, because I've been in the possession for 10 years. No, villages, there are so many issues happen where the lands are not properly converted to individuals' names. So now the land is in some other farmer's name. So all issues of that entanglement. They're not able to resolve. But she was telling 6 months later, she came and said, issues are resolved now. They already got our things settled down. Because the moment one sister started meditating, the other sister suddenly called and said, "Okay, you guys decide and then tell me whatever you think is the right thing, I'll follow." First thing, so they backed out. The guy who was looking for money because he was taking care of the land, then he said, I'm going to Hyderabad because I don't have much here, so you guys decide and do what you want to do. So things automatically resolved out there by themselves when the family came into meditation. One person, when I come into meditation, issues get resolved very, very naturally, amicably. It works with the principle, dear friends, that the principle of possibilities. The quantum field, quantum physics is telling us now that there's infinite possibilities. Everything is possible. And then you attract a possibility depending on how you think and feel about what you're looking to experience. And so things get resolved, conflicts go away. Right? So with this understanding that I started practicing meditation regularly and then eventually being quite successful in having a software company acquired by IBM Corporation in spite of several adversities. Synergy Technology was acquired by IBM. So meditation helps everyone in a beautiful way. It's a holistic. Contrary to the myth that it is only for relaxation, maybe peace, maybe going into the God, nature, God, going towards God, that you do it after 60 years. Not at all. There are so many circuits. It's stress to joy, physical quotient, health. Rakesh is talking about the significant health benefit. I had significant health benefits. Many people, migraines go away just like that. Irritable bowel syndrome, lifelong people are not able to live their life because they can't step out of the home, can't plan anything, is resolved through meditation for many, many people. It's happening now, right? And so there isn't anything that is meditation cannot, because it dissolves the memory, which is what is causing the body to actually respond and not respond. And so then the second thing, dear friends, is that EQ, which is emotional intelligence, which is what is helping us to grow in cooperation. So EQ is significantly enhanced by meditation. There is a research that there is a part of the brain that gets enhanced when meditation is done regularly, and so then that brain part, which is called situation awareness, responsible situation awareness, is significantly expanded. And so then automatically when awareness is there, then emotional intelligence is there. That means we are not reacting, we're responding. So significant of that is happening. And then of course then there are circles about manifestation, that what I think and feel I attract into life. So manifestation, who doesn't want? How many people have goals and then dreams here that you want to achieve in your life? How many people have goals and dreams? Everybody would have. It's a purpose. Everybody has a purpose, and so then everybody will have a dream. Even if it is any dream, it doesn't matter. But we all have dreams and goals, and then meditation is fundamentally helping us to go towards our dreams and realize them. Doesn't matter what that is. But it is happening. And one of the reasons why Buddha's and PSS movement have beautifully been attracted to is because we fundamentally enable people to recognize that they cannot create their reality. So then it really sinks in deeply, and then meditation helps to utilize it in a very, very beautiful way. Right? And so then finally, dear friends, the SQ as a spiritual quotient, which is which is essentially helping people to move into their purpose. Am I doing something meaningful? Right. So with all of these all-round benefits, then Patriji has been relentlessly working in spreading, and I met Karthikeyan sir in one of the, in Pyramid Valley International, as Sir said, that's a great master. A great master who is working with every spiritual organization, and then lending his amazing hand to see this all-round benefits of meditation go to everyone. And so we are very, very fortunate to associate with him at Buddha Quantum Foundation, which is a very, very integral part of Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement. And then works very closely with all PSM organizations in bringing a scientific corporate meditation wisdom to the leadership, and so that we can take this into the organizations completely. And so thank you, Bhimesh, that you're able to be here, and we are really fortunate, and with deep gratitude to you for your institute and the group, Dr. Gautam also for helping us to be this far, right? Savita ji connected us, a deep gratitude to her. And so, dear friends, so we started with this purpose of taking meditation to our leadership, and so we are doing these conferences Karthikeyan mentioned. So meditation is very scientific, it trains the mind. I alluded to that briefly. So the mind is two aspects. There is this restless mind, which got, and I'm going to take about 5 minutes and I'll get to the meditation practice. It is restless mind. So it's got these thousands and thousands of negative thoughts are there. Thousands and thousands of thoughts are there. In that 95%, up to 95%, 85 to 95% are negative, redundant. Oh, this is not going to happen. Oh, my health will not happen. Okay, I don't know if today stepping out, the traffic will be too much, this is going to be late. Everything is negative, against what we really want. Everybody wants good health, but they're saying, my body won't heal, it's impossible. They want good health. Oh, I'm eating the street side food tomorrow, I think definitely it'll be a problem for me. This is how the mind is. And so 95% to up to 95% is negative. There is an amazing book by Dawson Church. He's written a beautiful book called Mind to Matter. Right? Mind to Matter. They're one of the best books of the century that one must read. And if you read that book, you will know that it is all within me. It's not somewhere outside that I need to chase and run. Everything is within me in the most scientific way. And so the second aspect of the brain is the limiting brain, which is like an elephant which is tying itself. Elephants which are very, very huge and big, then they can easily pull off that thread, like the chain that is tied to them, and then walk away. You know that. All right? But then they don't do, because they're tied in their mind saying that I can't do. How did it happen? Because the conditioning it happened in the childhood. Childhood is being tied to a small chain, and it thinks that, okay, now childhood it could not do, and so then thinks that, okay, now I'm stuck up, and so I cannot do the moment the chain is there, that's all. Then when the chain comes into touch, it feels it cannot move. And so it ties itself. So exactly the same thing, dear friends. We have so many beliefs and perceptions through which we don't even break out of them. A very successful doctor in the United States, in Los Angeles, are doing a workshop, very, very successful. And she's saying, Chandra, women have so many limitations. Why? There's always impartiality. And everywhere I see this, and there always partiality. Everywhere I see people, the women are not there. In boardrooms, there are very few. And so they're completely, women are at a deep disadvantage. Now, very intellectually strong, successful doctor saying that there is a huge disadvantage. So then what do you create? If thoughts create reality, then you continue to see those situations in front of you to reinforce that belief to yourself. On the contrary, there are so many women who have been very successful. The point is, meditation helps us to go towards possibility than to the impossibility. That's the switch. We work towards possibility and say, maybe even though the 90 women are not successful, but I will be, because my thoughts are that way. And then I've seen Indira Gandhi is successful, Mother Teresa is successful. Whoever that is, and we look at the possibility and say, we will hold on to that possibility so that we move forward. That's the difference. A student thinking that because they didn't pass, they didn't prepare well, thinking and worried about it and say, I'm definitely going to fail. This is what we say, right? If I only prepared for 70%, 30% I didn't do, what am I going to say? What happens if I get those marks, questions and only that? Oh, it's going to be very, very difficult because important chapters I left out. Now, what is the possibility that the questions come, many of them come from the 70% that you read? The possibilities are many. And then if you are open about it, things happen that way. And business executives, when they didn't do 10% of the delivery, they worried constantly. No, what happens if the client only asks questions in that? Now the client will ask questions about it. And so then suddenly the business meeting is a failure. But I have seen when you go in with the confidence of whatever that you're prepared for, and then you visualize and imagine that, and then invariably you're successful because the other side you're influencing, and so other side also looks to be looking at what you're interested. It is happening now, right, friends? So the elephant, that is the tying ourselves to the belief that we have. And so the scientific aspect is that we have this conscious, subconscious minds in the brain, and so then we need to change this conscious mind of this negative thought and then limiting beliefs that are then subconscious. Now, the formula, the magical formula for that is to learn and then to meditate. Meditation is helping to reprogram the brain, because you're doing a few things to the brain which is ultimately helping us to now look at and say, what limitation do I have in me? Why am I thinking it's not possible? If Rajinikanth is able to do, why can't I do? Our cricketer, so many cricketers, Robin Uthappa was reading, was going through serious depression, came out of that through meditation. Virat Kohli practiced meditation significantly for him to really be successful and then be very calm. In the initial days he was aggressive, we will see in the fields, but he calmed himself down, became very successful. Your emotional intelligence helps us to grow in the corporate ladder. Your intelligence gets us into the door, and then opens the door, we go in. But emotional intelligence helps us to grow. And so then Virat Kohli uses this greatly, and then he became a great captain for the country. Meditation is practiced, many people. So it's the meditation and then wisdom, the understanding is important. And so what's happening to the brain further is that essentially the analytical mind is a barrier. It is saying, I know it, I don't need to know. And it just stops us from learning. And because the moment you become an expert, normally people block themselves. And so meditation is helping us to stay centered, grounded, always looking to say, there's infinity to learn, and so then let me continue and say, what are these guys saying? Is it true? 90% I'm driven through my belief system. What beliefs do I have? At least it'll get us to think. Reflection or contemplation is a great practice of learning, and that is a great practice where we use our intellect capacity to further enhance our experience. Meditation helps us to do great reflections, dear friends. And so then when it is the analytical mind is dropped, it's helping us to reprogram the subconscious mind. So this is technically what's happening. And so then there is so much of hundreds and hundreds of case studies on from major institutes, including AIMS that we recently learned. AIMS New Delhi was a partner to our second global conference, and so they're doing some research. And of course, not to mention about the Vyasa. Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Vyasa Institute, we're working with them. The research head here, Sir Satyaprakash, is here. And then we are working with them on meditation. We're already doing some research. And so there is ample evidence to demonstrate that, one, it is increasing the brain capacity significantly. If our brain is driving the body, then it is increasing significantly brain capacity. And if our heart is driving the feelings, brain is driving the intelligence, heart is driving the feelings, emotion, meditation is helping to connect to the heart center very deeply. And so then here this chart is talking about various aspects of brain waves, how our brain waves go from a very restless state, a stressful state in the top, to going to a very high performance state, healing state, solution state. When we meditate, solutions start coming automatically. We're struggling for a solution. We don't know what decision to make. I don't know how to handle, for example, admissions for the next year. But the solutions just flow in when you sit down there, because it's a plan A, B, C, D disappear for meditators. They understand, and from intuitively they know this is the way to go, and so then suddenly work becomes efficient, stress drops, and anxiety goes away, and then we become highly, highly productive. So many things happen. That's why meditation is introduced now. In Google, there is a course called Search Inside Yourself. Google has a course, Search Inside Yourself. And so every employee is encouraged to go through. And then IBM, when I was there, we had this is called a success skill. It is in the corporate portal, mindfulness meditation. If you are there, then some managers are looking at it and saying, do you have it? And then I was fortunate to be there, where we grew the community from 2,000 people when I was there itself. It was in 2016, and my company got acquired, went into IBM. And then when I left there 2019, when my colleague, co-founder Buddha CEO Lawrence, we grew that to about 20,000 people were meditating. By the time the community grew. Absolutely, because everybody is looking for, for many benefits that the benefits meditation brings. So corporates, growth mindset and emotion, growth mindset, brain becoming a neuroplastic from neurorigid, is a way where we, for everything, rather than saying a negative or everything where we say, no, it's not possible, and then I'm a little silently worried. When a manager comes and says, no, can you do this? And an important client is asking for this in the 1 month, and you think it's 6 months, and suddenly you say, no, not possible, because you're worried that managers will pull you up later if you don't do well. And so then, but the meditation gives you the courage, become growth minded and say, okay, let me experiment, let me explore and see if it's going to happen or not. And so you give a positive response to start, then opposed to a negative response to block, right, friends? So growth is an important aspect of meditation. Following from this is a manifestation that we'll cover in the afternoon, where we're going to go through a deep round of fundamental foundation of meditation being the thoughts create reality. How can we realize our dreams and goals? That's the basis for the afternoon workshop. We got a 2.5-hour workshop there in the afternoon, right? But Buddha's studies are significantly seeing, we notice in a 40-day program that Karthikeyan sir alluded to, people really gain significant benefit. The third thing, which is about quantum physics connection. This is a biggest revelation to me, and then everyone is deeply encouraged to study, if not anything, that book of You Are the Placebo. And if you're more of a scientific nature oriented, then you can read books by Dr. Amit Goswami, The Self-Aware Universe. Now, what we recognize is that everything is energy deep inside. It's at the core, it's all energy. The matter, the electrons, and everything that we thought particles are all energy by default. So energy is becoming matter, and so then, but then energy is all connected. So the thing, that concept of oneness and all this, just in intellectual talk and Vedic talk and whatever, that is not just that. With meditation, we'll actually experience the connection, because we become energy as a connection to individuals. What does it mean? When you experience connection to others, then you feel others are as close as everybody else in your family. And so then, whatever you do to your family members, to yourself, you naturally extend. So the service nature, it becomes second nature is a service to help others. Meditation, because the connection is experienced very deeply. And so then the last thing difference is the leadership. Significant leadership is developed with meditation. So every person who is a follower becomes a leader. And the leader with a lot of inner state and balance, and then working from possibility, working for compassion. So what we call this quantum leadership is significantly enhanced. So with this foundation principle, what we are doing at Buddha Seva, we utilize technology. I have here Sai Krupa Sagar, who is the CEO for this quantum coherence. So building technologies, utilizing AI and meditation and many techniques. And then Rakesh, as CTO, where we wanted to take this beautiful meditation, encapsulated through the technology, to be given to everyone. So the leadership greatly benefits. Mid-managers, directors, the senior management, all benefit greatly through this Be Supermind, an app that we created, which is out there, and it very dramatically changes leadership style from very fearful, pleasing, and then scared, and so then are always very conservative thinking, to something very compassionate, something very self-empowered, internal empowered, right? So that we actually are able to put it out there and give respect and be equal, treat everybody equally, and then give opportunities than to hold ourselves back because I want to be played safe. And a human really excels when we are given new opportunities, new things to do. For example, you're doing cooking. If you do everything the same, it'll be boring. You'll say, okay, just one more day. But if you try one day, you cook a new dish, and then see how energetic you feel. You feel good. Oh, today I cooked something new. You feel good because you always want to do new things. Corporates, unless they encourage innovation, then the new youngsters are becoming very political in nature because there's no innovation. They say, I want to play it safe. Oh, they don't like it, so let me just do very safely. It takes 1 month, I'll give you 3 months estimate because you want to play it safe. right? And so everything becomes inefficient, all the inner qualities slowly go away. And so the quantum reader is constantly encouraging innovation, constantly. IBM was a big ocean. But when I was there, and for 3 years that I was there in IBM, we were able to secure funding. We were able to successfully, because I was leading my team, we were able to successfully, no matter whether I was getting funding or not, I was able to get funding. We were able to grow our business about 20 times more than many of our preceding side business immediately. Because we had that thought, we had that understanding that, with our thought, by enabling the team, we can create new, and everybody will notice it, if not today, tomorrow. Right, friends. So quantum leadership is beautifully developed meditation. So meditation is simple. Let's go into the practice. The simplicity is what we really, really love from Patrici. When I took to this practice, I was doing TM before, and of course I read a little bit of some of our practices. Now, when it came to Anapanasati is so simple that a 5-year-old can practice. Some of the parents, senior elders, grandparents who are literally cannot walk, move, they can't spend that energy enhancing activities, they can't do. And then this meditation comes as a great boon, because you simply sit down and close your eyes and observe the breath. Busy executives who are flying all the time, living in suitcases, it comes a great boon, because in a safe flight, you can meditate. In a car, you can meditate. There's no special process required. There's no special condition required. You don't need a yoga mat. A lot of times in West, when you go and say, we are going to hold a class, even here in India corporate, we say, okay, should I have yoga mats, and should I have this, and we have a seated auditorium? I said, no problem, right? You can do it anywhere, anytime, it doesn't matter. All you need is a little bit of time for yourself. That's all it is, friends. So what is involved in meditation? Emptying the mind, ending the restless waves of the mind, those thousands of thoughts. The second element, what meditation is doing, what is unspoken, is it connects us to this intelligent field out there. There is an intelligence field out there which is operating. Billions of stars are operating. Now, how do they operate without crashing into each other? How often have you heard stars are crashing into each other? Are they crashing? Not crashing. And our body has billions and trillions of cells. How coherently it's working. 5 people together in a room cannot work today. On the road we have 100 cars, there are so many accidents, they cannot even drive together. But the billions and cells are working coherently together inside a body that we don't even know. And billions of macro bodies, celestial bodies are greatly operating among them. There is got to be some intelligence which. So the practice is simple. On the chair and the floor, cross your feet at ankle, right? Basically make your body comfortable. So take a very, very relaxed posture, okay? Except then if you try to avoid resting your head onto the backrest, because you have this high backrest chairs here, avoid resting the head to the back support, because that will take you sort of go into sleep pretty quickly, right? So other than that, sit down comfortably. Spine need not be erect, so you can rest your back, no problem. Not the head, avoid if it's possible. And then crossing your feet at ankle, fingers into fingers, and then hands rested in your lap comfortably. Close your eyes. Those are wearing spectacles, remove the spectacles, right? So spectacles are not required, keep them aside. Any books, anything you have, please keep them on the side of floor, because if you hold on to the books, then your focus is on them, that they're going to fall off. Because in meditation, slowly, you will lose sense of yourself. The idea is to rest the mind, remove the thought completely. When you remove the thought completely, you're removing the form. You're forgetting about the matter. There is energy, there's a matter. When you forget matter, you start experiencing energy. You start going into the quantum field. You start connecting to something different than that what you're normally used to, this physical
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಹರಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಶ್ರೀಮನ್ನಾರಾಯಣ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀ ನಾರಾಯಣ.
When you observe your breath, your mind slowly becomes less and less of thought. Out breath.
Narayana Hari Narayana Srimannarayana Lakshmi Narayana Lakshmi Narayana Lakshmi Narayana Narayana Hari Narayana Srimannarayana Lakshmi Narayana Lakshmi Narayana Lakshmi Narayana
natural to have thought. When you recognize you are in thought, go back to observing your breath and allow yourself to slowly experience that calmness, emptiness. As our mind is becoming empty, allow yourself to experience that emptiness inside of you, all around you. When the mind is rested, we channelize all the liberated energy into the present moment. We develop greater awareness, mindfulness. experience that emptiness, that energy, merge into it. Experiences you draw into your life. this time, I would like you to express gratitude. Gratitude creates coherence and helps us experience more, create more. Can you express gratitude to your parents for giving us this beautiful connection to life? Be grateful to your teachers and mentors for expanding your knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is precursor to experience. Your gratitude to your family, friends, colleagues, relatives, everyone for helping you experience many things in life and learn from them.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, 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 Allahu Akbar. Yogi Baba, Arjuna 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 Yogi Baba.
Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba, Arjuna
Yogi Baba Arjuna, 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 Yogi Baba, Yogi Baba Arjuna, 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 Yogi Baba.
Yogi Baba Arjuna, 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 Yogi Baba Arjuna. Gama gama ga sa 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 ni sa da ni sa, ma ma gama da ga da ni sa sa da ni ka sa ni da ma da sa.
apodipo bhava, 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 apodipo bhava. Anapanasati, 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 anapanasati. Anapanasati, 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 anapanasati. Narayana, Lakshmi Narayana. Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba, Arjuna Yogi Baba. Apodipo Baba, Apodipo bhava apodi bho bhava apodi bho Anapanasati, 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 anapanasati.
संसार समुद्रतार नौकायिदाभ्यां गुरुभक्तिदाभ्यां वैराग्यसाम्राज्यद पूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् कवित्ववाराशि निशाकराभ्यां दौर्भाग्यदावां बुधमालिकाभ्यां दूरीकृतानम्र विपत्तिदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् नताययो श्रीपतितां समीयुः कदाचिदभ्याश दरिद्रवर्याः मूकाश्च वाचस्पतितां हिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम्।
When my Guruji, he used to call me Subhash. My name is Subhash. Subhash, do or die. And since that moment onwards, I am doing and doing and doing and doing and doing. There is no depth. I found that in my case, those three masters were one Lobsang Rampa, one Raghavendra Swami, and the Lahiri Mahasaya. These three masters helped me to come into my physical body.
जशकन्यकाभ्यां नृपध्वराभ्यां नतलोकपङ्क्तेः नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम्। पापान्धकारार्क परम्पराभ्यां तापत्रयाहीन्द्र खगेश्वराभ्यां जाड्याभिसंशोषणवाडवाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम्।
Your breath is your Guru. Be with the Guru always. The Guru will take you to the third eye, fourth eye, fifth eye, whatever it is. You don't know where to go, but the Guru knows where to go. Your own karmas have resulted in your own diseases, illnesses. You have to clear your own karma by your own meditation.
प्रदवैभवाभ्यां समाधिदान प्रददीक्षिताभ्यां रमादवाङ्घ्रिः स्थिरभक्तिदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् स्वाचापराणाम् अखिलेष्टदाभ्यां स्वाहा सहायाक्ष दुरन्तराभ्यां स्वान्ताच भाव प्रदपूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् कामादिसर्प व्रजगारुडाभ्यां विवेकवैराग्य निधिप्रदाभ्यां मोरप्रदाभ्यां मृतमोक्षदाभ्यां नमो
Jyoti, PMC, it's always energy. ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನ, ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ. ದಿನ ದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ, ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ. ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ, ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ, ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸೋ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ, PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ, PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ, PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ. ಸಕಲ ಧರ್ಮಗಳ ಸಾರ ಮಂಥನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಪಿಸಿ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಪ್ರಸಾರ. ಈ ತೀಕ್ಷ್ಣ ನೇತ್ರ ವಿಶ್ವ ತೋರಿಸೋ ತ್ರಿನೇತ್ರ. ಶಾಖಾಹಾರವೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠಾಹಾರ ಎಂದು ತಿಳಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಧ್ಯೇಯ. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಂಚುವ ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಗಮ್ಯ. PMC ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ, PMC ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದರ್ಶಿ, PMC ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಪ್ರಗತಿ, PMC ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ. ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನ, ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ. ದಿನ ದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ, ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ. ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ, ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ, ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸೋ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ, PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ, PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ, PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ.
PMC ಕನ್ನಡ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಾಗಿ
ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಬರಲಿರುವ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಲ್ ಬಟನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಎಸ್.
श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् नताययो श्रीपतितां समीयुः कदाचिदभ्याश दरिद्रवर्याः मूकाश्च वाचस् पतितां हिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम्
When my Guruji, he used to call me Subhash. My name is Subhash. Subhash, do or die. And since that moment onwards, I am doing and doing and doing and doing and doing. There is no depth. I found that in my case, those three masters were one Lobsang Rampa, one Raghavendra Swami, and the Lahiri Mahasaya. These three masters helped me to come into my physical body.
नालीकनिकाश पदाहृदाभ्यां नानाविमोहादि निवारिकाभ्यां नमज्जनाभीष्ट ततिप्रदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् कृपालिमौलि व्रजरत्नकान्ति सरिद्विराज जशकन्यकाभ्यां नृपध्वराभ्यां नतलोकपङ्क्तेः नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् पापान्धकारार्क परम्पराभ्यां तापत्रयाहीन्द्र खगेश्वराभ्यां जाड्याभिसंशोषणवाडवाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम्
Your breath is your Guru. Be with the Guru always. The Guru will take you to the third eye, fourth eye, fifth eye, whatever it is. You don't know where to go, but the Guru knows where to go. Your own karmas have resulted in your own diseases, illnesses. You have to clear your own karma by your own meditation.
क्षमादिषड्ग प्रदवैभवाभ्यां समाधिदान प्रददीक्षिताभ्यां रमादवाङ्घ्रिः स्थिरभक्तिदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् स्वाचापराणाम् अखिलेष्टदाभ्यां स्वाहा सहाया
जय हो 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 जय हो
Success through mindful leadership. I invite Dr. Sai Kripa Sagar sir to moderate the panel discussion. Sir is a former Vice President at Cognizant and current CEO and co-founder of Quantum Coherence Technologies and Managing Trustee of Pyramid Valley International. Having gone through extraordinary transformation in his personal and professional life due to meditation, Sir has undertaken the task of spreading message of meditation in various ways. I welcome you, sir. Inviting our first panelist, Dr. Malla Bhaskar Rao. He's a former professor and head Department of Neurosurgery at NIMHANS, Bangalore, India. With over 100 publications and as a recipient of multiple awards such as Young Investigator Award from International League Against Epilepsy in 1999 and the Senior Research Scholar Award from University of Melbourne, Sir is a true scholar and an inspiration to many. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist, Ms. Varsha Sutrave, is a certified yoga instructor and educator with a background in biomedical engineering and healthcare management. With over a decade of personal practice, she transitioned into teaching full-time to bring the science and philosophy of yoga to diverse audiences. I welcome you, ma'am. Our next panel member, I invite Mr. Suresh Kalburgi ji. With over 10 plus years of experience as a CEO and director of CTDI India, he leads the Indian business of CTDI, a global provider of aftermarket services and software solutions for the telecommunications, broadband and wireless industries. Sir himself is a champion of the cause of meditation. I welcome you, sir. Over to you, Sagar, sir. I would also like to invite Ms. Chandrakala Banne. She's our next panelist. She's a program director at Cognizant. She has over 22 years of experience in project, program and transition, mobilization management, strategic and large deal solutions and storytelling. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. All right, so we had a wonderful start to the day. We understood what is meditation, the science of meditation, and we also underwent a practice of meditation. So now this session is all about why meditation. What are the benefits of practicing meditation? So we have our esteemed panel here, privileged to be part of this excellent collection of individuals from corporates and the medical field. And we'd like to understand how meditation has helped in holistic excellence. When I say holistic, what is holistic? It's about the union of body, mind, and soul. It's about the union of all dimensions, how some people are benefited from better physical health, some are benefited from better emotional health, some are benefited by through intuition. Some are benefited through manifestation. All that happens when the mind becomes still through the practice of meditation. All right? So personally, I mean, I've been in 35 years in the corporate world, and been with Cognizant for quite a long time. In the last 5 years, been with Pyramid Valley International, and also now I run a startup. For me personally, meditation was my, mind. Like Chandra had this slide on resting the restless thoughts, right? So that is how meditation really helped me. Initially, when I joined Cognizant and even earlier Microsoft, every meeting used to be a pre-programmed way of how do I talk. So, and every time you go into a meeting, every time you want to go, they think about what will other people think about my speaking? What should I speak? Am I speaking right? How should I make impact? All this background noise was happening, background drama was happening, and my words were not always spontaneous. So one of the biggest benefits of meditation, all that silenced. And then spontaneity happened. And then earlier ideas were blocked by, oh, this is a trivial idea, so I don't talk about it in the meeting, everyone will ridicule you, right? And that went away. Then every time I put forth ideas with a calm mind, it used to be accepted in corporate meetings. So that is how my appreciation of meditation started. And then after that, my journey went through a lot of coincidences, meaningful coincidences, synchronicities. And then like Karthikeyan sir was saying, meditation is miraculous. Miracles started happening, both in my corporate world and my personal world. So with that conviction is where we are all doing all this work with Buddha CEO, with my company Quantum Coherence, which develops apps for meditation, and also with our work with Pyramid Valley International and PSSM. So meditation as a tool for holistic excellence, excellence in speech, excellence in action, excellence in deeds, as well as excellence in listening, right? And what you listen to, and then how you come about in behavior. So here we have an esteemed panel, so we will go through the panel and listen to their opinions, their views on how meditation has helped them in their excellence. It could be health, could be behavior, could be manifestation, whatever it is, right? So let's begin with the person closest to me here. So Varsha ma'am, nice to have you on the panel. So we'd like to hear you. I know you are a wellness expert and a wellness practitioner. So I'd like to listen from you on how meditation has been helping you both personally, and now you're also doing the same thing professionally.
Namaste, everyone. So let me take you into a little sneak peek journey of what my life has been in about the past 1.5, 2 decades, just to let you know how powerful meditation could be. Because I'm a living example of what Sri Chandraji and Sri Karthikeyan ji said, that medication can be replaced by meditation. And also that where modern science stops, then meditation can play the role. And this is coming from a student of BMS who studied medical electronics. So very much a believer of science. And it's an honor to be here, come back to my alma mater and sitting on the other side of the dais. Okay. So my journey has literally been from sickness to success, from suicidal tendencies to being here on the dais with such dignitaries. And I'm talking about a time when mental health was not really, become a popular fad term. These days the youth have been using the term depression recklessly. Every small failure, they term it as I'm in depression. No, this was not that time. About 15, 17 years ago, my parents did not know the meaning of what is bipolar disorder. They were like, can something like this even happen? Why is my 23-year-old child, youth of the nation, having a degree from a prestigious, I did my MBA later on at Symbiosis, had a good job in my hand, and then I used to be hospitalized every single year. Literally, in the psychiatric ward, hands chained because I used to get violent. I didn't know what I was doing. I was going through highs and lows. right? And this is when, thankfully, yoga came into my life. And it brought me the awareness that I needed at that time. It started with a physical practice, but then it revealed to me really the inner journey. And at that point, meditation, mindfulness really became my lifeline. What it brought to me is awareness. It was with this awareness that I realized how I can navigate through my life. No, instead of letting my mind sweep me off and take me into distraction, I learned how to focus it, to observe it, to understand my own thought patterns, to understand my behavior, to understand the triggers. Anybody who's dealt with anyone else who has a psychiatric illness, there is always a trigger that then spirals them and takes them lower. And with this understanding and this awareness, I thought that everybody else around me should definitely know this powerful tool. And this, my friends, I feel is the bane of our generation. In fact, it is a bigger pandemic than COVID or anything else that we have known, is that most of our youth is now distracted. What are we distracted with? An uncontrolled mind, right? We are controlled by our WhatsApp forwards or social media, which can be used. It's a powerful tool, I won't disagree. Distracted by what others would think of me, right? Distracted by that comparison that brings us down. So instead of all of this, meditation brought that grounding. It got me that focus, that concentration, that one-pointedness. So I think with this, we will talk more about it while I give it to the other panelists. And happy to connect with any of you who want more insights into this.
Thank you, Usha ma'am. So yeah, you spoke about all the things that require, that make a case for meditation for all of us, right? And then one point you hit was awareness. Definitely meditation heightens awareness, which is what we are losing in this age of distraction. Thank you. And now over to Dr. Malla Bhaskar Rao. He's an accomplished neurosurgeon with NIMHANS and done a lot of research on how meditation has impacted some of the chronic illnesses. So over to you, sir. Let's hear from you, your experience and what you've seen.
Thank you. Namaskara. So good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank the leadership for giving me a chance to meet you and then say a few words, and also make a confession that in fact I'm not a scholar or expert. I'm just a student trying to understand and then learn a little bit about meditation. So few thoughts. One is there's a saying that you don't need a torchlight to see the sunlight. 5 of us need not support, endorse the beneficial effects of meditation. It's there for thousands of years, millions of people benefited for so long. But I just want to share few thoughts. Of course, some of them have been already mentioned during the proceedings. We have 1.4 billion people in India, 1.4 billion. Inevitably, there are differences, there are conflicts, and there is a friction. Imagine a world where all 1.4 billion work together. How beautiful the progress we can see in India. Similarly, we have 37.2 trillion cells are there in our body. We are all endowed. At birth, we have 37 trillion cells in our body, and each cell has got mechanism, capability to function independently. It will be very surprising to see that there is so much of conflict within these cells. Sometimes you feel like eating ice cream. Sometimes the brain tells, no, don't take it. It's not good for your throat, not good for your heart, and all those things. There's so much of conflicting views within our brain. So what I learned, what I understood from masters is that yoga and meditation brings unity among these cells, and then so that we can conquer a lot of health problems, lot of diseases, and then enjoy good health. In fact, if you need, there is abundant, plenty of evidence. There is a very interesting book published by the National Academy of Sciences from United States. And a great deal has been mentioned about how meditation actually helps in brain health. For example, there is a part of brain called insula. It's a little small, deep, hidden part on both sides. And in people with schizophrenia and Alzheimer's and a lot of other health problems, it shrinks. Whereas in people who practice meditation, especially those who do introspection, imagining about their life and their even their body, and also those who have compassion, do compassionate meditation. A growth in insula has been documented by neuroimaging. By MRI studies showed that increase in the size. Of course, overall in the brain, the cortex, so many positive changes have been documented in the meditators. Regarding the personal journey, for some time I was heading the Department of Neurosurgery at NIMHANS. As you know, it's a hot seat in the sense that hundreds and thousands of people come from all over the country to NIMHANS, and we do about 8,000 surgeries per year. And another department has got a moral responsibility to look into each and every aspect of these services, and it can be quite stressful, not only taking care of patients but also training young doctors and also managing equally or better competent colleagues who have their own ideas about how to run the department and all those things. So it is a bit of stressful job. As a matter of fact, any job in a position like that will have some stress, but I found practice of meditation very useful in doing my job. Even when my colleagues or wife, even when they're shouting at me, I was able to maintain my cool and calm and composure, and then so one small piece of advice that we are all going through VUCA world. I'm sure there are a lot of young people in the audience. All of you know about VUCA world. It's VUCA is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. We don't know what Trump will do tomorrow. So all that will affect our mental health, physical health, our well-being, and all those things. We have to be prepared to face so many things which are happening in our life and in our world. So I'm sure practice of yoga and meditation will definitely help. And for young people in the audience, you don't have to give up your jobs. You don't have to leave your spouse. You don't have to leave anything to practice yoga and meditation. Okay. You don't have to go to Himalayas. At the comfort of your house and your happiness, you can practice. And try it yourself and see how much it is helping, how much it is benefiting you. And then share with your friends and relatives who could not attend the workshop. And with that, I'll stop and then I'll share some of my experiences, if time permits, again. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. So thank you, sir. You spoke about how all the cells in our body left to its own nature work in harmony if we don't interrupt with our beliefs, thoughts, fears and emotions, which is wonderful. You also spoke about another important benefit of meditation, how to not take stress working with spouse and colleagues, which is very important as well. So now over to you, Suresh sir. Suresh sir, again, a very accomplished leader leading a global organization, and he's also doing a lot of service with PSSM. He leads the PMCKannada team and also a lot of work for Pyramid Valley. So over to him he also takes workshops on meditation. So over to you, sir, your experience and what you see.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bhaskarji and Varsha. It's great hearing to your experiences and your perspective. So friends, definitely it's a great opportunity for me to be here. Likewise, like what Varshaji said, I am an alumni of BMS. I passed out in '96 in electronics and communication. So it's a great honor to be here as a speaker, right? And of course, that buildings have come up pretty new here, right? A lot of new facilities have come in. Good to be here, feeling homely. Of course, if I speak about my experience, it may go into hours and hours. I'll try to grab it as much as possible in a meaningful way. So first thing first, right, I didn't seek meditation or spiritual journey out of any crisis or any problem, right? I am a businessman since almost like '93. Prior to that also, from childhood, we have been into the entrepreneur journey with my family business. From the school days, we have been into business. So it's when 2009 when I got into a serious sadhana of Vipassana through a known relative of mine. I practiced Vipassana, not going to the 10-day course, but he was a senior most master. He said, I can guide you to practice it. So 1 year I was like that, and then I happened to meet Patriji in Pyramid Valley. So I got the blast of my season and it flipped my life, right, from tails to head. So it was a great encounter, I would say, with Patriji. Then I met him subsequently in Singapore. That gave me the clarity. It was a rebirth for my life. Like 3 days I spent with him, and then that's when I became mad for meditation, right? So I was exploring myself for about 7 hours every night for about 1 year, right? Meditating. I was in Singapore. So that was completely a transformation. More and more I was hungry for more, right? What next? So all sort of experiences. That's why I call it as a rebirth for my entire life. So that changed my perspective towards myself. Then life became fun. So whatever was like, I can just say life is fun now. Life became fun because everything becomes like acting, right? You know what to do, where to place, and how to speak and things. So that's the awareness I got everything from Patriji. And my life changed completely personally. So I experimented on food, how to live without food for many days, and I experimented on any issues. Like I got dengue, then I experimented on myself, like how I can cure without medicine. Like whatever the 18 guidelines that Patriji gave, I literally researched on that every point and lived for about 2 years. So that was actually my, like vegetarianism, then yukta ahara, then mauna. So everything that Swadhyaya, mad for reading books, right from reading in the flights and things like that. So my personal inner transformation happened. So then the next thing I saw is my immediate family. We have about family of 12 people. So gradually everyone started coming into meditation. So my entire family, they got into meditation. So then some of my people, like, family members, they became vegetarians. Then it became quite a harmonious family, I would say. A lot of, a family of 12 with one kitchen, you can imagine how it will be. So I could really see that sort of a great change. And then I could see how we can expand to the society. So we could spread meditation to all the forums and then join hands with the PSSM movement, spreading and teaching meditation. And then came my business life. I would say from efforts, it becomes an effortless business. So The moment we sight on any particular area, then that's started manifesting, right? So it's just you throw your eyes and mind and sight on it, then automatically it evolves, right? So that's how I could see, what is the power of thought, power of focus and meditation. So I could achieve the financial abundance also, growth of the business, and I could book some good amount of cash by getting some good investors, and growth of the business happen. And that's how I could see my abundance in the business community. So we got a great social health and financial abundance, the family and my own self-transformation. And then I got more time, right? The fun thing is that everyone has 24 hours. Now I have a choice where I can spend every single second and a minute.
frequency PMC विज्ञानदर्शी PMC सत्यज्योति PMC it's always energy क्षण क्षण प्रतिक्षण सत्यदर्शन ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ. I really even now thank them every time whenever I do the meditation and I do the gratitude along with my parents and teachers and everybody. I even thank my leadership in Cognizant for helping us. The ones born in 70s and 80s, right? We have millennials, right? We did not have the privilege of knowing the world. We grew up with a lot of beliefs. So much beliefs, right? Religious beliefs, school beliefs, and competitive beliefs. You have to get first rank. You have to, do this. You have to be good in sports. Everything was like built into us. It has to happen. There was nobody telling if you did not get first rank, no problem. No. We grew up with that mindset. Too much of beliefs especially and in India, with so much of diversity. And at that, I'm talking about when we were in 70s and 80s, you go and question your dad or mom or your parents, why is this? You know how we were being answered at that time? Go. That's your answer, right? Thankfully, the generation now, you get a good answer. Even if you don't get a good answer from your parents, you can go and Google. But we did not have that privilege. So we grew with a lot of beliefs which were deeply embedded in our mind. Right? And add on to that, come to the generation where we went through a very big recession when we had passed out in the late 90s. Too much of trouble to get a job as well. Get a job, struggle again, keep running the rat race, worse than a rat race nowadays we see, right? Keep on, perform better, get promotion, then do better, get promotion, again keep on doing and doing. It's never ending, right? Have you seen, have anybody seen, okay, enough now, I have become a manager, I want to be a manager for another 20 years. It will not happen in India, no. I've seen it happen in few other countries, but not in India. You have to keep on growing and growing and growing, otherwise you're considered as a stagnant, correct? So all those beliefs we have to get rid of, and that's what meditation helped me. I have done 6 40 days courses so far, and every night, whenever my calls close, right, I support one of the largest strategic deal ever happening in Cognizant. As of today, I'm supporting 1,800 strong team, and that right from Japan starts till the West Coast ends, it goes on. And how do I keep myself going? Of course, meditation. Now, can I think that, okay, I'm tired, let me do meditation, let me start working? No, you cannot do that. Okay, you should not use it, you should not don't abuse your body, don't abuse your mind. Okay? Be clear on what you can do, be clear on how much you can do, and use it purposefully, and be clear on that. Otherwise, your body also will stop supporting you, okay, at some time. You have to be clear on that. That is what meditation has helped me understand. One point I will tell, Chandra sir mentioned about irritable bowel syndrome. Latest study shows in IT, within US, especially the Western countries, more than 42% IT people have been affected by IBS. That was around 3 years back when I read that. I am one of the IBS person, because way back, within the 3rd year of my job in 2003, I had a very bad impact of IBS. Too bad I lost almost 10 kilos. I mean, imagine me now and imagine 10 kilos less, right? It took a lot of time, but the drastic change I saw in myself was from 2020, where I became more strong. My gut became more strong, my health became more strong, and not only that, my mind became more strong, right? I then realized that whatever you do, you have to have your mind in your control, right? Don't react, don't judge, don't comment, don't do anything. Because those 3 things, especially Patriji, whenever I had the privilege of seeing Patriji when he was still there with us. And 2 to 3 things, like always don't judge, don't comment, right? Be clear, always look into yourself, because you are the only person in this world, you are the universe. Be within yourself and see how the world changes around you. That's what I have seen. And in the corporate world, yes, there has to be a rat race. Yes, you have to excel, then you will be happy, but don't make that as the only cause for your happiness. That's my only request, okay? Be happy wherever you are. I know I have been with Cognizant for a very long time. I have grew from a mega manager to a senior director, where I'm running very large and strategic projects. But has that made me happy? Yes. But now what next? Teach, create, because you will get stereotyped. Don't let that happen, okay? Everybody cannot reach the top, because even Everest, only 2 people can stand at the top, okay, at a point of time. That's the same every company is. There is a pyramid. There is no square. Very rare you see any companies with a square model. It's a pyramid. Look out for outside. Be open for signals. Be open for learning any point of time. That's my only request, okay? Thank you very much. I'm happy to connect again anytime. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Meditation helps reprogram unhelpful beliefs. So that's the key message, and also the impact of body. Meditation's impact on body and how it cures several diseases. So wonderful. So across the panel, we've got a fairly wide view of inspiring experiences on how meditation has helped each one of us. Now, rapid fire, quick fire round in the next 2 minutes, 2 minutes to each of our panel members to kind of talk about, now that you've seen the benefits, right, how do you want the audience to take these benefits up, right? I mean, what are your suggestions for institutions like BMS or even the government and any other places to adopt meditation in a wider way, right, so that more people benefit, get the same benefit that each one of us got, right? So you can do them.
So we've had some really interesting views, and I'd like to take on what Chandra ji said and continue from there. She spoke about this pyramid model, right? While as a part of my work also, I work with corporates, organizations. In fact, today I'm just coming out. Before I came to this event in the morning, there was a town hall for Swasti Microfinance. It's a 1,200 strong organization which has a lot of rural employees for whom we conduct yoga and meditation sessions. And it's not just for the leader of the organization. I think all of us here can be leaders in our circle or our pyramid of influence. Right? So it's not just corporate leaders, but as parents, we have influence on our children, on our friends, on our siblings, whatever your circle or rather pyramid of influence we can call, right? And how can, we propagate this better? Coming back to what I was saying earlier, the human mind is such a powerful tool. Only we species on the earth have the capability of intellectual and spiritual transformation. But what have we done with it? Complete distraction, right? But if we focus this, then there can be everything that all of the other speakers spoke about. You name it, you put your eye on it, and it can be yours. Truly, you have, there is evidence for it. Right? And this, if I have to give you an analogy, when we keep ourselves distracted, it's almost like you call an Ola or an Uber cab and you tell the driver, take me wherever you want. Right? You let your mind run to whatever desires, and that's what we've been doing. The more we practice distraction, that becomes our nature, our behavior. What Chandraji was showing, it will become the, in the pyramid, subconscious layer has habits. So we have actually, worked on weakening our yogaja samskaras. Right? We need to bring that back. That is one way to propagate it. Right? And of course, in whatever sphere of influence we have, can we encourage people to start with any duration? It doesn't matter the duration. Maybe 5-minute meditation, maybe 2 minutes, right? But let them do it consistently, because they will see the wins, and that will keep them going. Okay? So as a part of my work, I don't like to teach just yoga on the mat. In fact, my organization's tagline is yoga beyond asanas. Because let's be honest, if you stop any person on the road, or the lay person, and you ask them what is yoga, they will think this. They will probably think it's an asana, right? But there is so much depth to yoga. We started our meditation by a pratyahara practice, going inward, right? So there is a lot more to yoga. I urge all of you to explore the width and depth of yoga, please. Okay, that's one. And if I would, if you allow me, sir, may I take 2 minutes to show them how we can practice active meditation. Because when I got into yoga, I was not in a state to meditate. Bipolar is a psychiatric disorder where you continuously fluctuate, highs and lows. If a normal person feels sadness 30% and happiness 30%, we in bipolar, we feel it 90%, 90%. So there's a complete fluctuation. I was in no position to meditate. Thankfully, I was introduced to Iyengar yoga. In Iyengar yoga, there is so much depth and precision and alignment. If I stand here in any asana or trikonasana, Iyengar Guruji very popularly said, where is the mind? Can anybody answer where is the mind? Is it inside the brain? Usually when we say mind, we kind of point here, right? He said the mind is where you take it. If I just take you through an instant of your childhood, you can remember it and actually giggle, laugh. If I take you through one of the saddest points in your life, it might make you cry. So that means where is your mind right now? It can be wherever you want. And one of the things I learned through Iyengar yoga is to take your mind to the little toe, or to take your mind, into the stretch of your palm. My teacher in Rishikesh, she tells me, you're not stretching enough, Varsha. You need to stretch this dip that is there. You need to stretch this. So there is a lot of depth even within asana practice. Okay, so I would like to lead you all through a 2-minute active meditation. Oh yes, okay. Yes, so, all of us use this greeting. We say hi, hello, good morning, right? How many of us use namaste? This is a meditation conference, so many of us here do, right? Now, I would urge that every time you do a namaste, you can practice active meditation. How? By just remembering the meaning, real meaning behind namaste. When we do namaste and we bow down, we are keeping our hand close to our chest. And namaste in different parts of our country. If you go to the north, they will greet each other as Ram Ram. If you go to Gujarat, they will say Jai Shri Krishna. The Jains will say Jai Jinendra. So namaste is also a way of saying, but what they mean is, the Ram in me and the Ram in you is the same, and I'm seeing that Ram in you. When we do namaste, let's remember that I'm really bowing down to the same divinity that's there in you that is there in me. And that is the oneness of yoga, the oneness of cells, all that we spoke about. It all comes together. Okay. Thank you.
So earlier I have introduced myself as a student. Now I want to upgrade myself as a research student. So I did a little bit of research on yoga and meditation. I would like to share with you just few aspects very briefly. Few minutes, sir. So we are all very comfortable with the lights and air conditioning, and then breaks to have some coffee, biscuits and all those things. We are very, very comfortable. Imagine if these lights are flickering, AC is not working, there is no coffee, no biscuits. How do you feel? People with epilepsy, they feel like that. Suddenly, there is a burst of electricity in the brain. Suddenly, there is a depletion of chemicals in the brain. So, people throw fits, you call in morcha. By profession, I am a neurosurgeon. I take care of people with problems in the brain and the spinal cord. But I have a special interest and expertise in taking care of people with epilepsy. I took care of thousands of people with epilepsy. In fact, I have operated on more than 1,000 people with epilepsy, and then most of them had a complete cure of their epilepsy. And when I started practicing yoga and meditation, I had this idea that if my patients also practice yoga and meditation, their benefit will enhance with yoga, meditation, with medicines, and also with surgery. All will enhance. So we, through NIMHANS, we approached the Department of Health, Department of Science and Technology in Government of India, and we got a very generous grant from government. So I'll just brief you very quickly about this project. We divided people into two groups. One group practiced meditation, other group, they were not practicing meditation, they're just leading their lives as it is. So people, we had 60 people, 30 plus 30, and those who practiced meditation, they had decrease in their number of seizures which they experienced. Not completely stopped, but they had a decrease in their number of seizures. And we assessed their IQ, their memory. Memory is two types, like what we see and remember, what we hear and remember. And of course, we had a lot of technical difficulties in assessing those things. But they had a lot of changes in their blood. We checked in their blood, like there are feel-good hormones. One is, the name is BDNF. So people who are very happy and relaxed, these levels will increase. People who are under a lot of stress, they have very high levels of cortisol. All these levels in people who are practicing yoga, the BDNF levels have improved, the cortisol levels have decreased, and then there are some inflammatory markers called interleukins. They decreased in people who are practicing yoga and meditation. And also we check their heart. You know, people are feeling very tense and nervous before exams and before a lot of things. Their heart sometimes can beat in an irregular way. So this heart rate variability is more stabilized in people who are practicing yoga and meditation. And finally, the proof is in neuroimaging studies. We did MRI for all these people 3 times before they are recruited into the project, and then after 3 months of practice of yoga and meditation, and then they underwent surgery to cure their epilepsy, and then 6 months after surgery. And we found changes, not very dramatic and significant, but there are changes in people who practiced yoga and meditation. There is a slight, one side of the damaged part of the brain we remove to cure epilepsy, but other side, there are 2, right and left. Other side, there is a improvement was noticed in those people. And we got additional grant from Department of Science and Technology. So we went ahead and then tried to look at changes in the part of the brain which we removed. To cure epilepsy, we removed part of the brain. And in that part which was removed, we looked at what changes happened because of yoga and meditation. Like all of us have got 86 billion neurons in our brain, and whether because of yoga and meditation, is there any increase in the number of cells and all those things? They are technically very, very demanding studies. It's not easy to prove birth of new neurons happening because of yoga and meditation, but we got trends of neurogenesis in people who practiced yoga. Of course, it's an ongoing study and it needs probably from NIMHANS. Now it has to spread to multiple centers across India, and not just a very short period, probably a lot more people, lot more surgeries, lot more centers have to be involved, and then longer studies are required to prove the beneficial effects of yoga and meditation at a cellular level, like how many new neurons are born after practicing all these things. And it's an ongoing study. Hopefully, I will update you in time to come. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, sir. See, friends, one of the important responsibility I feel that we should all owe with us is that whatever goodness we have got for ourselves, right, through practice of meditation and then this experiencing the spiritual science within our life, it is our duty or responsibility to give it to every single individual on the earth planet, right? So that's a primary responsibility that I have taken it on myself. So as part of that journey, like wherever I travel, like if I take a taxi or a auto rickshaw, I'll make sure that before we get down, he will subscribe to one of the channels of our meditation in whatever language he or she speaks, right? So that's the first thing. So it starts at a cellular level, right? So he was talking about cellular level, so we talk about every individual, right? It's very, very important. And second thing is that, I run an organization which is about close to about 2,000 people. So we have 3 large offices. Every day we make sure that, everyone meditates for 15 minutes. So, and we have we have built in a public addressing system with centralized music and things like that. So we have a wellness wall created, like say at the cafeteria, the canteen and everywhere. So we keep some wellness wall where we display just to motivate and encourage, because the facility is like a college, right? All youngsters, the girls and boys, so all techies. So they need some motivation, right? So if you say yes, you get something, they try to get better, right? So they may have some point may connect something, right? So like say you may have some failure, or you may have some irritation in something, like she was talking about the irritable bowel syndrome, and there will be some glitches in life, everyone. So that glitch will be an anchor. So that's what I have seen. So what is the carrot you get out of that is what everyone looks at it. So initially it all starts from the benefit. So what I've seen that, initially they were, even when we switch off the light, they were not sitting properly. They were not interested. They used to do something. And we don't allow mobiles at the facility because we deposit it. But despite that, they have distractions. So it's important that we tread some path and show the way and bring them softly, smoothly. We have started seeing that they all started catching up with the interest, and it's our responsibility as a leader, right? So I felt that, every leader, everyone within ourselves, we are leaders, right? So there's no followers there. So followers are someone before you learn, but otherwise it's the leader of our own life. So it's a responsibility of each one of us to take it to the external world in a big way. At every step, every moment, right? So at least to feel that, like in the past, in our Indian culture, before you have food, you give it to someone else, right? Either a pet or a bird or someone, a Swamiji or a Guru, someone you offer some food. So we should make it as a practice that, we at least give one person meditation. If we can start with that, I think the whole world can transform within just of a time. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll not take much time. I know I am part of a digital world. So start with, open your mobiles and install the Buddha CEO app, please. Everybody, right away. And go to the meditations tab and start meditating. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 75 minutes. And if you go to the YouTube channels, you'll even get Kundalini meditation, which 4 hours we do when we do go to the advanced retreat. Next point, go to the advanced meditation retreat. Wonderful. I try and attend at least one meditation retreat in a year, where I get to meet many people, but I get to be with myself, okay? They say sometimes it's easier to talk to strangers. Do that. I know it's very difficult to teach your own family. I know that. So, yeah, especially kids. They'll teach you back and they'll send you home. And all kids, all sitting everybody behind. So please do that. Any stranger, and I did that, okay? When I was in the Valley of Flower, I did a trekking of Valley of Flower. I was sitting there doing a meditation I thought I'll do half an hour meditation. And then all the ladies who had joined with me, they all sat and they felt like, oh, the color is more beautiful now after meditation. Literally. The Valley of Flower, I don't know how many of you have gone, you should go there. It's the heaven on earth, I'll tell you, right? The color was good, but after meditation, it became even brighter. The color became brighter, all the greens and the flowers and everything. So that's bliss, okay? It's not watching YouTube shorts. It's not wasting your time. No, please don't do that. Do it right away. Do this. I think I think I have done my job for today, right? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I hope, thank you very much for this esteemed panel, for your insights, for your suggestions, and for your views. I'm sure all of you liked the panel discussion here in terms of understanding how, why, and what of meditation. So thank you very much, and we'll move to the next program. Thank you.
Thank you all. I request Guruji Shri Nanda Kishorji to felicitate our panelists. I also invite Dr. Satya Prakash to join us on the stage for the felicitation. Thank you all. With utmost reverence, I now invite Guruji Sri Nandakishore for his power talk, The Inner Curriculum. Guruji is a humanitarian leader, spiritual master, poet, and visionary who propounded the Sahaj Smriti Yoga system of self-realization and Vindoda Kriya, simple, transformative practices for inner awakening. He is the founder of Universal Forum for Human Dignity and Darpan Foundation, both focused on sustainable living and individual transformation through spirituality. His work bridges ancient wisdom with contemporary life. I welcome you, Guruji, and we look forward to listen from you.
Gurur Nityam, Gurur Satyam, Gurur Nityavaranane, Gurur Satyam, Gurur Nityam, Gurur Satyavaranane. In this august house, which was built, this engineering college, you know, it was built before we got even independence. So how much visionary the person was. And we are sitting, so his spirit is always there around us. I suppose most of you are budding engineers apart from the veterans. This is how I am assuming Dr. Saab and all are there. I was in Hyderabad. It is not that Hyderabad was in some other part of the earth. The reason I am telling this, I was busy in some work which required my being there. I especially came for only this function today. Again, I have to go back. And I would say this has been meaningful experience, especially listening to you and the audience, listening to them, because this acknowledgement is very necessary for us. Those who work for meditation, we work for dhyan. And Karthikeyan ji, as we all know, if you don't know, I will tell a little. Every spiritual master who is living, he makes him sit next to him. It is not a big deal. Every master wants to make every one of us to sit near, but there is a difference. And you understand why they do so. Because he has committed his life for meditation, spreading the meditation. And he is a living example. There are very few who practice what they say. And that is very important. Now, the topic given to me here is that inner, what we call inner curriculum. Now, when we speak those 4 Mahavakyas of Upanishad which Chandraji mentioned, then what is in and out? Once you say Aham Brahmasmi, then what is in and what is out? So what is our curriculum? As the Barsha, perhaps I am getting the name right, she mentioned that where is your mind? Exactly correct. Mind is everywhere. We are in the mind. Mind is only a part of mind is within us. We are in the mind. And it was, I had manifested that in a Upanishad, which was done with, now he has become member of parliament, otherwise this heart surgeon, this Jayadeva's, I'm forgetting his name? Dr. Manjunath, yeah. That we were talking, and this was focused on that Upanishad. That he agreed that, because I said, you are heart specialist, I am giving you something about the mind. Please verify to the audience, this audience, whether I am saying right or not. Where is the mind? So mind is all pervasive. Only we are hardly present ever in the mind. If we can be the present, that presence, not present, then we can transform the world like this. And that is when we say ancient wisdom, wisdom is always present, it is never ancient. We call it ancient because we have been practicing it from eons. Perhaps I am giving this perhaps word just to give a leeway. Otherwise, I could have certainly. Just because I want to give space to everybody else, every other organization, every other civilization, every other country. So we say that we are perhaps the ancient most practitioners of this wisdom. So that nobody says that why are you speaking in a big brotherly tone? Because you are Indic, because you say Bharat is the ancient most civilization. So you give little space to China, you give little space to Europe, you give little space to whatever, Greece or whatever, sixth civilization we call. But if you come back to the root, and that is possible only through meditation. Meditation, because of the language we are saying meditation, it is dhyana, which is spoken as dhyana. Dhi means wisdom, yana means vehicle. So have you become the vehicle of the wisdom? That is who you are. Dhyana moolam gurur murti. And dhyana is not, what we are doing generally, we are doing relaxation. Dhyan is never possible without a guru. I am stating that very clearly. Real dhyan is because dhyana moolam gurur murti. The guru murti is the mool of that. Puja moolam guru padam. Moksha moolam guru kripa. और क्या है मंत्र मूलम गुरु वाक्यम मोक्ष मूलम गुरु कृपा. So this is a description. It is not a prescription that somebody has written a good poem. No, this is how it is. All the ancient knowledge which we call or Indic knowledge, it is description, things how things are. Now there are levels of in our consciousness. 5 levels, Chandraji have spoken very clearly. There are 11 more. So there are 16 levels in our consciousness. Once you cross one by one, then you can change word like this. You can spin it like a toss. Because you are not doing there anything. You are just giving a direction, spreading a thought. Thought and energy, these are down layers. There is a layer where there is nothing. You can create anything. And this much power each one of you have, potentially. Now if you read to the newspaper headlines, you see very strange things. You see some country is doing terrorism as a business. Somebody who is the greatest body of the nation supplying money by another name. Where will you look for the wisdom? You call the country, which is, you say, most powerful in terms of arms and economy, had speak something like you don't know, as somebody, Dr. Saab mentioned in the panel. What will he say tomorrow? We don't know. So where are you looking for the role models? You will have to become the role models. There is nobody to look up to. So how it can be done? We have given very simple methods which have been practiced since eons have. I have been saying, through living Guru Shishya Parampara, that he looks at you. So Guru is the only authority whom we say, no, you are greater. So in some way we make him greater than God, because God's pratigya is that I will look you at even. I will not look down upon you. You are always, who am I? That you are. That is God's promise. But we make somebody Guru so that we could receive, because in evenness there is no siphoning. It cannot happen. So you make somebody, so it is seeker who makes somebody Guru. There is no Guru out there. And if somebody thinks he is a Guru, he is the biggest fool on earth available. But the same way, we have to become that. So now when we say inner, syllabus or inner curriculum, what is that? That is attention. It begins with what you consider the most coveted prize, what is your goal in life? In one word, I would say everybody will come. How much time it will take, but the result will be same. It will be you are asking for liberation here and now. And without getting the liberation while you are living, after death there is no liberation. Liberation is here and now. And when you receive that, then you become free from your identities. You can be the best Rashtrabhakt when you are free from Rashtriya identity. When you are free from religions, you will be the most religious person on earth. Every identity you are having, if you are a devotee, if you are free from that, then you will be the best devotee. There is only one relationship in this universe or existence, that is the guru and disciple relationship, in which there are not two. There are only one. We assume other, nobody is saying that. In every other relationship there is out there. If you are Deva Bhakt, then your Devata is there. But here is no. If you meet your guru, he'll say, no, there is no difference between you and I. So, this relationship needs to be manifested on earth, not India alone. Then only that evenness will come. And you means we Indians have this one thing very precious. My narrative says, I have taken two things in my narratives, which I am taking to the whole world. Indian women and global child. Children of the whole world, but Indian women, they have something special. I have noticed this. And I am ready to any time and debate and tell it clearly what is the difference between Indian women and other women of the world. Very clear. So this is my narrative. They are my God, these two people. I am working for them only, and I work. This is where only the balance can be kept. Otherwise, the way world is evolving, unfortunately, we call it evolving and developing. But what is happening today? Consciousness is divorced from intelligence. This we are seeing very clearly. And now this young children doing engineering and every new profession, what they are relying more and more on artificial intelligence. And they are giving themselves up. Their own handle they have given to the AI. And they have seen them seeking so
ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸೋ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಧರ್ಮಗಳ ಸಾರ ಮಂಥನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಪಿಸಿ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಪ್ರಸಾರ ಈ ತೀಕ್ಷ್ಣ ನೇತ್ರ ವಿಶ್ವ ತೋರಿಸೋ ತ್ರಿನೇತ್ರ ಶಾಖಾಹಾರವೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠಾಹಾರ ಎಂದು ತಿಳಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಧ್ಯೇಯ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಂಚುವ ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಗಮ್ಯ PMC ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ PMC ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದರ್ಶಿ PMC ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಪ್ರಗತಿ PMC ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನ ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸೋ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ
PMC ಕನ್ನಡ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಾಗಿ
ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬರಲಿರುವ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಲ್ ಬಟನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಎಸ್
आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो, आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो,
आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो, आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो,
आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, निर्वाण विद्या जय जय हो, भाग्य विद्या जय जय हो,
आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, निर्वाण विद्या जय जय हो, भाग्य विद्या जय जय हो,
विद्या जय जय हो, दिव्य श्वास विद्या जय जय हो, ज्ञान विद्या जय जय हो, दिव्य ध्यान विद्या जय जय हो, जय हो जय हो जय हो जय हो। संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो, संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो,
संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो, संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो,
ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, स्वाध्याय शक्ति जय जय हो, ध्यान शक्ति जय जय हो,
ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, स्वाध्याय शक्ति जय जय हो, ध्यान शक्ति जय जय हो,
प्राण शक्ति जय जय हो, दिव्य प्राण शक्ति जय जय हो, पिरामिड शक्ति जय जय हो, दिव्य पिरामिड शक्ति जय जय हो, जय हो जय हो जय हो जय हो। सत्य हिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो, सत्य हिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो,
सत्य अहिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो, सत्य अहिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो,
श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो,
श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो,
मैत्री करुणा जय जय हो, दिव्य मैत्री करुणा जय जय हो, समता शांति जय जय हो, दिव्य समता.
Suresh was telling, I think. So also, this lady, whoever, Chandrakala. No. Of course, she was telling our what's the name? I forget. IBM. Lawrence. This is an American lady now in France. She was in business. Contact used to come, met Chandra, and he taught meditation. And she learned meditation. She is not, today you will find it in the book also. She said, I have taken a vow. Every day I must teach meditation to somebody. An American lady. Travels around the world. It's that type of thing. So much can be done. So we should be able to do this. Each one of us can get this benefit and the blessings and satisfaction also ultimately. Now, we had a resolution in the World Conference read out. I returned to the Prime Minister of India, Secretary General of United Nations, World Bank, all the chief ministers telling that please encourage meditation. Ultimate solution for all the problems, individuals and economy, planet Earth, everything is meditation. Encourage meditation at school levels, at every level. Everyone should be taught now. Now here, this is to support, great support to that. Now there's a resolution, I will read out. You approve it, you can clap your hands or say, raise it, approve it, then we will pass it as a resolution adopted by this conference. Okay? Now I'm reading the resolution. Thank you. The regional conference for meditation leaders held on May 17 at BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, here, served as a pivotal platform to bring together regional leaders and visionaries with the shared objectives of fostering awareness about the transformative power of meditation. As said in the preamble to the UNESCO, I quote, violence, negativity start in the minds of individuals. So the remedy should be built in the minds of individuals. Actually, the preamble says, wars begin in the minds of men. So ramparts of peace should be built in the minds of men. That's what preamble of the UNESCO. Same thing we are using. Violence, negativity start in the minds of individuals. So the remedy should be also be built in the minds of individuals. Well, it's where we have to start. It is the individuals who form the bricks, the foundation of the family, the society, the nation, the government and planet Earth as a whole. So to deal with the ever-increasing disease, crime, addiction, violence, corruption, exploitation, injustice, disharmony, damage to the environment, and all forms of injustice, the solution has to begin within every individual. Hence, it is resolved that to drive positive change in individuals and across the planet and to ensure peace, justice, and harmony within families, nations, and the world at large, there is a need to promote the practice of meditation as a universal policy. This should be encouraged in all homes, educational institutions, organizations, government sectors, and NGOs. On 23rd September 2024, while addressing the UN Summit of the Future, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji declared, I quote, for India, one earth, one family, and one future is a commitment. In recognition of the universal benefits of meditation, the UN has also declared an annual observance of World Meditation Day on 21st December every year. 10 years back, Universal, International Day of Yoga, now International Day of Meditation Day on 21st December every year, underscoring the growing global consensus on its importance. What is most important now is to get this resolution implemented. Your resolution is all right, but you have to implement it everywhere in all nations. The Global Conference on Regional Conferences on Project Meditation was conceived to formally take up this proposal for consideration of policymakers and leaders at the national and global level for well-being of everyone and to save Mother Earth from global warming. Meditation is a path to inner transformation. It is simple, scientific, and essential for everyone. By fostering inner change through meditation, we can collectively bring about global transformation. It is high time that we, individuals, families, governments, organizations, all realize the need to adopt meditation in our lives so as to ensure health, happiness, harmony, peace, justice and prosperity for each and every individual in every nation and to create a world without war and violence. The conference aimed at to elevate meditation to a global platform, emphasizing to its crucial role in promoting holistic excellence. As a culmination of the insightful deliberations and shared commitments during the conference, we are pleased to present this resolution which reflects the collective vision, emerging research and actionable steps agreed upon to promote and integrate meditation into global policies, education and everyday life, with the vision and aim to spread awareness about the significance of meditation in driving positive social change globally. We appeal to the leaders and decision makers in the government, education, healthcare, business and non-profit and all sectors to bring peace, harmony and justice and prosperity all over the world through inner transformation of every individual. I suppose we have the approval of all of you. Okay, thank you. Resolution is passed. We'll release with the media also and strengthens our whatever we have been doing even earlier, and we'll continue to do so. I think he is planning a global conference in America. Another conference. Like this will continue. It's a long process because it's spread it, but we are determined to do it. So each one of us are committed, it will happen in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthikeyan sir. Thank you, dear friends. So we will break for lunch here. We have exciting youth panel and we have a guest who has taught meditation to lakhs and lakhs of students, who has come here to share how this can be introduced. Students in schools and graduating students in many, many places across Karnataka. And then youth who are dynamically taking this and that is there. And then we have a workshop on manifestation. So those of us wanting to say meditation is calming the mind and helping us to develop focus. And this workshop on manifestation help us to mind to matter, exploring a little bit the concepts of what will help us really get us focused with meditation practices. They're called 5 sutras. We'll learn about that, which can be applied by anybody and everybody in their life towards fulfilling their dreams and goals. So we will have that. With that, we will conclude the program by around 5:15. So let's take a break for lunch, and then, yes.
So we will have a 40-minute lunch break. Let us all rejoin here at 2:30 p.m. Lunch is served at multipurpose hall next to the BMS ETH mess. Our volunteers are there to guide you. Please assemble back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
ಅನೇಕ ಯುಗಗಳಿಂದ ಅಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಂಧಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲುಕಿ ಜೀವನದ ಗಮ್ಯವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ಜೀವಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಮಾನವ ಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸಲೆಂದು ಮಾನವ ಜನಾಂಗ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಿಂಸಾ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಭೂಮಾತೆಯು ಅನುಭವಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಯಾತನೆಯನ್ನು ಶಾಂತಪಡಿಸಿ ಸಮಸ್ತ ಮಾನವ ಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೂ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕೆಂಬ ಮಹತ್ವಾಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವತಃ ಪರಮ ಆತ್ಮ ದಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಭುವಿಗೆ ಇಳಿದು ಬಂದಿತು. ಮಾಂಸಾಹಾರವೇ ಪಾಪಾಹಾರ, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರವೇ ಶುಭಾಹಾರ, ಅಹಿಂಸಾ ಪರಮೋ ಧರ್ಮ ಎಂಬ ಅಹಿಂಸಾ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತವನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಲಿಸುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನರನ್ನು ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಸಕಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಜೀವಿಸುವವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಿರುವ ಆ ಕರುಣಾ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಯಾರು? ಧ್ಯಾನದಿಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದಲೇ ಮುಕ್ತಿ, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮೂಲಂ ಇದಂ ಜಗತ್ ಎಂದು ಆನಾಪಾನಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನದಿಂದ ನಾವೇ ದೇವರು ಎಂಬ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸ್ವ ಅನುಭವದಿಂದ ಅರಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಬುದ್ಧರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಆ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪುರುಷನ್ಯಾರು? ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಭೂತಾಯಿಯ ದಿವ್ಯ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಮಾತೆಯ ಈ ಮುದ್ದಿನ ಮಗು ಯಾರು? ಧ್ಯಾನ ಜಗತ್, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ ಜಗತ್, ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಜಗತ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರ ಜಗತ್ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಕಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಕೋಟಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮಿತ್ರತ್ವದಿಂದ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿರುವ ಆ ಮೈತ್ರೇಯ ಬುದ್ಧನ್ಯಾರು? ಆ ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಕುರಿತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ವಿಧಾನವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ವಿಧಾನ, ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾರ್ಗ. 2500 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ ಬುದ್ಧ ಭಗವಾನರ ಆಗಮನವೇ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟೀಸ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ PSSM ಆಂದೋಲನದ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು. ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಅವರು 1947 ನವೆಂಬರ್ 11ರಂದು ನಿಜಾಮಾಬಾದ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಬೋಧನ್ ಎಂಬಲ್ಲಿನ ಶಕ್ಕರ್ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯಮ ವರ್ಗದ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಕುಟುಂಬದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದರು. ಇವರ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಪತ್ರಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣರಾವ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾವಿತ್ರಿ ದೇವಿ. ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಕೆಲವು ಗಂಭೀರ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳ ನಂತರ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ 1979ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಯಿತು. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಲು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. 1997ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಧ್ರಪ್ರದೇಶದ ತಿರುಪತಿ ಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ತರ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಎಂಬ ಬಿರುದನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದರು. ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ಗುರುಗಳ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ನಿರ್ಣಯದಂತೆ 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಉತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಎಂಬ ಬಿರುದನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಯಿತು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಪೋಷಕರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ತಂದೆ PV ರಮಣರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಉಯ್ಯೂರಿನ KCP ಸಕ್ಕರೆ ಕಾರ್ಖಾನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಂತರ ಅವರು 1938ರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ಕರ್ ನಗರದ ನಿಜಾಮ್ ಶುಗರ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರಿ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು. 1965ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದಿಂದ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದರು. ಆಗ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಬೋಧನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವರಂಗಲ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಅಣ್ಣ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ PK ವೇಣು ವಿನೋದ್ ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವರಂಗಲ್ನ ರೀಜನಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ PV ರಮಣರಾವ್ ಅವರು 1993ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಥಿವ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ತೊರೆದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ತಾಯಿ ಸಾವಿತ್ರಿ ದೇವಿಯವರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಹಾನುಭೂತಿಯುಳ್ಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ, ಮಹಾನ್ ಸಂಗೀತ ಪ್ರೇಮಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದ ಕಲೆ ಸಹ ಸಿದ್ಧಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಉತ್ತಮ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ತನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಅನಾರೋಗ್ಯ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದರೂ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಗಳ ನಡುವೆಯೂ ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬವನ್ನು ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಸಾಗಿಸಿದರು. ಅವರು 2006ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಭೌತಿಕ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ತೊರೆಯುವವರೆಗೂ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಭೌತಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಹೋದರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ PK ವೇಣು ವಿನೋದ್ ಅವರು 1970-74ರ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಂಚೆಸ್ಟರ್ನಿಂದ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ PhD ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಸಹೋದರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾ ಅವರು MSc ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾವಯವ ರಸಾಯನಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ PhD ಅನ್ನು ಬಹುತೇಕ ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದರು. ನಂತರ 2 ಮಕ್ಕಳ ತಾಯಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ MBBS ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಬಾಲ್ಯ ಜೀವನ ಮತ್ತು ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಬಾಲ್ಯವು ಶಕ್ಕರ್ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆಯಿತು. ಎಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಟುಂಬವಾಗಿ ಇವರು ಬೆಳೆದರು. ಅವರ ಮನೆಯ ಒಂದು ಬದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿ ಇದೆ. ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಅದು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತವಾದ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ ಒಂದು ಶಾಂತಿಯುತ ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರವಿದೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಶಕ್ಕರ್ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಿತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು 5ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯವರೆಗೆ, ನಂತರ ಮಿಡಿಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅನ್ನು 9ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಬೋಧನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದರು. ಮೆಹಬೂಬ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದಿನ ಉನ್ನತ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗ ಸಿಕಿಂದ್ರಾಬಾದ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತು. 1966ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕಿಂದ್ರಾಬಾದ್ ಕಲಾ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ BSc ಪದವಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ನಂತರ 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಕಾಲ MA ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದರು. 1969ನೇ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ನ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಆಂಧ್ರಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಕೃಷಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ BSc ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದರು. 1970ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಆದಾಯ ತೆರಿಗೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹುದ್ದೆಗೆ ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡು 10 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು. 1970ರ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ನೀಡಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ಗೆ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿದರು. ಆಂಧ್ರಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಕೃಷಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ MSc ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮುಂದುವರೆಸಿದರು. 1970ರಿಂದ 74ರ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಭೂವಿಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷತೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ MSc ಅನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದರು. MSc ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಓದುತ್ತಿದ್ದಲೇ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ 1970ರಿಂದ 74ರ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಣ್ಣನ ಆದೇಶಾನುಸಾರದಿಂದ IAS ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾತ್ಮಕ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು ಮತ್ತು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕೊಳಲು ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಗೀತ. ಅವರ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿಯಂ ಮತ್ತು ತಬಲಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿಯಂ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಬಲಾವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಕಲಿತರು. 1960ರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಿಕಿಂದ್ರಾಬಾದ್ಗೆ ತೆರಳಿದರು. 1963ರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ಕಲಿಯಬೇಕೆಂದು ಶ್ರೀ TS ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ರವರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕೆಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಸಹೋದರ ನಿರ್ಧರಿಸಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕೊಳಲು ಗುರುಗಳಾಗಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ಸಹೋದರರಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಕಲಿಸಿದರು. ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ಅವರು ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ದಂತಕಥೆಯಾಗಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ TR ಮಹಾಲಿಂಗಂ ರವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರೂ ಸಹ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಸಹೋದರ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಳಲು ನುಡಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. 1975ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರಮಾಂಡಲ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಕ ಮಾರಾಟ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡರು. 1975ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಎಂದು ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕ್ಷಣ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಮಹಾನ್ ದೊರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪಿನಾಕಪಾಣಿಯವರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ದೊರೆತಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಹಿಗ್ಗಿದರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರನ್ನು ನೋಡಲು ಧಾವಿಸಿ ಹೋದರು. ಶ್ರೀಪಾದ ಪಿನಾಕಪಾಣಿಯವರು ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ತೆಕ್ಕೆಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡರು ಮತ್ತು 1975ರಿಂದ 1978ರವರೆಗೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ 3 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಗೀತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣವಾದ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಕೊಳಲು ವಾದನದ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ಕಲಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಈ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಪಾದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಗಾಯನ ಸಂಗೀತವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು.
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಹರೇ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಶ್ರೀಮನ್ನಾರಾಯಣ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀ ನಾರಾಯಣ.
ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ದಾಂಪತ್ಯ ಜೀವನ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಸ್ವರ್ಣಮಾಲಾ ಅವರನ್ನು 1974ರ ಮೇ 26ರಂದು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಸಮೀಪದ ಯಾದಗಿರಿಗುಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಾಹವಾದರು. ಸ್ವರ್ಣಮಾಲಾ ಪತ್ರಿಯವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬೀದರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದವರು. ಇವರ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್.ಎಲ್. ನಾರಾಯಣರಾವ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರುಕ್ಮಿಣಿಬಾಯಿ. ಸ್ವರ್ಣಮಾಲಾ ಪತ್ರಿಯವರು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಪ್ರಯಾಣದ ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದವರು. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಃ ಆತ್ಮಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ಕಾರ ಪಡೆದ ಒಬ್ಬ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಯೋಗಿನಿ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಇಬ್ಬರ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ತಂದೆ, ಪರಿಣಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಮಳ. ಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ ಇವರು 1978 ಮತ್ತು 1982ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದರು. ಇಬ್ಬರು ತಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ ಮಹಾನ್ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳು. ಪರಿಣಿತ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಎಂಬ ಒಬ್ಬ ಉತ್ತಮ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ರೊಂದಿಗೆ 31 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 1999ರಂದು ವಿವಾಹವಾದರು. ಎರಡನೇ ಮಗಳು ಪರಿಮಳ ಅವರು 19ನೇ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 2010ರಂದು ಮಿಹಿರ್ ಶಾಂಗ್ವಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ವಿವಾಹವಾದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಮುದ್ದಿನ ಮೊಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಿರ್ವಾನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಜೀವಾ. ಪರಿಮಳ ಅವರು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ನಾಯಕಿ ಹಾಗೂ PSS ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಹರಡಲು ವಿಶೇಷ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್. ಚಿಕ್ಕಂದಿನಿಂದಲೂ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಆಟದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಲವು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದರು. ತನ್ನ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಜನರನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿಸಿ ತಂಡ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈಗೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪಂದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಅವರು ಉತ್ತಮ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ಮನ್, ಬೌಲರ್ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೀಪರ್ ಎಂದು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಟಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಪಂದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಆಟಗಾರರ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾರೆ.
So you have last 15 minutes of your lifetime in this lifetime. So what is one thing you will do?
I'll watch IPL cricket.
ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ರಾಮಚನ್ನಾರೆಡ್ಡಿಯವರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ 1976-77ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಧ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ಕಲಿತರು. ಆನಾಪಾನಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಕೆಲವು ಗಂಭೀರ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳ ನಂತರ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಪತ್ರಿಯವರಿಗೆ 1979ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಯಿತು. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಲು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಶಕಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ, ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಧ್ಯಾನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕುರಿತು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹಳೆಯ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ಯುಗದ ಮಾಸ್ತರ್ಗಳು ಬರೆದಿರುವ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಗುರುಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿ. ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿ ಅರೇಬಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿ ಹಿಮಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದರು ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರವಾಸ ಕೈಗೊಂಡು ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ 1975ನೇ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದರು. ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿ ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಟೌನ್ನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ ಗೃಹದ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದ ರಾಮಚನ್ನಾರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ವೆಂಕಟರತ್ನಂ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ 1981ರ ಜನವರಿ 1ರಂದು ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿಯವರನ್ನು ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯದ ನಂತರ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದರು. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಏನನ್ನೂ ಪಡೆಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂದರು. ಆಗ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಂತೆ ಇವರು, ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರವೇ ಬೇಕು ಎಂದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು ಸುಮಾರು 7ರಿಂದ 8 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಕರ್ನೂಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ಕೆಲವು ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ಕಳೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಶಿಬಿರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಸ್ವರ್ಣಮಾಲಾ ಪತ್ರಿಯವರು ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. 1981ರ ಜನವರಿ 1ರಿಂದ 1983ರ ಮೇ 22ರವರೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನೂಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ದಿನಚರಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸುದೀರ್ಘ ಜೀವನದ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳುತ್ತಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಸದಾನಂದ ಯೋಗಿಯವರು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಿಂದ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಪಾದ ಪಿನಾಕಪಾಣಿಯವರ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 22 ಮೇ 1983ರಂದು ತನ್ನ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೇಲಿನ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಪಯಣಿಸಿದರು.
When my Guruji, he used to call me Subhash. My name is Subhash. Subhash, do or die. And since that moment onwards, I am doing and doing and doing and doing and doing. There is no depth. Your breath is your Guru. Be with the Guru always. The Guru will take you to the third eye, fourth eye, fifth eye, whatever it is. You don't know where to go, but the Guru knows where to go.
ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬಿ.ವಿ. ರೆಡ್ಡಿ, ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್.ಜಿ. ಶೌರಿ, ಪಾಲ್ ವಿಜಯಕುಮಾರ್ ಮುಂತಾದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೊಡಗೂಡಿ ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅನ್ನು 1990ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಈ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯ ಏಕೈಕ ಧ್ಯೇಯವೇನೆಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಧ್ಯಾನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತೀವ್ರ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ದೈಹಿಕ, ಮಾನಸಿಕ, ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗಕ್ಷೇಮವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವುದೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನೂಲ್ ಪಟ್ಟಣದ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಧ್ಯಾನಿ ಮತ್ತು ಉದ್ಯಮಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಬಿ.ವಿ. ರೆಡ್ಡಿಯವರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ 1991ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬುದ್ಧಾ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ಇದು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಧ್ಯಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಧ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು 3 ಪಟ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಶಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟೀಸ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ 1992ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರಮಾಂಡಲ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಜರ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಕೊನೆ ಉಸಿರಿನವರೆಗೂ ಇಡೀ ಮನುಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಿರಂತರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡರು. 1992ರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಸಮರ್ಪಣಾ ಮನೋಭಾವದ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳ ಫಲವಾಗಿ ನೂರಾರು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗಳು ಭಾರತದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿವೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಅವರು 60ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು, ಆಡಿಯೋ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಯಾಸೆಟ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ತೆಲುಗು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಹೊಸ ಯುಗದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಕಲಿಯಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಮನೋಭಾವ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಇತರ ಭಾಗಗಳ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಗುರುಗಳು ಬರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಲುಗು, ಕನ್ನಡ, ಹಿಂದಿ, ತಮಿಳು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುವಾದಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ವರ್ಷವಿಡೀ ದೂರದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಮೂಲೆ ಮೂಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯಾಣಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತರಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಆನಾಪಾನಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ, ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ಯುಗದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. PSSM ಆಂದೋಲನದ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು 1991ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನೂಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬುದ್ಧ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಎಂಬ ಮೊದಲ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದರು. 1996ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಉರವಕೊಂಡ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ ಅನಂತಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಉರವಕೊಂಡ ಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಲೋಬ್ಸಾಂಗ್ ರಾಂಪಾ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. 1996ರಿಂದ 2000 ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಆಂಧ್ರಪ್ರದೇಶ ರಾಜ್ಯದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಹಲವಾರು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ಹೀಗೆ ಆನಾಪಾನಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನದ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವು ಆಂಧ್ರಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ, ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಇತರ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಡಿತು. ಇಂತಹ ಹಲವಾರು ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಹೆಸರಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ. ಯಥಾ ಪ್ರಜಾ ತಥಾ ರಾಜ ಎಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಕೇವಲ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವೇತ್ತರೇ ಉತ್ತಮ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ನೀಡಬಲ್ಲರು ಎಂದು ಸಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಸ್ ಮಹಾಶಯರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನು 1999ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ಅಹಿಂಸಾ ಪರಮೋ ಧರ್ಮ ಎಂಬ ನಿನಾದ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ತತ್ವ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಯೋಗಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆಯ ಹೊಸ ಯುಗವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನು ರಚಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಹೊಸ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ತಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೆಗಾ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದಿಂದ ಉದ್ಭವಿಸಿದ ಸಹಸ್ರಾರ ಕಮಲಗಳೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಮೈತ್ರೇಯ ಬುದ್ಧ ಧ್ಯಾನ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ವಿಶ್ವಾಲಯ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ರಂಗಾರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಕಡ್ತಾಲಿನ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ಮಹಾಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಗಳು. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಯುಗದ ಶಂಭಾಲ ಎಂದು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನರು ಈ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳಾಗಿ, ಯೋಗಿಗಳಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಆನಂದದಿಂದ ಜೀವಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು, ಖಮ್ಮಂ, ರಾಜಮಂಡ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಗಾ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗಳು ಶರವೇಗವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿವೆ. PSSMನ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಳು. PSS ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಮೊದಲು ಕರಪತ್ರಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ಮ್ಯಾಗಝಿನ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ನಂತರ ಟೇಪ್ ರಿಕಾರ್ಡರ್, ಆಡಿಯೋ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ, ಸಿಡಿಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕಟಣೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ PSS ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ PSS ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನ ಸಂದೇಶಗಳು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಡಿತು. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್, ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನಿಸಮ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್, ಎನ್ಲೈಟನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಇಂತಹ ಹಲವಾರು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ, ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಕುರಿತು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ 24 ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂಗೆ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಹೊಸ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆಗೆ ಬಳಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಷ್ಣಾತರು. ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಸಂಧಿಸಿದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಸ್ತ್ರವೇ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಚಾನೆಲ್. PMC ಎಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟದಿಂದ ಕರೆಯಲ್ಪಡುವ ಈ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾದಿ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಅವರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ತುಂಬುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಧ್ವನಿ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳ ನಿಜವಾದ ಜೀವನದ ಅನುಭವಗಳಿಂದ, ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಆತ್ಮಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂದೇಶಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು PSSM ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ ಪ್ರಚಾರದ ವಾರ್ತೆಗಳಿಂದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಪರಿಮಳವನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು. 2006ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ಸೇವಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ವಾರ್ಧಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಧಾಮ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಜೀವಮಾನದ ಸಾಧನೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಲೈಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. 2013ರ ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಕತ್ತಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ 21ನೇ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಕಲಕತ್ತಾದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ವಿಶಾರದ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. 2017ರ ಜನವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆನಾಪಾನಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸಿ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗಕ್ಷೇಮಗಳ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿರುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ರಕಟಣೆಯ ಸ್ಪೀಕಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀನಿಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಕರ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ನೀಡಲಾಯಿತು. ಮಹಾನ್ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರಂತರ ಕೃಷಿಯಿಂದ 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ದೇಶದ ವಂಡರ್ ಬುಕ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ದಾಖಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದರು. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ ಪ್ರಚಾರ, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ 2020ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮೆರಿಕ ದೇಶದ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ಥಿಯೋಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಿದರು. ವಸುದೈಕ ಕುಟುಂಬ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಹಾಯಜ್ಞ, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಹಾಚಕ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತವಿರುವ ಧ್ಯಾನಿಗಳು, ಮಾಸ್ತರ್ಗಳು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಗುರುಗಳು, ಯೋಗಿಗಳು ಲೋಕ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದೆಡೆ ಸೇರಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಹಾನ್ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಪ್ರಕಂಪನಗಳನ್ನು ಉತ್ಪಾದಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜಾತಸ್ಸ ಹಿ ಧ್ರುವೋ ಮೃತ್ಯು ಧ್ರುವಂ ಜನ್ಮ ಮೃತಸ್ಸ ಚ, ನಾನಾಟಿ ಬದುಕು ನಾಟಕವು ಎಂಬಂತೆ ಜನ್ಮ ತಾಳಿದ ಶರೀರ, ಜೀವನವೆಂಬ ನಾಟಕ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮರಣವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಲೇಬೇಕು. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನೋದ್ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 2022 ಜುಲೈ 24ರಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಭೌತಿಕ ದೇಹ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯ ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನ. ಆ ದಿನದಂದೂ ಸಹ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಗಿಲುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆದಿಡಿ, ನಾನು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಕೋರಲು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾರೇ ಬರಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ, ಸಿಹಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಎಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಜುಲೈ 24ರಂದು ಸಂಜೆ 5:07 ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ದೇಹಾತೀತರಾದರು. ಮರಣವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಿಸಬೇಕೆಂದು ಭಗವಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಓಶೋ ರಜನೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದ ಮಾತುಗಳು ನೆನಪಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಮರಣವು ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮರಣವಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ವರೂಪಿಗಳು ಎಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಮರಣವನ್ನು ಸಹ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಮರಣಂ ಮಧುರಂ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಾರಿದರು. ಈ ಮಹಾನ್ ಸತ್ಯ ದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
The whole movement is very, very safe in their hands.
అందరినీ ఒక సైనికుల్లాగా తయారు చేసి పెట్టారు ఆయన. మనందరి బాధ్యత ఏంటి? బార్డర్లో వాళ్ళు ఇండియాని కాపాడితే మన PSSMని కాపాడుకోవాలి. పిఎస్ఎస్ఎంని ఎలా కాపాడుకుంటాం? పిఎన్సి ద్వారా. ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ధ్యానులుగా మారండి, మార్చండి, శాకాహారులుగా మార్చండి, ప్రతి వాళ్ళకి జ్ఞానం ఇవ్వాలి.
ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ತರ್ನ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರಂತೆ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಜಗತ್, ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರ ಜಗತ್, ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಜಗತ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರ ಜಗತ್ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದ ಕಡೆ ಸಾಗುವುದಾಗಿದೆ. ಜಯ ಹೋ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ, ಜಯ ಹೋ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟೀಸ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್.
श्री गुरु पादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः. श्री गुरु पादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः. श्री गुरु पादुकाभ्यां.
जय हो 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 आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो, आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो,
आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो, आत्मविद्या जय जय हो, ब्रह्मविद्या जय जय हो,
आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, निर्वाण विद्या जय जय हो, भाग्य विद्या जय जय हो,
आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, आनंद विद्या जय जय हो, आरोग्य विद्या जय जय हो, निर्वाण विद्या जय जय हो, भाग्य विद्या जय जय हो,
श्वास विद्या जय जय हो, फिर श्वास विद्या जय जय हो, ज्ञान विद्या जय जय हो, दिव्य ज्ञान विद्या जय जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो, संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो,
संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो, संकल्प शक्ति जय जय हो, इच्छा शक्ति जय जय हो,
ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, स्वाध्याय शक्ति जय जय हो, ध्यान शक्ति जय जय हो,
ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, ज्ञान शक्ति जय जय हो, कर्म शक्ति जय जय हो, स्वाध्याय शक्ति जय जय हो, ध्यान शक्ति जय जय हो,
प्राण शक्ति जय जय हो, दिव्य प्राण शक्ति जय जय हो, पिरामिड शक्ति जय जय हो, दिव्य पिरामिड शक्ति जय जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। सत्य हिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो, सत्य हिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो,
सत्य अहिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो, सत्य अहिंसा जय जय हो, शौच संतोष जय जय हो,
श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो,
श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो, श्रद्धा दीक्षा जय जय हो, बुद्धि प्रज्ञा जय जय हो,
मैत्री करुणा जय जय हो, दिव्य मैत्री करुणा जय जय हो, समता शांति जय जय हो, दिव्य समता शांति जय जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। आज्ञा चक्र जय जय हो, सहस्रार जय जय हो, आज्ञा चक्र जय जय हो, सहस्रार जय जय हो,
आज्ञा चक्र जय जय हो, सहस्रार जय जय हो, आज्ञा चक्र जय जय हो, सहस्रार जय जय हो,
तपोलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो, तपोलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो, ज्ञानलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो,
तपोलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो, तपोलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो, ध्यानलोक जय जय हो, सत्यलोक जय जय हो,
ज्ञान विश्व जय जय हो, दिव्य ज्ञान विश्व जय जय हो, ज्ञान भारत जय जय हो, दिव्य ज्ञान भारत जय जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो, जय हो। वाल्मीकि वेदव्यास जय जय हो, बुद्ध महावीर जय जय हो, वाल्मीकि वेदव्यास जय जय हो, बुद्ध महावीर जय जय हो।
वाल्मीकि वेदव्यास जय जय हो, बुद्ध महावीर जय जय हो, वाल्मीकि वेदव्यास जय जय हो, बुद्ध महावीर जय जय हो।
येसु मोहम्मद जय जय हो, लावो सुचुवांसु जय जय हो, येसु मोहम्मद जय जय हो, लावो सुचुवांसु जय जय हो।
येसु मोहम्मद जय जय हो, लावो सुचुवांसु जय जय हो, येसु मोहम्मद जय जय हो, लावो सुचुवांसु जय जय हो।
मालप मिलार प जय जय हो, कबीर नानक जय जय हो, ब्लवेट्स्की बिसेंट जय जय हो, युक्तेश्वर लाहिर जय जय हो, ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, दिय ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, दिय ओशो रंपा जय जय हो।
ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, दिव्य ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, ओशो रंपा जय जय हो, दिव्य ओशो रंपा जय
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 हो।
हो।
फ्रीक्वेन्सी PMC विज्ञानदर्शी PMC सत्यज्योति PMC it's always energy क्षण क्षण प्रतिक्षण सत्यदर्शन ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸುವ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನೆಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಧರ್ಮಗಳ ಸಾರ ಮಂಥನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಪಿಸಿ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಪ್ರಸಾರ ಈ ತೀಕ್ಷ್ಣ ನೇತ್ರ ವಿಶ್ವ ತೋರಿಸೋ ತ್ರಿನೇತ್ರ ಶಾಖಾಹಾರವೇ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠಾಹಾರ ಎಂದು ತಿಳಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಧ್ಯೇಯ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಂಚುವ ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುವುದು ಇದರ ಗಮ್ಯ PMC ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ PMC ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದರ್ಶಿ PMC ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಪ್ರಗತಿ PMC it's always energy ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸತ್ಯದರ್ಶನ ಭೂಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಮಾಡುವ ಸುದರ್ಶನ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೀಕ್ಷಣ ಮನವನ್ನು ನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವ ಮಹಾಸಾಧನ ವಾಸ್ತವವ ತಿಳಿಸುವ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಶ್ವಾಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿಸೋ ಏಕೈಕ ಚಾನಲ್ PMC ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ PMC ಸವ್ಯಸಾಚಿ PMC ದಿವ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ PMC ಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ.
PMC ಕನ್ನಡ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಾಗಿ
ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ,
ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಬರಲಿರುವ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಲ್ ಬಟನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಎಸ್.
ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಾಳೋಣ ನಾವು, ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ ಮರೆಯುವ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋವನ್ನು. ಬಾಳಿನ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ದಾರಿ ತೋರಿದೆ, ಅಜ್ಞಾನದ ಇರುಳನ್ನು ಕಳೆದು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬೆಳಕು ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಅನಪಾನ ಸತಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರ ಕನಸದು ಒಂದೇ, ಶಾಕಾಹಾರಿ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಜಗ ಒಂದೇ. ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಾಳೋಣ ನಾವು, ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ ಮರೆಯುವ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋವನ್ನು.
Process trying to visualize myself completely healed from this pain. So that was a kind of miracle for me.
A lot of things I've learned from Chandra sir, Vani ma'am. Their genuine efforts to creating difference in the people traveling across the globe. So I would always say, you're doing God's work. And so along with Chandra sir, Vani ma'am, Rakesh ji, Koti, and the entire Buddha CEO team, I mean, it's amazing.
Anything, I learned so many things. Because how you all are expressing every day my morning meditation, every day listening to others' masters' experiences, every day together satsangs made me to understand what to talk, what not to talk, what to do, what not to do. And that is a practice that's happening every day.
I'm completely out of anxiety and depression, completely out. Then slowly I started going back to work again. I experienced every day the way how I used to handle things were way different, much better.
Honestly, I mean, for me, my whole spiritual journey is being Buddha CEO. There's nothing else, because the mission is so huge.
We respond, we don't react. That is the difference, not only in the family, even with the team or outside also. The relationship have increased in.
And this platform has created such an amazing life for me. My entire life is today being governed by meditation. Not only mine, my wife Jaishi. Today if I'm extremely happy, I even smile at my wife today, it's again because of meditation.
Listening to Chandra sir, Vani ma'am, other masters really opened our minds, especially my mind, to all possibilities. And one of that is not to react but to respond to situations. I used to react sometimes in a negative way, judge, do all of that. But as Chandra sir has spoken many times, where your thoughts go, your energy flows. So that's really helped ground me and helped me be a little bit more composed as in the last several years. So really grateful to that.
Then I came into breath mindful meditation in 2021 February. All these thoughts and beliefs were because of the science behind it that we learn. We learn that it is a miracle. When you know the abundance is yours, you can make a great life.
This is the simplest meditation one can learn anywhere. The subject Chandra sir is sharing before meditation session and after meditation session is priceless. We should not take it as granted. I know the value of this subject for sure.
I was able to actually manifest a new role with a promotion and a hike in the mid of COVID times. There were layoffs happening. There were no salary hikes. So the salary hike that I actually happened to get in was double the number that I would have ever got in the last 5 or 6 years. So this is something magical, and it happens in such a quick time.
For me, meditation has been that thing that calmed my mind, cleansed me out of those fears of anxiety of the future, right? And also helped me connect to my intuition. We all call meditation, it's not a technique, meditation is a practice.
Welcome back, friends and masters. I hope you all had good meals and are now energized for the other sessions coming up and not sleepy. Okay, I would like to now invite Mr. Rakesh Jalmane for a small presentation on scaling technology for introducing meditation. Mr. Rakesh Jalmane, with over 25 years in the technology industry, has held leadership roles across US, Europe and India, including as delivery director at Cognizant. Sir has learned meditation in 2020 and experienced profound transformation, leading him to teaching meditation and manifestation science today. He's the trustee at Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation and also the co-founder and CTO of Quantum Coherence Technology. Welcome, sir.
Happy afternoon, friends. So, before lunch, we just spoke about using technology. As I came into the practice of meditation, I started understanding that meditation can truly change everything and everybody. It is not restricted for a set of people, but anybody who comes into the simple practice and gains this wisdom can, completely change your life. Right from age 5, 10 to 80, 90, age is no bar. So as I understood this, I realized I have to contribute. What is my contribution, right? So how do we bring this to everybody? And that is where we realized technology can bring a lot of support in scaling this. Of course, earlier times, you had to go to a physical center, Cognizant, realize that you can learn meditation sitting at home. So with that, what we said is, so we have to build this platform, and we started with Buddha CEO Quantum Foundations. Every youth, so you are here. If you have not learnt meditation, you don't know ABC about meditation, you start using this app and you'll learn and transform yourself. So just short video about the Buddha CEO app so that you can start using it.
Your support and feedback have been invaluable in shaping the Buddha CEO app into a more intuitive and empowering tool for self-transformation. With our latest update, effortlessly access live programs, community events, and guided sessions, all in one place. View upcoming events and join instantly via Zoom for real-time engagement. A seamless learning experience. We've revamped the programs page to provide a smooth and engaging experience. Easily browse upcoming programs and Community Connect events. Enjoy a structured, user-friendly course layout with improved video and content accessibility. Monitor your progress with attendance tracking and completion status for each topic. Autoplay videos for uninterrupted learning. Take notes on course videos and save them for future reference. Your personal AI coach, Sage. Our AI-powered coach, Sage, is now smarter and more personalized. Engage with Sage anytime for insights on meditation, spiritual science, and manifestation.
along with personalized guidance on your transformation journey, whether it's in health, relationships, career, or life purpose. Enhanced meditation features. We've expanded our meditation tools to help you build a consistent and impactful practice. New meditation timer. Set your session length and choose from a variety of meditation tracks. Offline access. Easily access your bookmarked favorites and downloaded content from your library. Coming soon, biometric insights from wearables. We are taking self-transformation to the next level. Soon, you'll be able to integrate biometric data from wearables to gain deeper insights into how your meditation practice impacts your mind and body, including stress levels, heart rate variability, and overall well-being. Beginning, we are continuously evolving the Buddha CEO app into your ultimate personal coach and companion, helping you unlock peak performance, fulfillment, and excellence. Start your transformation today. Get our updated app now and dive into proven techniques, guided strategies, and powerful tools to help you realize excellence, live with purpose, and transform your life.
So the Buddha CEO app, or the meditation app, way we envision is that it becomes your personal coach. While, of course, we have access to many teachers, but you want to practice on your own time at your own pace, you have this, right? So Buddha CEO is a great platform for individuals to take up meditation and continue their journey, right? Now, while individuals and youth and can take up meditation, but as an organization, how do we bring meditation, right? You want to have your teams practice. You want to bring your team together and take up meditation. So as a corporate app, so we've developed, extended this concept as a Be Supermind platform to bring this scientific wisdom of meditation into teams and organization, right? So Be Supermind, what is being Supermind? Is to have the unlimited mindset, to be positive, growth-minded, and unlimited. So Be Supermind, once you bring in, so it's meant for teams and leadership in organizations, courses that are defined specifically for corporate environment, be it your health or relationship, focus for productivity and efficiency, manifesting the goals that you want for your teams, relationship with your team, the alignment within the teams. So any purpose that you have, you can bring that through this platform, right? So you have, you can do a self-paced program or as a group. You have a team, you want to allow them to take up at their own pace. We have many self-paced courses which you can, individuals can take up. But you also want to do as a group, so you can define a group scheduled programs for everyone in your team so that they all come together, right? So you also have many other features, including Sage. Sage we heard a little while ago. Sage is an important element of the platform that we see, because meditation journey needs guidance. The right guidance is important when you want to progress. Many have questions when you start looking at what's happening during my meditation. So at that time, when you don't have the access to teacher, then it becomes a challenge. So that's why to solve that problem, we have what is called as a Sage, where not just the practice of meditation, of course, the practice of meditation questions can be answered, but also many aspects of your journey, right? It is trained with the content that we have gathered across all our communities from the many experiences that we have through our programs. So this is a way and to help you navigate yourself through this journey. Sage is one. We also have many wisdom talks and meditations tracks that you can use within the app. Wisdom talks relevant for corporate world. You know, what happens, how is my thoughts changing the way I work with my team? I have serious escalations, what can I do? How do I deal with that situation, right? So giving meaning to every situation, not giving meaning to any situation. So wisdom around it. So these are collated together in a very structured way so that you can learn and practice. Apart from that, you also have many timer facilities. You want to go into a meeting 5 minutes before that. You want to practice meditation. That's how I started. Before I used to worry. For long meetings I used to worry, but then I realized just a 5-minute meditation before the meeting significantly changes the way I approach the meeting. So you want to have your own timed meditation, you can do it. You can schedule every day. The whole point of this platform is to encourage you to build consistency in your practice. So the scheduled meditations will help you to do it regularly at a specific time. We also have, and one of the core things about the corporate app also is to be able to track the individual goal, individual practice, as well as a team practice. So you have a team of people who are practicing meditation or are going through this program. You want to understand their journey. This allows for reports which will give you this insight. Individually as well, it will give you, information about what, how your practice has been, and motivating you to take it forward, right? So end of the day, this whole practice, the platform is to designed for individual need, right? While as a team you are practicing, whatever that is required for you, you can do it. Whether the right meditation needs to be recommended, that is done through this platform. You want to have the right wisdom or right course that you need to take for individually as well as a team, this can guide you, right? So please do reach out to our team if you need any support in taking up this platform in your organizations, or individually you want to take up and start doing it. You can download Buddha CEO app right away, and into your teams you can take up Be Supermind. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation and also for everything that you do for Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation and QCT. As a token of our gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Satya Prakash of S. Vyasa University to felicitate Rakesh, sir.
I would like to quote Swami Vivekananda. He said, "It's best to work among the youth in whom lies our hope, patiently, steadily, and without noise. With such hope in our youth, Buddha CEO has always strived to introduce meditation to youngsters. We now have another engaging panel discussion with young meditators. I would like to invite the panelists, Dr. Gagan Mohan, Shirisha V. Reddy, Vishwanath Rao, and Vidya Palamarasetti. Dr. Gagan Mohan, a dentist from Bangalore, transformed his life through a 21-day youth program by Buddha CEO Guided meditation shattered his limiting beliefs, leading a daily 30-minute session and even a 3-hour full moon meditation. Committing to the 21-day was crucial for enjoying the true benefits, bringing emotional awareness, transformed workouts, and sustained happiness throughout the day. Ms. Shirisha B. Reddy is an advocate practicing in Bangalore and is also the program manager at Nyaya, an NGO dedicated to the cause of making justice accessible. She is also associated and worked with various government bodies like Karnataka State Legal Service Authority, Women and Child Development Department, and several NGO to train legal champions and create legal awareness at grassroots level to bring community. She started meditating in 2020 and credit meditation to life transformation. Ms. Vidya Pulamarisitti, a marketing executive, Quantum Coherence Technology, and volunteer for Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. Growing up in a spiritual environment, she has observed the changes and benefits of meditation firsthand and wishes to share the same with other young meditators. Vishwanath Rao, working as a software engineer in JP Morgan. He is a Pyramid Youth Movement Association PIMA president, started meditation since 2012 and has been actively advocating meditation and vegetarianism. He takes sessions in colleges and schools. Now I would like to invite the moderator for this panel, Mr. Chandra Pulamarisitti, on the stage. I would also like to extend my invitation to a special guest today, Ms. Divya Shri, a meditation coach and interior designer, has started her journey in 2003 and now made it her mission to make meditation accessible to everyone. She has introduced meditation to more than 1,300 schools, 500 colleges, reaching around 350,000 students.
Let's give a big clap to this Grandmaster. Very relentlessly for the last 20 years. If there is something we can do, we can learn from this master, that we all can do something and empower ourselves. There any time in PSS movement, there are thousands of youngsters. When you started teaching Diveshri, at what age? Like you were 20 years younger, 20 years, 2012, so about 13 years old now, since the time you've been teaching. Any number of youngsters are actively going out and then spreading this cause of meditation because they recognize the power. Patriji recognized youth, contrary to, we keep hearing, youth are distracted, this and that. Who is not distracted? Is youth alone distracted? That's redundant. That statement is redundant. Everybody is distracted. I would say office goers are a lot more distracted than youth. That's what I would see it. They're a lot more addicted to their work, to their phones and this and that. So I never want to single out youth, but they're doing one thing. They rewire the brain so quickly that they can go out and then drop themselves and then immediately embrace the change, because that's the greatest power youth have. They embrace the change pretty very quickly, right? They don't hold on to the dogma. They don't say, no, this is not possible. They say, okay, you're asking, so maybe let's explore it. That's why they're able to explore the power of technology significantly. Of course, here, there, a little bit thing will be there. We are dancing, bouncing here and there like everybody, but they're going to come out pretty quickly. Then, the adult brain, which is neuroscience, that is saying that if you are held upon things again and again, then it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. So it takes time to change. But youth is not that way. So Patriji recognized the power of youth. And so then so many in PSSM, where youth have taken to meditation significantly. And here is another master, Vishwanath. An amazing amount of work that he's doing. And then he took upon himself to do a 3,000 youngster event in Pyramid Valley in August. That's coming up, right? And because they're able to spread it, now when adults take it is there with them, but the youth take it is not there with them, it's rightly there because they want to share. And so we have many of them here, Sirisha and Vidya, of course, Dr. Gagan. And ever since he came on, very, very deeply philosophical. So let's listen to their stories. You heard me a little bit about my story of meditation, everything I was helping. So let me start with Sirisha.
Hello again. Like I think I mentioned even earlier today, I got into meditation in 2020 and my life transformed after that. I was a fresh law graduate, very confidently had said no to a corporate job in one of the big four multinational companies and was pursuing competitive exams. But then very quickly had burnout when I was preparing for it, and that's when I was on lookout for something to help me come out of it. Meditation held my hand. Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation's wisdom came to my life. I came into meditation for just one thing, to overcome my burnout and start studying, but it gave me so much more. Now, anyone asks me about any area of my life, I can pick out an experience and say, this is what meditation has done to me and has brought that transformation. So really grateful. So I used to be a overthinker, lots of negative thoughts, highly critical of myself, a perfectionist. If I do one small mistake, maybe even if during the MCA I had made some small mistake, I wouldn't have forgiven myself for many, many days before. But now, I see everything from a learning perspective. Automatically, my thoughts started becoming positive and in fact miraculous. The very understanding that thoughts create reality, that is my thought create my reality, that understanding gave me a lot of sense of freedom. Everything is in my control. So just one session, and one session was of 21 days, of course, the Buddha CEO's youth program, that definitely transformed my life. And when I was gaining a lot of things on one hand, I was also losing a lot of things. And losing not in sense of negative ways. I was losing the negative thinking, the self-critical nature of mine that was not really serving me. So meditation just enhanced things that served and took away things that didn't. And while I was also preparing for the UPSC exam, and maybe I didn't clear it in the 2 attempts that I gave, I got clarity that I need not just hang on to one thing. I know why I'm pursuing it. So I think I met Chandra sir. I'm very grateful for the guidance he always gives. I got clarity on why I was chasing that exam. I wanted to use my skills, my knowledge, education for the empowerment of society. And within a week after I discussed with sir, there was an opportunity for practicing advocates to go out, work with NGOs and create legal awareness. So there was a lot of judgment from outside, comments saying, why NGO? You can study, you can do so much more, this is not for you. But despite all that judgment from outside, meditation gave me that confidence to take that bold step and decide, no, this is what I want to do, along with practicing advocacy. So it said minimum 3 years of experience, right, while applying, but I had started preparing for UPSC right after my graduation and had very few months of litigation experience. But now I know there are only limitations and we can be open to the unlimited possibilities in the universe. So with all confidence, I applied, and out of all the advocates across Karnataka, there were just 7 positions open, and I was the youngest one to be selected. And so, thank you. And really make that difference that I wanted to make. So I've met so many women and children in person. I do trainings for them. I take up cases pro bono. That has given me a lot of satisfaction. So that was a fellowship for 1 year. But within that 1 year, again, it matched my skills, my passion. It was recognized and I become program manager. I'm leading that fellowship project now at my NGO Nyaya. So by that, again, universe has just given me bountifully everything. And it also comes from the fact that I am creating that reality with all the meditation wisdom. There can be so much more that I can talk, and maybe I will interact with a lot of you and can share those experiences, but I would love to listen to others as well. But just one thing, I have tasted that piece of cake, right? It's so tasty. I just want to share it with everybody else, which is why I actively volunteer with the foundation and always believe in spreading the cause of meditation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Self-criticism and doubt and self-criticism are the 2 core reasons why we don't create things in our life. If certain things are not coming to us because of doubt and self-criticism, there's always doubt, there's always criticism. Criticism, both of them bring energy down, negative energy, putting a reality in the negative way, because thoughts create reality. That's the first thing. Then opposite of self-criticism is self-love. That's the first thing. That's why we are seeing that meditation is bringing enormous amount of liking and interest and love towards ourselves. And so then suddenly things start change, right? So thanks for bringing that message. Let's listen from Vishwanath.
Thank you, sir. So I'm grateful for this opportunity here. I've been meditating from 2012, from the time I was studying. So I was like very ambitious in my life since I had multiple interests like any other youngster. I was very passionate about cricket, so I went to professional cricket coaching while I was pursuing engineering. And at the same time, I was very much interested in dance, so I went to dance as well. So I wanted to achieve the best in all these three fields. And I was like, there were situations where today I have exam, at the same time I have cricket coaching as well. So I used to write my exam in 1 hour and immediately run for cricket coaching. And I was not having that clarity. So I failed in everything. I was in a little bit low state with not having proper guidance and proper direction. So I think that's when they say, right, when you are in dark, complete dark, that's when a light enters, it completely shines. So that's how meditation entered my life. So from there on, since I started listening to Patri Sir's audios, there's wonderful messages there, and one of the audio was Sankalpa Shakti and thought power, right? Where he says, choose one field and that achieve the best in that particular field. Since there's also a concept of multiple lifetimes there. So in each lifetime you choose one field and achieve to the best in that particular field. So that gave me a lot of clarity, and I started exploring spiritual science, right? Which is not being taught anywhere. For example, law of attraction, law of karma, law of continuous evolution. So all these things made me realize that life is something bigger. We are here to experience life, experience and learn. And we still have a dogma in society that failure is something wrong, but failure is a stepping stone for our growth. So again, there is a quote which I always remember from Patri Sir, that failure is, spiritual growth and success is materialistic growth. So either ways we are growing, right? So all this understanding made me believe in myself from a person who had low confidence to a person who was full of confidence, a person who was introvert to a person who was more expressive. So as a child, I was so scared even to enter a dark room. My mom asked to come and switch on the light. So I was that kind of a person. Now if I'm sitting here and speaking, that's all because of meditation. It's all because of the energy that I've gained through meditation. It's all because of a transformation I've gained through meditation. And there is a lot more that has happened in my life. I was able to create my reality. I was able to do things that I wanted to do. I was able to, like for instance, I was in a circumstances where I have to get a job to take care of my family, right? So there was a situation where, like, after experiencing all these failures, I had taken 6 years to complete my engineering. Whereas my friends had taken 4 years and they're still doing some courses, still struggling to find a job. But even if I've taken 6 years to complete engineering, the very next day I had a job in my hand. So how I was able to create this reality is I believed in myself. There were friends who were saying me like, no, you won't get a job. But I believed in myself. Through the practice of meditation, definitely I'll be able to crack it, right? So it doesn't matter if you are a failure, if you are failed in some part of life, if you have failed somewhere, you are going to stop there. It's all about your belief system. It's all about you change yourself, your thought patterns. Whatever you believe to the fullest, the same thing will be manifested into your reality. So it's possible through meditation because you have to also up your energies to create that manifestation. So that's what I've experienced personally, and since meditation has helped me so much in my personal life, sharing it across to everyone became my passion. This is something that I love and enjoy to the fullest. If whatever events we are doing through PAIMA, that is Pyramid Youth for Meditation and Ahimsa, I'm doing it for my own joy. When I have experienced so much, if any other youngster practices meditation and if he's able to transform his life, then the joy, that happiness that I experience through their journey is immense. It's priceless. So that's what motivates me to do whatever I'm doing. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Vishwanath. And a lot of times in government colleges and many education institutes, the quality of education is not there. And where the parents and whether at home, if there's dysfunctional, then students, even the quality is there, but they're not able to focus. Either way, that you are at a significant lack of confidence, because after a while, the grades show and then this and that, the confidence becomes less and less. By the time you graduate, there's no confidence. Many corporates face this, right? Because students are people coming in, they feel less confident, there's no the proper knowledge out there because they missed the whole thing. But what we have seen, when this meditation is given, the confusion to clarity pretty quickly comes. Clarity comes very quickly. Distractions go, clarity comes towards what I should do and not do, because that inner guidance is there. And so as a result, we've seen tremendous amount of change in youth, particularly where youngsters are coming out of colleges. Those who have great guidance from parents, fine. They're going to figure this out. They will have a different kind of issues. But these, with meditation, is absolutely changing. They're making their life, their own life. Vishwanath is talking about it. So many youngsters that I see, they make their life automatically because they have this best guide, best mentor from inside of us. That's what meditation is doing. So thank you, Vishwanath, for bringing it up. So let me have Dr. Gagan.
Thank you, Chandra sir. Vishwanath, Shrisha, I mean, when you guys are telling your story, it's just like a checklist going off in my head, being able to be so relatable. But coming to my intro, right, I don't want it to be just an intro about myself, the benefits it's had for me. We've all heard what all it can do for us. So I want it to be in 3 different parts. One part, I want to actually address all the students here, because I feel like getting meditation incorporated at such a young age for us, 24, 25, 22, it can make a world of a difference. And the second part of it, I want to take it in terms of the actual health part. So coming from the medical field, coming from a medical background, I want to make you all understand how meditation as a single tool can give you one of the best returns on investment. No medication can, no procedure can, for chronic conditions, whether it might be your BP, sugar, thyroid, you name it, we'll get to it. Everything and anything can be at least put into remission, or the effects can be brought down or minimized through meditation. And we'll get into that. So for the first part of it, right, for all the ones out there, the first year, second year, third years, I thought about it. I thought about what would be something that you guys would really want out of this. So I had to put myself 2 to 3 years back when I was studying in college. For me, it was energy. I used to sleep for 10, 12, 13 hours, but always feel tired. I used to wake up groggy. I used to feel never unrested. Go home, sleep, wake up next day, go to college, still feel tired. So why does that happen? That can happen usually when we have a lot of overthinking going on in our head, and especially with our phones, we know how much, we know our screen time. I mean, if you all just look at your Instagram time, YouTube time, I'm pretty sure if it's not in the double digits, it'll at least be 3-4 hours minimum. And that short source of dopamine, that short source of excitement can really take a burden on our brain, right? And we have so many things to deal with. A lot of times, our parents or even the society might not really understand. They might feel like, we have it easy, we have it going good, we have all the facilities. But we live in an age where we have to deal with more than ever. We have all eyes on us, we have expectations on ourselves. And we have social media to make it worse, because we all love comparing, right? And no matter how much we try not to, it does happen. So just talking to you about energy point of view, right? Just as you start meditating, things will change around so quickly. For example, today morning, woke up at 4:30, had a meditation session from 5 to 6, conducted it online, went for a run, did a 5-kilometer, came here, going to interact with all of you, go back home and get more work done. And I still feel energized, more energized than I've ever been. And meditation can actually do that for you, right? Because 1 hour of meditation is equal to 3 hours of good quality sleep. And energy is one point of view. Relationships. I know there are a lot of relationships that happen. There are a lot of lack of clarity. We don't know where we're going. We don't know what we want. And meditation actually helps you get rid of all those extra thoughts, gives you clarity in what you want to do, and it's something that can help you in every aspect of life, whether it might be your physical, your mental, your emotional, your spiritual. It's one thing that I can guarantee that will help you out.
Your journey. We want your journey.
Yes, my journey too. And for example, I absolutely love working out and running. And I always felt, and I've spoken about this to Sir too, I always felt that meditation would make me too calm. It would make me more composed, but maybe lack of energy for my workouts, or whether it might be concentrating for my runs or whatever it might be. But let me tell you, it was nothing but the opposite. And even in terms of challenging my own limiting beliefs, which we spoke about, we do such a good job of capping our possibilities and capping our limits. And I had the same problem too. I always thought, you know what, I can't run more than a kilometer, more than 2, maybe 3, maximum 5 kilometers. But as I was meditating, as I was getting into that clarity state of mind, it went, believe it or not, it went from 5 kilometers to 21 kilometers. That's a half marathon. And 2 21-kilometer races have been done so far, and by the end of the year, I'm planning a 42-kilometer race. And you might all think it's impressive, but at that point of time, I was like, what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing, but I know one thing. Even if I can't run it, I'll walk and finish the race. That's all I want to do. But just having that moment, right, of clarity, thinking, why not this? Why should I put a limit on myself? That particular moment would have probably never happened if it was not for meditation. And that is just one thing. The other thing was starting meditation from 5 minutes, 10 minutes, going all the way up till 30 minutes and 1 hour and even 3-hour full moon meditations after a 21-day program. That's again limiting beliefs which have been shattered. And coming to the second part of it, right, I want to get the audience involved a bit. So I did talk about chronic diseases, and chronic diseases include your BP, your sugar, your thyroid problems, your PCOS, cancers. I just want a raise of hands. How many of you are dealing with some sort of this condition? And you can be completely honest. There is no judgment here, right? It could be even mental fatigue, burnout. So I see around 5 to 10 hands raised. And this is just a small sample of what is out there in the world. All of these chronic diseases have a root cause in has a root cause of imbalance in one of the 4 main pillars, one being the kind of food that you eat, the exercise that you do, the sleep that you get, and your mental and emotional well-being. And let me tell you, there is no other practice apart from meditation that I'm aware of that can actually combine all 4 of these foundational pillars. That is your food, your movement, your sleep, and your emotional health. And I've actually treated patients, and I am treating patients right now, people who have PCOS. Women are probably well aware of that. It's a hormonal condition where your cortisol, your hormones are little out of whack. So meditation is one of the most important things I try to inculcate in their program, because it does wonders to you in all 4 of the criteria. It makes your sleep more efficient, makes your mental and emotional health much better. Even the food that you eat, you start craving for healthier foods, you start restricting your processed foods, and just overall everything. So whatever chronic diseases all of you have, with meditation, it is a no-brainer. You can go to the scientific literature of it. We had another doctor, a neurosurgeon, talk about it. And coming from a medical point of view, you can trust this advice, right? And finally, to finish it off, I always want to go back to the story that I heard Chandra sir tell in one of the 21-day programs. It talked about how when you meet a poor, needy, homeless man, the kind of service that you do, right? If you give him food, he'll be happy for a day, and then he's going to come back tomorrow hungry once again. And you take care of his food, you give him shelter. He's going to be happy for some time, until he wants finances to take care of his wife, his children, and all of them. And then after he gets all the money, it's just more tension and stress. I have this problem, I have that problem. There is no one particular habit or no one particular thing that you can do which would help him across all of these phases. But meditation is that one thing. Meditation, no matter which phase of life you are in, it has its benefits. It finds its way to making your life a much happier one, a much healthier one, and a much prosperous one. So thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gagan. Clearly, you are becoming more and more inquisitive, connecting many dots here together. So beautiful. Now, bringing that health and energy perspective of meditation. Yeah, all illness are psychosomatic. We heard this again and again. And so whoever has raised hands and whoever did not raise, thinking that no, it's probably abnormal. And in our research, we see that 70% and more who are coming to our programs have some kind of challenge of health. Well, rightfully so, because the way that we have got that, the research is right, 95% negative thoughts are there, then of course then all is going to lead towards a psyche that is leading towards a specific kind of body, soma. And so then meditation, of course, makes us forget the past, right? It dissolves the memories, makes us forget the past. And so moves into the present. In the present, there's nothing to think about, worry about, feel about. And so then naturally body goes into the most common condition where the greatly is working, right? And that's why when I first learned about this whole emergency mode, so when we talk about this in a master class in a program, how body goes into a stressful mode, an emergency mode, and then the significant impact it has, the disservice we do to ourselves. Every time we talk about an event, a bad event and a poor event that happened 10 years ago, bring it up and then talk as if to gain sympathy, that causes so much of disservice to ourselves. The moment you understand the knowledge, then suddenly you stop talking about anything that's bad, that's negative, that has happened to us. Because just repeating and reliving that condition. And so that awareness is required, that knowledge is required. So that Dr. Gagan is trying to bring that facts together. But then everyone who's raised the hand will sure be, if you take this meditation, in 3 weeks to 6 weeks later, you will say for sure, either your condition is healing or healed. One of the two, you'll absolutely face it. So let's look for that Vidya.
Thank you, everyone. And I thank the foundation, Divya ma'am, for the wonderful work you do. It's inspiring numbers. It's really, really great to hear. And the reason for this gratitude that I feel is because I grew up in a spiritual family. I grew up practicing meditation. I grew up going to meditation events and observing the miracles that meditation does, because all the points the panelists have mentioned so far, those are, I've seen people going through those experiences, but I myself never had it. I had a comfortable life. I had parents who were understanding, they were spiritually inclined, so there was no agitation growing up. But the minute I went out for college and I kind of stopped engaging with spiritual activities, engaging with meditation, my practice has completely gone away. And I was a journalism student, media and mass comm, and like I was constantly surrounded by negative news. I was constantly in this crisis mode, thinking there is no future out there for me. It is very competitive. The world is burning down. This is my thought process. And that is the kind of understanding I came out after my degree, and I right out of pandemic, and I had a lot of my peers around me. We were talking, and it's the same. I observed that we're all going through the same issues. I knew I had good grades. I knew I had a lot of potential inside me. I even had a lot of spiritual science wisdom growing up. This was all encoded in my brain. But the minute if we don't realize and if we don't practice, that those transformation will not materialize into our life. And that's what I understand now. Because being in that phase, and this was one question I had constantly in my mind. I have all of this potential, and I'm supposed to be energetic. I'm a young person. I should be looking forward to my life. That is exactly not, that's definitely not the situation I'm in. I do not have any, I'm not getting joy from doing anything. And a lot of my peers had the same question. Now I understand it's because we were replaying the same thing again and again in our heads. And one thought we have, and we're constantly stressing on it, and we're never coming out of that thought loop. So I attended in 2022, I attended a retreat in Pyramid Valley, AMR by Buddha Seya Quantum Foundation. And there I had a fundamental shift in the way I understand what meditation is. So far I've been listening to it, but here I saw a very structured, very scientific approach, and very simple to adapt and easy to grasp, right? And it really convinced me to get back into the practice. And once I started doing that, the shift was immediate and it was transformative. Growing up all these days, I always thought people use the word, oh, it's transformative, and I used to think people were exaggerating it. What do they mean transformative? So much world is burning around, what do you say, right? But now I understand, because I've realized I've had that experience, it really is. Every little aspect of your life, for me, will change with meditation. For me, especially mindset shift, right? My perspective about the world changed. I used to be rigid. I used to see everything in blacks and whites and left and right. That's how I saw the world. But coming into meditation, I understand that all of us are going through our own experiences, forming our own perspectives, and we have the potential and all the energy inside us to really create the life that we want. So understanding that, as Sirisha mentioned, is really, has really made it so much more joyful, so much more, like life is breezy now, right? And when Karthikeyan sir, before reading the resolution, he was mentioning the problems are so huge, and sometimes the question comes up like, can we really overcome it? That was exactly the situation I was in before practicing meditation, before really engaging with the spiritual science concepts. And but after going through it, and after seeing so many people inspiring, they're devoting their lives to it, giving up their careers, and they're completely going around taking this message to everyone. They're not doing it because it's a hobby or anything. They've really gone through the experience, and which is why they have the passion to spread that message. So seeing all of that, I realized that a beautiful world is not just like, it is not a far-fetched dream. It is very possible. It is it is in our hands that we can create a very harmonious, equal, peaceful society. We have, every day we see, I use social media, all of us use it. And right out of college, especially, this has happened to me, we're very impressionable. We're influenced by a lot of ideas out there. This garshana, as they say, this agitation inside our mind, and that all of this I have experienced and I've gone through. With meditation and with the perspective change that happened, I can clearly say that the changes I have now, what happened in me was that I finally started making my own decisions. That is one of the crucial things that happened when I started meditating, is I stopped being influenced by anything someone's saying or someone, it's like, this is how it is, it is how it is. I started reaching out, I became aware, more intuitive, and attuned to myself. And I said, from my experience, is this correct or not? Why do I have to assume? Why do I have to question this? So I started questioning, and I really went deep into myself, and I saw that I don't have to subscribe to what the world says, or what the news is saying, or what social media is screaming at me every day. We don't have to subscribe to that. Meditation gave me the power to go into myself, inquire myself, and make my own decisions, and make my own perspective, build my own perspective of the world, and build a positive and inspiring perspective. Now I have more joy. I wake up every day. The other day I was going through my day, and I was just so happy, so grateful, because 3 years ago, this was not me. 3 years ago, a panel like this, speaking and saying these words, I was completely against. I would just simply not believe in it. But now, the confidence I have, the assertiveness that I have, the intuition that I have, the clarity and decision making that I have, it's it's so, like, sometimes I am so surprised at myself. I've become much more grateful after meditation, which is why thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you're doing at Paima and with young people. And I have to say, it brings me so much joy serving and working to take the message of meditation to people around the world, young people or corporates or homemakers. I think we are headed towards, there is definitely chaos around us, but this is the solution to, like, the solution. Inner transformation is the one solution that will give us the facilities to change it for the better. I deeply, deeply believe that now. So that has been my journey, and thank you. Thank you.
That's all we want. If youngsters can conclude that this is it, this is the solution, then what more you want? Then their energy has to spread because they are energetic by nature and less rigid by nature. So thank you, Vidya. So amazingly talked about. I'm going to quickly ask you, got to tell in 2 words, okay? Like Sagar said, some rapid, but very easy. Your meditation practice, how many minutes? And then one book that changed you, okay? How many minutes? One book. That's nothing but no words.
Minimum 30 minutes.
Per day?
Yes, per day. Minimum 30 minutes per day. Book, You Can Heal Your Life by Louis Hay.
You Can Heal by Louis Hay. Okay. Gagan.
Meditation for 30 minutes per day. The book would be The Power of Your Subconscious Mind.
Power of Subconscious by Joseph Murray. Okay, wonderful. Vishwanath.
Yeah, for me that would be same around 30-35 minutes per day, whenever possible, even before going to bed. And the book would be The Surrender Experiment by Michael A. Singer, that really helped me transform.
Awesome. Surrender Experiment by Michael Singer, a billionaire turned into a great coach now. Yes, Vidya.
I average about 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes.
And the book that really transformed me was Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh.
Neil Donald Walsh, which what influenced me also significantly. Yes, Divya will come to her. One more start from you. What spiritual concept you use? Concept means like the gratitude, things we're getting, right? What concept you use mostly are, something that you really love with?
Every
Thoughts,
action.
create reality.
So,
yeah.
yes, this is the concept that I really grasped from Conversations with God. Every time I have to make a decision or I'm confused about something, the way I connect with my intuition or get clarity is, am I doing this out of fear? Or is fear the core emotion that is driving the decision? Or am I making this decision because it is joyful and I really, really love and passionate about it? Because being interested, being passionate about something, all of that comes from, the core emotion is love, and that is the concept that I use.
Awesome. And love and fear, so using through love as a guidance, your GPS.
So for me, there are 2 quotes that I always remember, which was told by Patri sir. That's one from Jesus, like, seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness first, then all else will be added unto you. And the second thing is spiritual health is a root and physical health is a fruit. So whenever I see if there is some deviation, I always come back to these principles, these basics, and see like where I'm somewhere deviating, which part of me is deviating, and come back to these practices. And whenever I've done that, I've again on my path. Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
That's great.
For me, it would be 2 quotes. The first one being, service unto others is service unto oneself. And service in the form of meditation became the type of service that I'd want to do. I would rather prefer, this shouldn't be coming from me, but I would rather prefer servicing in the form of meditation than going to a health camp and doing the medical aspect of it, because I see what meditation can do in the long term and how it can actually help you out in every phase of life. I think that might just be the most superior form of service that you can do. So that's one. And the second thing which I've taken up, probably it's not been more than a week or 2, but something that really resonates with me inside is just affirming the line, I am prosperous at everything that I do. and there is no tagging as to whether it's career or money or relationships or whatever, because it encompasses everything. It's the umbrella under which everything in my life falls under. So just affirming that every day from the bottom of my heart, I think that could be my new favorite line.
If it's a statement, like I already mentioned, it's our thoughts create reality. So both ways, even if I'm facing a challenge, I go back to it and analyze which thought of mine is serving that situation in real life. But if you were talking about practices, I use different ones for different challenges. Like I practice gratitude, also affirmations to reprogram some of the limiting beliefs I have. And a lot of self-love, like Gagan was mentioning, I use a lot of affirmations. Of course, self-love has grown with meditation, but even working more on that through affirmations.
Awesome. Thank you. So several concepts they all could learn through you. So while you're here, let's listen from Divyashri. I have great respect, and entire PSM has great respect. Patri used to spend so much time with her because single-handedly ever since she learned, she made it her mission to go and then teach meditation to millions and lakhs of students. Now, yes, Divya.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, myself Divyashri. ನಾನು ಇಂಟೀರಿಯರ್ ಡಿಸೈನರ್ ಆಗಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು 2003 ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಿವಿಯರ್ ಗೈನಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಹೆವಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಲೋಪತಿ, ಹೋಮಿಯೋಪತಿ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಯಾವುದರಿಂದನೂ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವಿಗರಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ 3 months, ಆಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಸಹ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸಿನ್ಸ್ 2003 to till date, I haven't taken any single medicine, any single pill till date. This is my health transformation. And studies and college, ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಫೀರಿಯಾರಿಟಿ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆಗ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೂ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಭಯ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನೇನೋ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಟರ್ಪಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈ ಆಗಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಗೇನ್ ಪತ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನೀನು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಜರ್ನಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆವತ್ತಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಸೈಸ್ಲಿ 3,60,000 ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬಳೇ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್. ನಾನು ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೊರತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಟು 10th ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 3 ಬ್ಯಾಚಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. 1st to 4th ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇಸ್ 5th to 7th ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 8th to 10th. ಸೊ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಟು 4th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 20 minutes ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಓಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸಹ ಯಾರು ಕಣ್ಣು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಡೀಪಾಗಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಡೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ 1st and 2nd ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್ ಲಿಟ್ರಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅದು CC ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ HM ನೋಡಿ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅವರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮೆನಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆನಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವೈಸ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್. ನನಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಮೈಗ್ರೇನ್ ಹೆಡೇಕ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಒನ್ ಡೇ ಲೀವ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೆ, ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಕ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಮನೇಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 1.5 ಇಯರಿಂದ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್, ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟ್ರಿಯೇಟಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ಗೆ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 1500 ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಬ್ಬರು, ಒಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವರು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ VRS ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸಿಂದ VRS ತಗೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಅವರ ಲಂಚ್ ಬ್ರೇಕಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಡಮ್ VRS ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಅವರು VRS ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಂತೆ. ಸೊ ಫುಲ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಅವರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂತರ ಅವರು ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ಹುಡ್, ಫ್ರಮ್ 6 year ಏಜ್ ಟು ಟಿಲ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರೆತ್, ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚೇಂಜಸ್, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ ಡೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೈ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಯಾರು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಟಫ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ನೀವು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋದೆ, ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯಿತು, ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, 100% ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ಸಿಂದ ಓವರ್ಕಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎ ಲೈವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ನಾನು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಟಿ ವಿ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನೈಟ್ ಟಿ ವಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 10 o'clockಗೆ ಅರ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ 4-5 ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಟಿ ವಿ ಮ್ಯಾರಥಾನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ವಾಶ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ವೆಪನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಕು, ನಾವು ಏನನ್ನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಸಹ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಏನನ್ನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಹರ್ಡಲ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಓವರ್ಕಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ನನ್ನ ಇಂಟೀರಿಯರ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು 10th ಇದ್ದಾಗ 52% ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ 82%. ನನ್ನ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಆದ ಒಂದು 12 years ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಇಂಟೀರಿಯರ್ ಡಿಸೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, 1 ಸೆಂಟಿಮೀಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ 1 millimeter ಡ್ರಾಯಿಂಗ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೂ ಡ್ರಾಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ಬೈ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೈ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಿಂಗ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ನಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಸಹ ಸಾಧಿಸಬಹುದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೋ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಕೈ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್. ಪತ್ರಿಜಿಯವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಫ್ಲೈ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಸ್ಕೈ ಇಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್.
Sky is no limit for you. Awesome, Divya. So just take the mic again. So you've been traveling now 13 years, right? Almost every day you told that you go out. What drives you? Why every day like this, morning to night?
Every day, I mean, from Monday to Saturday classes will be there, except summer holidays and Dasara holidays.
Only Monday to Saturday. The way she said it, I thought she won't go. Every day, Monday to Saturday. Okay.
Monday till Saturday. So some divine energy is driving me. Starting, some kind of hurdles was there. I mean, not getting proper permissions from management and schools and so many other challenges. But I keep on trying. Some of the other contacts I got from those particular institutions. Starting teachers was helping me, and then secretaries, and then presidents, and then school managements. Like that, higher hierarchy was helping me to teach meditation. So
sometimes you go to classes, there'll be unruly children, they won't listen, they won't care. Would you also think like, why am I here? Like, what am I doing?
No. No, that kind of situation I have never faced. So
only those who are less energetic, I think, face that. who keep thinking, oh, these ways don't cooperate, then they won't cooperate. Maybe yours is like real focus. They're absolutely falling in place, so they're falling in place for you.
That divine energy force is driving me.
The divine energy force. But how do you get the divine energy force?
Sorry, sir?
How do you get that force with you?
That I don't know. That flow with the nature.
Meditation is bringing that flow with you. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. So how many schools that you said?
Around 1,700 schools and 800 colleges.
My God. Okay, so right.
In and around Karnataka.
Karnataka. How many kilometers you go? Sometimes how far you go and how many kilometers you go in a day?
So per day, I travel in my two-wheeler around 50 kilometers one way, coming back one way. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಮನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಚನ್ನಪಟ್ಟಣ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 700 ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಟ್ರೈನೀಸ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ 7 o'clock to 8:30 ಸೆಷನ್ ನಮಗೆ ಅಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಫ್ರಮ್ ಜಯನಗರ್ ಟು ಚನ್ನಪಟ್ಟಣ 1.5 hours. ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಹೋಮ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 4:45 or 5 o'clock. I reach there by 7 and I complete police training class, and then again 2 to 3 schools. I come back by 5 o'clock, and then my office works in laptop work from home concept, and then again sleep by around 11 o'clock, and again 3:30 wake up. Like that some days will happen, but literally no point of tiredness. I don't know how I was driving, how I am taking classes. Everything was going very, very, very smoothly. Once if we step on to the service, some kind of invisible energy, some kind of divine force is protecting us. That's for sure.
Thank you, Divya. For some people it may look like, what is mad activity, right? There are many masters who go door to door and then knock the doors and then give pamphlets. And then people tell them, boys, you don't have any work or what? They say, and they talk like this. But they don't take it anything. They'll just go to the next one, and they'll go back to their home again 1 week later. Who knows, they'll change, right? The person might change. And so they continuously do, because only those who experience, enjoy the benefits of meditation can relate to it. And then they know that it means something for everybody, and so they continue to pursue it, even though they don't see it as a rejection. For a meditator, there's no rejection. Who is rejecting whom? Because meditator connected to the whole, and so you're personally experiencing. That's why right meditation is important. In the right meditation, we connect to the whole, so we relate to everybody as us. And so there's never a rejection. Somebody says, no, okay, must be bad mood. Okay, must be a little bit, going through some challenge or whatever. Okay, must be irritated. It's okay, fine. Tomorrow I'll go pursue again, right? So that's the only way that people like Divya are able to just, drive through that, because they're truly connected. That divine force she's got happens. When you have a great intention, automatically the divine force happens with you. So thank you, Divya. Thank you, dear friends, for a wonderful sharing here. Let's conclude it here and then move on to the next session. And
I would like to invite Bindu Madam, Sai Kripa Sagar sir and Suresh Kalburgi sir to facilitate the youth panelist.
Good afternoon to all the members here and the masters and friends. I have a question for Divya. I have just recently joined this meditation from Jan onwards. How you are able to manage the family and then your personal things along with this? Because I want to come into it, but still the work, the personal kids and the husbands and the other relations, how you are able to manage all these things at the time, how much you are spending for this?
I think Bindu madam can answer this question.
Madam, you practice more meditation, you'll have your answers. That's all.
I'm doing that.
Yes, practice more. Since when did you start?
From Jan onwards.
Jan onwards. So just practice a little more, study more, then you will have your own answers. You'll know. You'll suddenly realize. Somebody said today, right? Suresh said it. 24 hours. You know where to spend time. It's called figuring out what is non-essential and essential.
Okay.
Every day you start thinking. For example, here we just need to be there together. Today we're sharing knowledge. Are all these chairs and air conditioning, all this essential?
Not required.
Not required. All we need is people are required. Normal chair is also okay. A mic is another, we all come together and then sit down closer and do it also. So non-essential is there, essential is there. And so meditation will help us to figure out where am I spending my time. And then you'll automatically slowly replace. Oh, that I'd pick up a phone call and talk to my mother again and again and again, my sister again and again. In 1 hour will go.
Understand.
You'll realize
yes,
there's only 2 minutes essential is there.
Absolutely.
So that's what will happen. So you will gain so much time that you'll automatically drive it towards everything. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So friends, I'm personally very inspired by Divashri madam because see, I also used to join to the police training in Channapatna, and everyone there recognizes her as an iron lady, right? She is one lady who travels all the way early in the morning, that too on a scooter of hers, and then ensures that she's before time. And then she gives the best of the shot and then teaches and inspires everyone and then come back. That is consistent, So, and by listening to her stories, I feel we have so much more to do. Right, so that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Some youngsters here? No? Yeah, of course. Young senior citizen.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಇರ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಮೆಸ್ಟ್ರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಗಳು, ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಆಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಮಸೀದಿ ನಮಾಜ್ ಆಗೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಊಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಜಾವ ಮಸೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಾಜ್ ಆಗೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಎದ್ದೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಈ ಚಳಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಮಳೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಗಾಳಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಎದ್ದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದಬೇಕು. ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಗುರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಗುರು ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಕಲಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ಆಗಿನ ಪದ್ಧತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಒಂದು, ನಾವು ಈ ಓದಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ನೀವೀಗ ಈ ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಾ ಇದಿತ್ತ, ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ದೀಪ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು 4 ಜನ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ವು. ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆತ್ತು, ನಿನ್ನ ನೆರಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೀವು ಈಗಿನ ಒಂದು ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಆಗ ನಾನು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚುಗಾರಿಕೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಿನ ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಗುರುಗಳು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದು ವೇದವಾಕ್ಯ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಲೇಬೇಕು, ನಾಳೆ ದಿವಸ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು, ಹೈಯರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ ಯಾರು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬರೀ ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರು ಅಂತಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮೈಂಡೆಡ್. ಈ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದಿರುತ್ತೋ ಏನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಅದ್ರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಆಗ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್, ನನಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಸದ್ಯ EM ಹೋದ್ರಾ, ನಮಗೆ ಬರೋದು ನಿಂತೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಟೇಬಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಹ ನಾನು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಲೌಡ್ ಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೋಡ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು. ಅದು ಸೆಸ್ನಾ ಏರ್ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೈಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಈವನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ SK ಪಾಟೀಲು ಮತ್ತು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಯಾರು ಗಂಡಸ್ರ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ನೀವೇನು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಿರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೆ ನಾನೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಧ್ಯತೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಧ್ಯತೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದೆ. ಏನೋ ಅವತ್ತು ದೈವ ಸಹಾಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಳೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ನಮಗೆ ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಗುರುಗಳು ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ, ಮದುವೆ ಆದಮೇಲಿಂದ ಮನೆಯವರು, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸಿಗದೇ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕಲ್ತಿರೋದು ಹೀಗೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿತ್ತು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಕರ್ತಾಡನ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. Let me invite Srirangadamu Garu. Sagar, 1 second. Srirangadamu Garu once. So Srirangadamu Garu came. Please come here, sir. Come here. Where is that? I gave you that handout. So he was talking about meditation for 1 million students. And we all heard about this in Thailand. There is every year they do a year. I thought it was one time. But then Sir came and said, it's not one time, they do it every year. 1 million students come together, meditate, all right? So say yes, sir. So he came to our office the other day and said, sir, why don't we do this? Okay. And then maybe this is the time to talk about this and then say, yes, let's take up a project of that nature. Yes, sir, briefly about this.
Hari Om. Namaskaraha Sarvesham. Subha Sayinkalaha. Aham Samskrita Pracharakaha. संस्कृत शिक्षकः तदर्थम् अहं संस्कृते एव सम्भाषणं कर्तुं प्रयत्नं करोमि. सर्वेषां कृते अर्थं भवति. इदानीम् अहम् एक थाईलैंड मध्ये 3 वारं गतवान्. ध्यानं पतञ्जलि महर्षिः वदति, योगः चित्तवृत्ति निरोधः. यदा स्वस्वरूपे अवस्थायां तद्ध्यानेन अस्माकं स्वस्वरूपं ज्ञातुं शक्यते. तदर्थं थाईलैंड मध्ये 1 मिलियन मेडिटेटर्स फॉर वर्ल्ड पीस इति एका कान्सेप्ट रूपेण 10 लक्ष 1 मिलियन इत्युक्ते 10 लक्ष जनाः ध्यानं कुर्वन्तः सन्ति. तदर्थं मम संकल्पः अस्ति, भारतदेशेपि 10 लक्ष जनानाम् एकत्र करणीयम् इति. तदर्थं चंद्र महोदयेन सह संभाषणं कृतमस्ति. ते अंगीकार कृतः. अनन्तरं
ikkada andaru they all understand English or Telugu or Kannada.
अर्थं ज्ञातुं शक्यते महोदय. शक्यते. अनन्तरं साई कृपा सागर महोदय
English or Kannada.
ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ 3 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ಥಾಯ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೋಗ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು 2 ಬಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡ ಆ ಥಾಯ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಾಗ 1 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಟರ್ಸ್ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಚಂದ್ರಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಆದ್ವಿ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಈ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರ್ಷಿ ಇದು ಪತ್ರಿಜಿ ಅವರ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ವ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸರ್ವೇ ಜನಾಃ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರಂ ಕೃತವಂತಹ. ತದರ್ಥಂ ಅಗ್ರಿಮ ಜೂನ್ ಮಾಸತಃ 1 मिलियन मेडिटेटर्स फॉर वर्ल्ड पीस इति एका गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट आरंभं कुर्मः. इदानीं साई कृपासागर महोदयेन सह संभाषणं कृतमस्ति. धन्यवादः. हरि ओम. जय गुरुदेव. जय गायत्री माता.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, we definitely take inspiration from that event. And so since Buddhasri Quantum Foundation, PSSM, with PIMA, Pyramid Youth for Meditation Ahimsa, is actively working, I think bringing 100,000 students together into a venue and then doing meditation is something that we can definitely dream about, and then we can actually think of bringing them together, maybe Air Force Jakkur Airfield, right? We are thinking of starting a project where we teach in colleges and schools regularly. Where is Divya? You're right here. Since we are teaching into the colleges and schools regularly, and we pick a day, and it could be December 21st, it could be June 21st, any day doesn't matter, I think what is available, and then with the cooperation of the college management, we bring them, right, school management, And then, of course, PSM has done these events. It's not that new. They've done this with 5,000 students, 10,000 students, but 100,000 students, we dream to bring them in cooperation with government. I think that's possible now. And then we all together. St. Joseph ground itself has got 100,000. Okay. Accommodate easily. So one is one thought. The other thought I have is that in Kailasapuri, anyway, we're doing annual event of 40,000 people are coming anyway for the meditation. We bring 60,000 more children, students there, they'll have 100,000 people event. So something or the other we look to do, and then with SAR's inspiration, and then SAR is going to take it up. Yes, sir, please come here. And then SAR will be an active participant and promoting this particular thing, bring many, many organizations together. But we want to have 100,000 students come together and then meditate. It will be an amazing, amazing message to the world, right? Start with 1 lakh students. We'll go to a million a little later. So, all right. So 100,000 students will start with. And, group meditation, there's so much research is there, all that we can learn through. But then if they all come together and make one single intention, so much change can happen, right? So how many all here will want to participate and then bring your known students and then teachers or whatever to this event? Okay, awesome. We are here, even about 100 of us, we take one school each one, and the model that SAR is saying is that that organization works with the school and then goes there and then does a program or the two, maps them a little bit, works with them. You got to work brick by brick. You can't just simply announce and say people come. That's a different outcome altogether. But they spend time, work with them, give sessions or whatever, then they get the management in agree, and then students also. So then at the end of the year, they bring all of them to this common place, right? So it requires us to really do this kind of work, and so that's truly the right work, because then it's not only one-time event, it's also year-round event you're doing too, right? That's what we want. It's not a show. It is really in the name of the project, you want to introduce meditation to so many people, right? So thank you, sir. So we will take up, right? We'll decide some date for this, and then we'll bring it up, and then it's a project. Of course, we ought to really work for it. Then only things happen. All right, sir? Okay. So let's give a big clap to this 1 lakh student project program that we will do, either in Bangalore and Hyderabad. One of the places we'll decide. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So now, madam, little later, in the next session. Yes, please. Felicitation.
years actually I have been working with a company. So I was only a developer in that project. Actually, I had manifested the particular salary. I had asked for a 300% hike. So before a week, I got a mail from that 2 years back client that we were impressed on your work. So we want you to join our company and we will provide you this salary XYZ. That whatever I have decided. I'm so surprised.
I had a dream where my daughter was sitting for the medical entrance, and she started doing the meditation. We started doing sort of a vision board. We started visualizing as it, she got her results, she got her very good grades, she was wearing a stethoscope around her. We started living in a completely different world. And so on the day of the results, she had extremely good results. And can you imagine, at the end, she had 3 offers the same day from 3 top universities in England.
I had this, it's called the cubital syndrome. It's the pinching of the nerve. I just did these affirmations, right, that I'm completely healed. Like constantly I was doing that, right? And I had an appointment with the doctor, and the doctor said there's nothing wrong, that I don't need any kind of procedures or anything, and it'll heal itself. It's just like a little bit of a thing, doing meditation and manifesting and that affirmation, that helped a lot.
I manifested for exam. I make a vision board. I started visualizing all the things, how my interviews are going well, and started converting my limiting thoughts to empowering thoughts. And this way, I got 2 offer letters. Yeah, I am so happy for this.
I would like to share from my daughter's perspective actually. So she was writing a step 1 exam to go to US after her MBBS. Actually, I had heard from you, Chandra sir, that always you create your own reality through your thoughts. So I was constantly telling her that you create your reality. So just focus within and whatever you feel will come through. She did that. Through that period, she was meditating and constantly she was, inside, she was believing that she'll make it. And she really did well. Like, she got through it.
Allow yourself to merge into your breath. Allow yourself experience the emptiness around you. When you observe your breath, your mind slowly and slowly becomes empty. Thoughts are natural. When you notice you are thinking, gently go back to observing your breath. And allow yourself to slowly merge in to that lighter, shallow, intelligent, connected in-breath and then out-breath. All emptiness is energy. This is the quantum field of energy, the field of creation. The longer you stay aware of this emptiness, that energy, the more you tune in to the abundance of healing energy, empowerment energy, mystical energy, or whatever you can become aware of. Everything that you ever experienced or will experience is here in this field. The more you stay connected to this energy, to this emptiness, blackness, the more miraculous you become. less matter, more emptiness and energy. When you empty your mind of thought, you move away from matter. You merge into this field of energy, the field of one. The field of all past, present and future. The longer you stay connected to it, to that inner calmness, the more you work on something from your past, and the more you move into a new future. Merging to that emptiness, that energy. yourself distracted in thought, go back to observing your breath and allow yourself to find that emptiness. leave the field of consciousness, awareness. Constantly guiding you. The longer you stay connected to this emptiness of no body, of no thing, the more intuitive you become, the more insightful you become. here many times, and always merge into this field. As that ever existing, ever expanding, ever blissful field. Sat Chit Ananda. Into this field of intelligence, your greater mind. Everything and everyone are connected here as energy. You stay aware of this field of energy as no body, as no thing. The more one you become, the more empowered you become. field of divine. The more you are with it, this emptiness, the field of nothingness, the more expansive you become, the more unlimited you become. And the more equanimous you become, friends, at this time, I'd like you to express gratitude to all things and everyone in your life. Can you express gratitude to your parents, to your teachers, mentors, to your family, friends, colleagues, everybody? Be grateful to this grand nature, the bird, the fish and the animals, to everything you use, the technology, the system, the companies, the governments. Your gratitude to yourself and to this intelligent universe for helping us experience this life. Many are not so blessed. Gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. Relax your body. And let your autonomous nervous system repair your body as you relax. How did you feel? What did you see? Recollecting the experiences from the session. Whenever you're ready, you can keep your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds and then open your eyes. Okay, friends. Wonderful. We have meditated for how long? Can anybody tell? Yes. I meditated for close to 40 plus minutes. Give a big pat on your back. So that concludes our last meditation, which I just did it before. Did anybody feel something profound? That's a long time. How many people felt they're floating? I didn't feel their body at all. Your headache went. Okay. All right. Nice. We have a small session. Should we do it online? Should we do it now? The agenda had mind to matter. Mind to matter. So from mind we create matter. The manifestation tools. That is the essence of this program. Let me see, we can get this wrapped up in about 20-25 minutes, so we'll still try to be on target for 5:30 closure of this conference. Okay? Placebo effect. Placebo effect. How do people know about this concept of placebo effect? Okay, so many. Right? You know, a story that I was deeply, deeply touched with in terms of the power that we have, each of us have when you believe in something. And this is beautifully documented in Mind to Matter, that a student, an youngster belonging to Germany, in those times, how many of you know that Russia disintegrated into the Russian Federation, became Russia, and then many, many countries it became, right? You know, it happened in sometime in 80, 81, 82. Gorbachev was the president of Russia at that time. So this youngster who is in Germany, and he was, there is always, the East Germany, West Germany had this conflict, right? Now one is towards Russia, another is towards the NATO summit, NATO side, that means the west side, and Russia is, East Germany always sided with Russia. So they had a wall, right? The Berlin Wall they're called, the wall is there. And so this youngster always was worried because he saw always there is conflict, there is heat, there is always, you know, that Cold War, and they don't know who will fire missiles at the other And so then it didn't make sense to him that no, somebody somewhere, and then that impacts their lives because there's two people at the two sides of the coin. And so they're getting impacted day to day because people sitting in Moscow, which is so far away, people sitting in America so far away, didn't really matter to them, but the people on the borderline there, it matters to them. So he felt, what is this? And how can I be impacted so much about day to day, every day? And said, I got to do something about it. This youngster, and he was just learning flight travel. He was becoming a pilot. So he knew how to fly planes, and he was learning that. And so this youngster, that time, he was learning how to fly planes, but then he was burned by this particular event that is happening that time, incidents and situation. And so he wanted to really make it a point, and he wanted to bring to the notice of the world about how much people like him, youngsters like him, are burning and saying, hey, whatever you guys are doing is absolute nonsense. You know, somewhere somebody egoistic in nature, you are trying to cause playing with so many lives here. He wanted to bring that point, but he believed in it. He was just pretty ordinary citizen, very, very, very ordinary citizen, meaning he didn't have any powers per se. And so he wanted to make a point, and so he plans and then hires a Cessna aircraft. The company, the model was Cessna of certain number. Aircraft, he hires a craft. I guess he had some money to hire. And so hires a craft because he's a pilot, so he got some hours of training, so they could give him. And then he wanted to, he charts a route and says, I want to go to Moscow. I want to land my plane in Moscow. I want to demonstrate to the world because going into Russia is impossible. USSR is a very, very advanced country with respect to all scanning, you know, all this missile technology and everything they had a long time ago. It's a very advanced country. So going into Russia, very, very close country at that time, and then landing a plane, he thought will create world history. Now, he just had this belief, and it could be naive. It could be very, very naive. Because you know what, you're just going into Russia, and then they can easily shoot the plane. They very, very easily shoot the plane. This whole concept is talking about is to figure out and is to understand the power of a belief, power of a thought, you know, impeccable without having any doubt. If you believe in something, it can be yours. Manifestation science, the mind to matter means mind, which is thought process, which is thought, becomes matter. And so he truly, truly believed in wanting to create. It could be naive. He didn't even think, what happens if Russia shoots me? All that he didn't think. He just said, I have to go. That's all. I have to go. And so then he charts a path. Just before that time, about a few weeks ago or whatever, there was a meeting held between Gorbachev and then that time President Ronald Reagan in Greenland, you know, one of those northern pole countries. And so then there was a meeting held, and then those talks did not really come to any conclusion, so they fizzle out. And so then he was very disappointed. So he says, okay, I'm going to chart a path. I'm going to go to that place. And he flies the plane to that place. And then he wants to get whatever, that was some kind of energy or whatever was there. And from there, then he starts flying in towards Russia. So he has a path, you know, the appropriate neighboring countries of Russia. He can go there. He lands his flight. From there, one fine day, he takes off to go into Russia. Now, when he goes into Russia, now this is a very, very beautifully documented real-life story. As he starts flying in his plane into Russia and we enter the Russian border, the moment you enter the border, of course, they're going to be there enough of this technology that's detecting. So sadly, Russian air technology detects that there is some intruder plane has come in. When the intruder plane is coming, they detect, then the first point of impression for the people who detected and they saw is that, oh, this looks like our Air Force training plane. Russia had Air Force training planes. So it looked pretty much like that. So they simply ignored at that point that, okay, it must be one of our Air Force training planes, so just training. All right. So then they left it. And then a little moving forward, and then apparently that day happens to be some National Day, Air Force Day, where they were, about most of the people are on holiday. That day happens to be in holiday, national holiday, particularly for the defense teams, and most of the defense personnel were on holiday. So that means what? Now he's flying on a day, which he didn't plan, but he was flying on a day, and then suddenly more than half the people are on leave. So the less monitoring is happening that day, isn't it? And so there's less monitoring, right? And so even though one person might have thought that, okay, it looks like, you know, really our trainer, a friendly plane, maybe some pilots are training, But then if you have every step, somebody or the other would have immediately pointed and said, no, let's go and investigate. So nobody bothered, right? Then once somebody concluded, he said, fine. So then it kept moving. Now suddenly, after a while, they get doubtful about it. And so they wanted to really go, so they send a fighter plane. They send a MiG to close to, they call escort planes. They wanted to send an escort plane to have it come and then land. Now he does intelligently, he removes the air traffic control system, that he removes the transponder or whatever, so that there's no communication. He can't really listen to them, neither they can communicate to him because he removed that. He switches off the system in the plane. So now since he is not listening and they are communicating and saying, I want you to land, and so he's not, obviously the plane is not at all responding. So they send a guiding plane, right? And then so they go, and they notice that it is not their they're not their Air Force training plane. They noticed at that point. So then they wanted to do something about it because not responding. They communicate but it's not responding. Just when they wanted to do something, they were trying to decide, communicate to the ground. These fighter planes, they communicate to the ground, and so they were trying to debate and say, generally if you don't respond, they shoot. They try to guide, and if you don't respond, they try to shoot the plane. They wanted to do that. But in the meanwhile, this plane enters into thick clouds. And so then now suddenly it is untraceable. Now it is in the clouds somewhere. And then that areas, wherever that is flying by, so clouds, so it absolutely cannot be traced. So then the fighter planes come down, because what do? It's gone into the clouds, there's no communication. Where do you search in this whole thing? And so it keeps going towards Moscow. Now somewhere along the way, by then, they wanted to shoot or not shoot. Now if you want to shoot a plane, generally you normally take a commander would have given a decision. But apparently it turns out that about 3 months ago, Russia shot a civilian plane thinking that it is a foreigner plane. So there is a huge cry in the world that time that Russia is just really bad. It shoots civilian planes. Civilian planes means normal passengers were there. So a lot of casualties were there. Because of that event, the Russian Air Force had taken a decision that if you are ever to shoot a plane, you have to take permission from the Russian defense minister, not at the lower level. So they changed the rule. So now if we have to shoot the plane, they have decided and said this is not our plane, we want to shoot, but then to shoot they have to take a defense minister permission. Now mind you, now that day is a holiday, so many people are not available to come to conclusions and decisions. And it apparently turns out that the defense minister, when they tried to contact, he went into a day-long meeting with somebody. It was in a day-long meeting. When you're day-long meeting and these things, whatever reason, again, maybe many people are on holiday, so you could not be contacted. They had to wait outside. Okay, whatever maybe it appears, funny, it appears an unbelievable story, but then they could not contact the defense minister because he was in a meeting, and so they were waiting. In the meanwhile, the flight went forward. Now again, it demonstrates the clouds as it comes into the border of Russia. There, one Air Force actual training school spots it again, because everywhere these scanners are there. It spots it again. And then they very, very casually conclude that it is not, it's a friendly plane only. But then by that time it is actually going towards the Moscow airport and all of it. So that's when they recognize. But then Moscow airport, he couldn't rightly land because he would potentially crash into something. So he wanted to, at that point, the student who is flying the plane, while they decided it is not the case, they left it there. But again, one more point where they left and then it goes forward. But then he wanted to, at that point, I don't remember the story, but then he wanted to land the plane somewhere. Now when you want to land the plane, he suddenly notices a bridge, a long bridge. And you must have seen in Russia's photographs. There are several bridges, there are rivers that go through connecting. And then one of the long bridges is in maintenance that day. Because in maintenance, one side of the road bridge was closed, and so then there's no traffic on the bridge. And so he's got a runway, because he's trying to land this flight, and then he's got a runway because that road, which is a multi-lane road, highway, right? One side of the highway is closed for maintenance, so it's available, so he could go and then land his plane on that road. Now here's what happens. Now when he's landing the plane, that time, one of the Westerners was traveling, visiting, he was like a reporter, either news media reporter or somebody was there who was staying in a hotel near that bridge. He comes out in the morning for walk, And then normally he doesn't carry his camera, but he carries his camera and then coming for a walk. And then as he's walking around, he's seeing a plane landing right on the bridge right there. Because the bridges usually have pathways, usually people go out and then from there you see the whole thing very beautiful, right? So he's going there for the pedestal pathway walking, and then he sees plane landing, he records it. And then he records it, before even anybody knows it, he goes to the hotel and uploads it into the world. In Russia is not possible. Just like that. Because this has happened in a remote place where the cameras, nobody is monitoring, so you could record it and then uploads into the world, so the world gets to know. Now here is what's happened, right? So of course they take him, immediately try to take control of him and then put him in a jail or whatever. But by then, the news has gone to the world. Everybody got to know that there is a young boy landed a flight in there. Now here is what happened. Because of this, this is a huge security breach for Russia. Huge security breach, because somebody, an amateur, was able to fly the plane all the way in, and then nobody even could actually do anything, and then landed right there. And so because of this, then Gorbachev took it as an opportunity to dismiss some hardliners in defense who were resisting Russia to be broken up. Are you with me on this? Because there's a huge cry and price, he had to do something, and so Gorbachev took an opportunity to remove the hardliners who were stopping the Russia breaking up or remove the Cold War, because the Cold War subsequently gone, right, after this has happened. But dear friends, now this story has a significance from a manifestation perspective, right? Now, what are the chances here that a boy wanting to make a difference, and he created a difference because it led towards entire Cold War to be completely gone, so removed, that is dissolved, that the whole situation changed for the entire world. It's like a small virus of COVID comes and the entire world is impacted, right? One thought, somebody's impeccable or no undoubtful intention that I have to do something. Now if it is rightfully there, then it is so beautifully supported by the nature. Now, if you look at this story, how many coincidences he had? The coincidence he had, then as he enters into this Russian space in the beginning, then somebody says, oh, okay, this is a friendly plane. Then as he's going further, then clouds come in. When they want to do something, the clouds came in, so they couldn't trace him. As they further going in, the defense minister is not available to even shoot, because if they shot him, it would have gone long ago. Right? As they go further, then the Air Force training school again was, just skipped it. And then that day happens to be a holiday, and so the many people are not even monitoring. And then later the bridge had to be ready for him to land. If it crashed, nobody would have ever known, isn't it? If it crashed, nobody would have ever known. There would have been just another unreported event, because who would have actually noticed it? And then it had to be that day, that person from the West had to be there with the camera in the morning, and they could shoot it, and then before anybody knew, it could be reported to the world, so the world got to know. And so then that helped Gorbachev to actually do what he wanted to do. Now, these are all things that happened. We can say random coincidence. Now, how many coincidences can happen in a small span of time? How many coincidences can happen? You can say, okay, one is coincidence, okay, another is coincidence. Everything is a coincidence, one after the other, one after the other. 7, 8 events, they all came together one by one to support this boy's, the genuine intention, dear friends. So the understanding is that when we are very, very serious about intentions, then there is always support coming in a way that you least expect and imagine. Was he guessing? Perhaps not. No way anybody could ever guess something like this, that okay, I'll sneak in and everything will come in my way. But yes, with meditation, we will come into their understanding that no matter what that is, if I am really, really there about an intention, about a thing that I want to have in my life, it is possible. It is possible. Dawson has so many stories, and a couple of people have $2 million each of them, getting to having a possibility of gaining $1 million each one by the end of a 1-week workshop. Just the possibilities emerge. It's called the field of infinite possibilities, because in the quantum physics is telling us that there is unlimited potential out there for each and every one of us, because in energy all potentialities are there. Our thought is simply activating a potential, and so that becomes an experience for us in our life, right? So having this understanding and then manifestation, such as the placebo effect, placebo effect is started here. There are many stories here. We won't have time to go through all these stories. Of course, we're going to go these in detail in our 4-day programs as well as our 5-day retreats of Pyramid Valley. But the thing is, now I'm going to skip because one story covered all of it. Now this is a story about Harvard senior citizens. In 1 week when they stayed in a resort, they become young. Senior people become young by 20 years in 1 week, right? Because they believe they did something to make them believe that they're younger by 20 years through environmental cues and signals, right? So I'm going to skip all these stories, but I wanted to put this story a little bit about a story where how our beliefs get formed. Our thoughts create reality is a quantum physics understanding. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. Ya mati sa gatir bhavet. Observation manifests possibilities. There are many, many ways. Now, this particular story, that means not create reality, but then however, we come to conclusions pretty quickly. And then so come with wrong conclusions, wrong thought. So, the barracuda fish. The barracuda fish eats normal fish as its prey. Its food is small fish. The big fish eats small fish. Now, they've done an experimentation. How many people know this story? All right. Okay. They've done an experimentation. They've taken a big glass chamber, let's say this big a hall, the hall says glass chamber, right? And then what they've done is they've taken barracuda fish and they put them on one side, they put the prey fish, the little small fish on the other side. What does the barracuda do? As soon as it says the prey fish, the other side, it'll just dive in and then it'll catch the fish and eat them, correct? And then it'll just go around. Then they again release some fish, then again goes down and eats them, again fish, again eats them. Then what they've done now, they've taken a toughened glass, a bulletproof toughened glass, and then put it in the center, a transparent glass, something that is see-through. They put it in the center and they divide this glass chamber into two halves, one half that side, one half this side. Now the barracuda fish are trapped this side. Now what they've done, they put prey fish on the other side. They release some more prey fish on the other side. So now barracuda fish, what does it do? What will it do? It sees the fish because it's see-through, right? It sees through the glass, but it doesn't know there's a glass here. It'll see through, it'll go and then want it to go and catch the fish and it'll go there and then it'll hit the wall, it'll hit the glass wall. And so they're not able to go forward, tongue and the sound comes, then immediately turns back. And it'll go around immediately, of course, it's nature, it has to go. And so then it'll go and then again try to make an attempt, again hits the wall hard and then makes the sound, turns around. Again goes and hits a few times it does, then it feels like, okay, something wrong, something is hard stopping me, it'll go away. 10 minutes later it'll come back, remember, it'll come and then try it again. Again it doesn't go, then it goes away. 20 minutes later it comes back, again it doesn't go. Now this is how humans work too, is that when things don't happen, we give a gap and slowly exponentially increase. Now after 1 hour it'll try. Then it's not happening, so then it comes to a conclusion that I can't go through this, there is something out there. And so this is fine, so this is where I am, and so it stops attempting anymore. Now after 1 hour, now it stops attempting anymore, let's nicely remove the glass chamber, the glass wall. Now what should happen? Now what should happen? This barracuda fish is nicely going around this half of the side, and those prey fish are nicely going on that half of the side. It never attempted to go to the other side. Why? Why does it do? Why does it do? It does not attempt to go to the other side. It's like that elephant story. We generalize, we come to a conclusion pretty quickly when we experience 3 times, 4 times of the same thing, a rejection or something that did not happen for us, we come to a conclusion not possible by me. So it made a conclusion and so it stopped attempting at all, dear friends. So now on one side, while that young boy wanted to continue and go, deeply believing, and here we are making through our daily events and experiences, some things are not, we come to a conclusion pretty quickly and say, this is not possible by me. When I try to heal my leg, and then we try 3 times different things and say, no doctor is helping, and say, okay, I go anyway, it's not going to be possible, I don't think I can heal. Because medical system is telling me that it is rare disease. Everywhere you go, it will tell you that only. It will only come for 1 in 1,000 people, 1 in 1,000,000 people, and so you got it. Is that a story? Consistently we hear. And I also found one more thing. Wherever there is no name, they'll come up with a new name for it and say, oh, this is this thing, right? which is fine. They're doing their great job by trying to figure out a solution. But however, right now, there is it's all psychosomaticism. So the thing is, when it doesn't heal, then we come to a conclusion it's not possible to heal at all. And so now when you say it's not possible to heal, it's not healing, then how can it heal? If your thoughts create reality, now you yourself are causing it to not heal. Initially you're trying, but then when it didn't happen, then you come to a conclusion and start signaling that way, because this neuroscience was telling us that 90% of our life is driven through a subconscious program. That means we were not even knowing that we were actually sending a signal like that, because we think it is truth. Because so many people with the same condition are walking around telling stories saying that I'm not able to heal. You think that is truth, so it's a truth. So you talk about it actively again and again, not knowing. And so then you're living in your own program, which is causing us to not heal, causing us to not progress, causing us to not create. Right, friends? So then what is the way out is to, of course, change our being, change our thinking, change our programs, all the limitations. So dear friends, the concept is that our thoughts and feelings create our outer reality, which is called our state of being, or personality. Our personality must change. The way I think about myself, everything about me must change. What do I think about me when I wake up in the morning? Oh, it's going to be a tough day. It's going to be a difficult business. This meeting is going to be really challenging. This client, last time, was really at me, and so it's going to be that way. My boss, my principal, just will not care about me. It's always this way. What is that you're thinking about the person, the people, the situation? Is it positively or negatively? I don't know. Is it something that's constructive for you, or is it just simply something that's going to pull you down from experience perspective? It's called personality. Our personality must change because all our thinking comes from there, right, friends? Or we call it state of being. So this understanding is there. This understanding is there, and so people like Mahatma Gandhi, they attributed so much to the thought power. On one side, the placebo effect. That means if you believe something, like a boy who is able to make things happen. And on the other side, people who have experienced it personally in their life. Now here we heard stories. Suresh was talking about, Suresh, where he is. He was talking about so much of prosperity he was able to gain in his life because he simply believed in his mind was conditioned towards what he wanted. And so then he was able to get that. And so then Mahatma Gandhi is talking about the power of thought. And this is Einstein talking about power of imagination. So the thought power is significantly there. They believed in it. They maintained that in many, many ways. And then Henry Ford, this is the best quote that I ever love. I always like. It's all about us and about our decision. If Divya decided that it's not going to be possible by me, what will I do by myself? Then nothing would have happened. If you believe you can't do, you are right. If you believe you can do, you are right. It's up to us. We are right either way. Always we are right either way. It depends on what we want to decide and believe in. And so if we believe that I can do, then of course it's possible. We decided at Buddhasya Quantum Foundation that we're going to be doing, and we will absolutely bring this meditation to the notice of the topmost people in India. And so we're sitting here, started here, but we held the biggest conference this year, where Vice President of India was there, Planning Commission members were there, AIMS is a partner, so the many Ministry of Ayush is a partner. Right, many organizations, the premium institutes are all partners to this and endorsing meditation. And I will encourage you to go to the Buddhasya website, the YouTube channel. There's a playlist about what happened in that global conference. Right, many people talked about the power of meditation. Now we believed in it, and so we could do it. It's not like we're flushed with cash. We started with almost zero, by the way. It's an 85 lakh rupee event. We started with zero. And then by the time we finished, thanks to Rakesh and then many Buddhasya members together pursued, and then Nagendra here, did an amazing job in then raising money as well in parallel to this, because we didn't start with money. We didn't start with connects in Delhi and say, okay, I know everybody, I can start with it. But no. But then we had that fundamental belief. We was empowered from inside and say, if you think about things that you're really passionate about, they're going to happen. And so we had an outstanding conference where we planned for 1,000 people. We had 950 people coming and being there in those 2 days, right? It happens, dear friends. So it's all about that belief that what Henry Ford is saying. If you can take that as a cue, then everything is turning around, and meditation is fundamentally helping us to stay focused on that belief. It empowers us so much when you take the right wisdom with it. And so the Napoleon Hill, and then Walt Disney, and then Gautama Buddha said this, and then who else said? Jesus Christ said it. It's that it's done unto you as you believe. Is it done unto you as you believe? There are many, many statements. And Adi Shankaracharya is saying the same thing. Whenever a person, whatever a person's mind dwells on intensely and with firm resolve, intensely and firm resolve, then that's exactly what he becomes. That's Adi Shankaracharya. There are references also there. Bruce Lipton is another major modern scientist, and Dr. Joe Dispenza, the god of spiritual and then science and spiritual merging things together, right? You know, they beautifully explains it, right? Anyone in this room, if you want to be really learning about mind to matter, you definitely want to study this master, right? This master and the master before, Bruce Lipton, these are like the best people who can put, you know, the entire science in very, very simple language. Sorry, spiritual science, spirituality in simple language in the name of science, all right? That's how it matters, right? Ultimately, what is it? It's not about some moksha, and I'm going to go and then go high. It's about having this life beautifully done. Means that no things in your life, you not get irritated for small thing at one side, and then whatever dreams you have and experiences. Dreams are experience, you gain the experience, you feel good, you have another experience. That's all about it. It's about living a beautiful life, happy life, and then a fulfilling and satisfying life. And that's what we're talking about here, your friends, with meditation manifestation. The 5 sutras, and then as I see, the time is short, so I'm going to just briefly summarize these and we conclude here. The 5 sutras that will help, that can help us to focus towards things that we really want are these 5. The first one is focus, right? Becoming one point minded. You know, if I have health challenges, if I am poor at my emotional management, can we be focused on things that we want? I'm not talking simply about concentration. I'm talking about you in your life being focused about things that are like with Divya, focused. She's super focused about what she wants to do. For 13 years she is doing it, and then she is able to do because you got good emotional regulation. Now you go in, somebody will say, we don't have time. And if she drives all the way 100 kilometers and they tell you don't have time, then she will like, suddenly if you don't have good emotional regulation, oh, what is this fellow's waste fellows? And if you also make a judgment like this, then what happens? You'll come back and say, no, forget them. Forget them. They will come with, you will forget everybody. Your goal is gone. You start with something, and then because emotional regulation is not there, we're sweeping away, and then you forget our goal, right? You know, wife and husband together, they want to plan a nice foreign vacation. You know, they talk nicely in the night and say, yes, foreign vacation. Now, next morning, they start the discussion. Somebody says this and another says this, and their voice is raised. Then you argue with each other, temperaments you lose, and then what happens? For 1 week, you don't even bother about planning. It happens, right? For 1 week, you don't plan now. Forget about the project has gone to the side. When we're not emotionally regulated, then of course our projects, our dreams are suffering. We don't even realize it. Right? So emotional regulation is important to be focused. Your health is super important, isn't it? You have these great goals of doing things, but then if you've been checking out because of the health issues, then slowly you lose interest towards that goal also. Because I don't know, I want to go to Badrinath and be that 18 days of Valley of Flowers, but every time I'm getting this knee ache, can I be able to do it? Doubt seeps in, and so you stop even thinking about your dreams. Your focus goes on to the health. Your dreams are forgotten by that point. It's all about health and health and health. But then it doesn't increase because what happens, the more you're only fixed about body without actually wanting to think about what experience you want to have with the body, then no solution to it, right, friends? And so health is important, energy is important, emotional regulation is important. These are basics for living and experiencing something. And now what is the best way to do it? The focus means being able to have these 3 solid. Right? No matter what others tell, others say, others do, I am centered with myself. Vidya was saying, I stopped listening to people. She didn't say stop listening. She said, I am able to make my own decision. I don't get swayed away what others tell me. Right? Others push me. And so that's emotional regulation. That's having the right understanding. And so then, when you have these 3 to us, then of course we will be focused. Your health is good, you're mentally, you're strong, your sound mind is there, that you feel confident about your learning abilities and so that you can move forward. You feel confident no matter how many rejections you come, you don't take it as your own rejection on your capability. It's a rejection because there is some mismatch of expectations. Your skill versus somebody's requirement, they're not matched. That's all. It's not a rejection on you. So that requires a sound understanding and sound mind. So many of these things come together when we meditate, dear friends. So first principle of focus comes naturally for meditators. All right. Meditation and wisdom will automatically make us very, very strong and strong. There's so much research already happened in these three areas for sure. All right. All the research about PQ, IQ, in the 5 circles I talked about earlier, PQ, IQ, and EQ. That is this. Your focus comes. Default. We start living life beautifully. The second thing then is openness to possibilities. Openness. Openness means that don't conclude things unnecessarily. Anything can happen anytime for us. Anything can happen anytime. Right? Suppose you're trying to apply for visa or applying for university admission. Now the university might have told you that no, it's not possible, we don't have seats. Then what do we do at that point? We conclude and say, okay, now they've told me it's not there at all, so forget about it, I'm going to go and take up my job. Only to realize 3 months later you get a call again sometimes and say, hey, we have a seat open, so we're ready to give you. So what do we do now? You may not even get it because if you concluded before and say it's not for me, that seat goes to somebody else because now you're triggering a thought saying that it's not for me. Openness to possibility is that you stay when you're not required to be concluded. So in a situation like this, you don't conclude, okay, they told me no. Maybe they're ready to tell me again tomorrow, yes. It's possible, isn't it? A politician, when his votes are counted, even though, and by the way, politicians are very, very, very positive when they come to their cause, and that's where they win. However, they have a very, very super positive with a lot of energy they put in. For example, let's look at their state of mind when they're counting votes. Even though they know that somebody else will win, they say, who knows? Who knows? Something can happen, and so I might win. Right? It's possible, isn't it? Openness to possibility. Now, I mean, this is a favorite example, especially for students, right? You know, we are studying, or even for executives. Now, you're trying to deliver your project, and then you are asked to deliver 10, and then you only did 7. 3 things you couldn't do it. Students, you're supposed to prepare 100% syllabus, but you only did 60. Now, what is the student thinking as exams come by? As a deadline comes by the executive, what are you thinking? Oh my God, so I've not done this 30%. Oh, 40% have not studied. I think, you know, this is going to be a total failure. This is how they think, right? Because we're immediately causing a thing. I've not done the remaining 40, and so I don't think I'm going to do the exam well. What happens if the questions come only in that? Now the mind starts projecting many things. The executive is thinking, 30% have not done deliverables, 70 have done. Oh my God, last meeting the client really ripped me off because one thing I didn't do. I think they're going to catch definitely this time and say, no, they're going to cancel my project. This is going to happen. This is how the mind goes on projecting. Now what are they creating? Huge negative reality. Now what are the chances that the client really loves something you did in that 70% and so then he holds on and says, wow, this is done, amazing job you guys have done. Is that possible or not possible? It's possible, we know it. That 70% if I hold on to, and so then it is possible that I am there and then I'm appreciated pretty well for that itself. Now the same thing with as a student too, what is the chances that no, the questions come from the 60%? Or 80% of the questions come from the 60% studied? We know it so many times it happens. The teacher who was studying the paper that day was watching the cricket, India-Pakistan cricket. He says, okay, now let's just give question paper and then sometimes we do it. Any teachers here? Teachers here, sometimes we do, okay, we get too busy, and so then we just go and take and say one chapter, okay, some 5 questions we'll put in one chapter. Sometimes we've seen this, right? It does happen different. The thing is, just like, I want you to hold on to the possibility of how the boy was able to pursue, and then he was thinking about his goal without even worried about whether things will happen or not happen, right? And so any possibility is there. So when possibilities are there, why not then we stay open? Why should I conclude? Just because I prepared 60%, should I say that I'm going to be failing? Does it help me? Does it serve me? Not at all. Then why should I conclude it? Right? I have an engineer, my student and engineer, who is not necessarily performed great until yesterday. Should I say, when I have important work, I say, oh, I don't think he will deliver, so I shall not give him. Should I say in that mode? Or I say, oh, that person maybe changed overnight. Maybe, he's got some deepest dream or deepest aha moment in his life and say, tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be the most perfect, most efficient person, most responsible person. It's possible that people can make those decisions overnight? Yes or no? When they can make a decision like that, change, then would it help us if we say this employee will not be at all good? And so then we don't even give them work, while there is a possibility they would have changed totally. So this is called being closed versus being open, dear friends. So the point is, anything can happen anytime for us, and so why close the doors? Allow the possibility to happen. Don't have to conclude when it does not help us at all. Instead, stay open. You did not get tickets tonight. Don't conclude it's not going to happen and say and sit and cry and change your plans. If you have to change your plans because something else is there's a different thing. But otherwise, don't conclude, sit and then we keep putting a negative reality to make it even more difficult for the quantum field to make things happen for you. Instead, stay open. Okay, see, tomorrow if it have to happen, I will go for it. All right. And a lot of times, does anybody anything happen to her? People like where you kept it open, things have turned down for you, and then you're able to have that situation happen for you. Anybody here, you can relate in your life? We just have to be open. So that's the openness to possibility. Very, very important. It's called working from the possibility. How do I do this? You learn a little bit of quantum physics, friends. Come to some of the programs. Experiment your thought. Then you will know. If you keep experimenting, however difficult it is, when you start noticing and say, oh, things are happening miraculously. Okay, so I think I should just be very open about what is comes. The third thing, what is the first one, dear friends? What is the first one? Focus. What is the second one? Openness to possibilities. I have a slide, I can give you a little more. So what is the third one? Now all of this I'm skipping because I don't have time. What is the third one? Third one is visualizing your future. So we are focused, we have got all of that through meditation, open to the possibilities. Meditation, by the way, helps you to become very, very open, because what does it do? Why are you not open? Because you hold on to the past. We're always holding on to the past. We're always analyzing based on past experiences, because people are telling you, oh, you didn't study, you're not going to do good. Oh, this is going to be really, really tough. You're not studying that thing, it's not going to happen for you. This is how people give advice, unsolicited advice, unwanted advice, because they can free now. Advice you can give freely. But of course, meditation will make us very, very responsible and say, should I even open my mouth? Why should I even tell somebody negatively to bring them down? We come to that awareness anyway, that's a different story. But others give their advice, but then we are, no matter what it is, we are very, very open. So that's their experience. My experience, different. And it builds that awareness so that we don't go into the past, we are in the present, so we can be very open. Right, friends, are you with me on this? So the third thing then is visualizing your future. Now, whatever is that you're looking to have, this is what Virat Kohli is saying. And in a search for Virat Kohli on YouTube, you'll find. And he's saying, I visualize. And then he said, I'm going to hit the bowler, left, right, center. And let's see if I can get it in a few seconds. Virat Kohli. Preeti Kohli, not Virat Kohli, so leave that. All right, so we visualize, so Virat Kohli is saying that I visualize the bowlers coming on, the fast bowlers, they're playing, and then I'm going front foot, I'm going back foot defending, and I'm just looking at the cover shot, and then playing this, and he visualizes everything about the bowler. And he says, I go out and play, and I'm able to play because my body is already conditioned to the visualization. Visualization is conditioning yourself towards your experience. Because what is conditioning? You experience something again and again and again. Then slowly that experience sinks into your subconscious, and it stays as a program in your subconscious. Now when it stays as a program in subconscious, scientifically speaking, 90% of the time we are operated through subconscious, right? And so then that automatically kicks in. It's not new. When that bowler is playing, then suddenly his body takes over. It's like driving. When your turning is coming, you suddenly your body taking over and then turning it before you realize it, because the driving happens, right? And so then that's what he's saying. I visualize and I visualize and I visualize so that I'm ready, fully prepared. Who is prepared? His body is prepared already for the future experience. So same thing, dear friends. Here, when you think and when you feel and imagine about a future experience, again and again, it's called dreaming. As children, we always dreamt. Slowly, slowly, all our dreams come down, because people have told us again and again, don't dream overhead, be grounded, don't fly, you remember about your roots, you are this, you are that, you can't do this, you can't do that. So many things have been told in the name of culture, in the name of this and that, and so then we stay back, right? Based on experiences, you know. So then here, visualization is to go out and then dream again. If quantum field has unlimited possibilities, then and that unlimited possibility concept has to be really understood. We have a class on quantum physics, and we really explain this in a very, very detailed fashion. In a 40-day program, we cover this. In a retreats also we cover. But I'm sure there are enough of these master classes in Buddha's YouTube channel. In case you've not heard it, please go and hear. It'll give you so much clarity about what is this unlimited possibility, where everything is possible. It is what it is saying. Whatever you think is possible, it's there. Whatever you think is there, because energy, it's all, everything is energy. If energy comes into matter the way based on the form you're thinking, the place you're thinking, the experience you're thinking is what comes into the form, because simply energy become matter, right? Irrespective of you and me and our positions, power, and financial situation, doesn't matter at all, because simply it's all energy. Energy becomes matter based on your thought. And so, dear friends, visualizing a future, that's all. We got to just go out and there and bravely visualize. So you're sitting down at the end of your meditation, and every day, finish your meditation. Now take 10 minutes for yourself, right? And then bring up an image, imagine and visualize about what future are you looking to experience in your life. Okay, I'm thinking here, I'm sure Vishwanath and a group of Payama masters are thinking, this August program in Pyramid Valley, we're going to have 3,000 students. We're going to have a real ball out there. They all are coming there, meditating in a big group in Mega Pyramid. They're visualizing that. Children and students walking in and meditating in the pyramid, breaking out, sharing experience left, right, center, how it's really helping them. That's what they visualize, as if it's really happening. Now, of course, they have to see a pyramid full of meditators out there when you visualize like this, right? You visualize today once. Is it sufficient once you visualize? The whole idea is that visualize tomorrow again, visualize day after tomorrow, visualize a day again. It takes 3 weeks, according to neuroscience, to implant a circuit strongly in your subconscious. So at least for 3 weeks you must do, and then what harm does it do if you go on doing it until the time you actually realized it? I was doing for my company to get acquired for 15 months. I started in June 2015. Because I had so much of going on, and then I really said, I got to get this to a place. I came across this Joe Dispenza's books, and then all these science in many ways when I read Abraham Hicks and Seth's books. And then I said, okay, there is this formula, let me try. And then for 15 months, every day, many times I missed my breakfast. Many days I missed my breakfast because morning you get late. But now I miss my 55 minutes of meditation, where the meditation involved going to breath emptiness, and then 15 minutes of imagination, visualization, and then I express gratitude. I wake up and walk up and say, yes, I'm a new person. Yes, I'm getting that client. Yes, I'm getting that partner, that whatever that is, an IBM or whoever that is. I was not imagining a specific company, but I knew that this outcome is happening. And when the outcome happens, I knew I'm doing what I'm doing today. I was dreaming about this entire 2015, 16. Every day I would visualize and say, with the experience of success behind me and the corporate success, we will go into and then teach in corporates, be in this conference. I was visualizing this, and today it's happening. And so we visualize once, twice, and then we continue to visualize, dear friends, every day at the end of a meditation, to take a quiet time and visualize once. What do you visualize? Visualize your experiences that you're seeking in your life. Whatever that is, you visualize experiences. I was visualizing to be doing Buddha Seva kind of programs. I was visualizing to support many PSM projects. I was visualizing that when a company is successful, many companies in the world use a product and they feel happy about actually getting a problem solved. And then guess what? As soon as IBM acquired a company, we were having about 300 clients. With IBM, it became 3,000 clients in the next 3 years. Because what do they have to do? They have so much client base. So things happen in a way that you don't even imagine. It doesn't have to be through my company, my own effort. It can be through many things come together, and then your dream gets fulfilled, right? But then you have to be serious about visualizing your future. So that is the third step, so visualizing the future constantly, right? There is many books on this. Then the fourth step, dear friends, is reprogramming beliefs, which is limitation, that we all have limitations, and we talked about this in the morning, and it is the beliefs that get formed very quickly, right? The belief that barracuda fish formed for itself, that it's not possible for it to go to the other side, and so then it stopped. It doesn't try it anymore, right? I had my own beliefs, by the way. When I was running, after coming into meditation, in 2015, when I was just analyzing myself, sometime 14, when I was reading this book of Dr. Joe, You Are the Placebo, then it suddenly hit me, oh, limiting beliefs, what do I carry? Then I wrote 5 beliefs for me, 5 limiting beliefs. By then, mind you, 2014, so I was already 12 years into meditation practice. So we think that I don't have beliefs, but beliefs get formed based on everyday affair. So I wrote one belief, which is in my thing, is that, oh, this is going to be India company, because we are bootstrapped in India. It's going to be very difficult because people think India companies do jugaad. You know, the governance is not that great, something and all you can do. So this belief also I had, because some people made a comment. When I was trying to go and present myself in Bay Area, and then some people made a comment, okay, so are financial proper, is all, can we believe it? These are the kind of questions they ask you, right? Because they read some reports elsewhere, they think that, okay, so anything can be manipulated, done this way or that way. So they ask this question. When they ask the question, they trigger and say, oh, is it going to be that difficult then? I'm here, India Financials, and I show them, they're going to be grilling. So that belief automatically gets formed, dear friends. So then I had a belief that the more I had heard it, the more it becomes stronger and say, oh, this is going to be so difficult for my company to get acquired because I'm an India company. I was seeing it as a disadvantage at that point. On the other hand, it can be a great advantage because India means engineers very flexible, very talented, very spiritual, very considerate, and so many positives are there. But all the positives, the one side, I'm only latching onto some negative aspect of it. But this is how it goes. But after reflecting upon it, the limiting beliefs that I was able to pick them up and then work on, there are 3 things that we do. When you have limiting beliefs, what do? The best thing is, of course, meditation. That brings you awareness so that you can recognize, introspect, right? When we're reading books, that's where the second one, read and read and read. Read stories. That will automatically readily point. How many people, as you read, you recognize the limitations? How many people here? As we read, we recognize our limitations. We know, okay, oh, I think that way. When today they're sharing, we relate to it. That means, okay, so I used to also think that way. Oh, now Gagan has crossed it, so I too can cross it, right? This is how we think. So we need to learn and learn. So automatically, that's the only way. That's the Patrizi's way. Is that go on learning. Don't limit yourself to one side. Go on learning, because then you become an all-rounder without any beliefs in any area of your life, right? So he didn't say only this area, just said go learn. And so from that second, the third one, limiting beliefs that you can change are simply by writing affirmations that are in the opposite direction. If I thought India company is going to be very difficult to be acquired because, this all, we can't really trust what is being written in the financial this and that or a governance, then the change is that there are many companies like Tata's and Birla, they're globally recognized and globally funded, globally being partnered, and so I too am an India company, but yet I can be like that too, not about any other that company which is like, really got swept away because of all these bad practices, right? So this is how you change your thinking. You try to convince yourself in a positive way, and so there are positive ways that many other examples are there. It's called, again, going back and looking at a possibility that happens, then possibility does not happen. Right? Rather than focusing on saying myself will be analyzed like any other company, here I'm thinking of a few companies that are shining like stars and you hold on to them. Then your beliefs change. Yes, if they are there, I can be there. So that's how I was able to reprogram and then put that into my practice. At the end of meditation every day, while I increase my intellectual understanding of it, but then it had to sink into my subconscious. So then I would affirm these empowering beliefs to slowly reprogram over a period of time. And the last thing, dear friends, is expressing gratitude. So there is some bunch of stuff, expressing gratitude. So gratitude. So what's the first one, by the way? Second one? Third one? Visualization. Fourth one? Develop beliefs. Now you see, focus is channelizing your energy towards what you want. This is your positive thinking. You go into that direction, right? Openness is again, open, if normally you're closing doors, that means you're sabotaging yourself. So openness means you be open. So what is negative that can happen through not being open? So you're developing openness means you're going towards positive side and not putting anything negative. Visualization is great positive thinking. Limiting beliefs, you're stopping negativity. You thought it is positive, the truth, but they're not truth. I need good English speaking skill, otherwise I can't be successful as a business in West. You know, many Chinese women, they speak such a broken English, and then many of us here speak normal, good English, even though the grammar is not good. Broken English, even words they struggle, but they're one of the most successful women in San Francisco Bay Area. They don't believe that English is required. They just simply believe that a communication is required. And they can communicate. And so then they run shops. More than men, I see many of them nicely come in and talk. In a broken English, it's okay, so what? Only if I carry and say, okay, broken English, you know, people are going to make comments about me, I'm going to become smaller, then they're gone, everything. All right, friends? So that beliefs have to be overcome, and I guess, fourth one is beliefs, where you are removing the negativity from your side by understanding something is a limitation. And the limitation is what we remove. Who cares if somebody judges about my English? Do I care? Should I become that? Should it even matter to me? If somebody is going to make a comment on me, my abilities, about how I perform, how does it matter? How does it matter what others think of me? The only thing should matter about is what I think of myself. That's all it is, right? And so then meditation is bringing that wonderful understanding to us that I matter and I matter and I matter, right? When others are trying to discourage me, it doesn't matter at all. Because they're ignorance, right, friends? And so limiting beliefs are slowly removing as a limitation. Negative thinking, that means we don't, it's called self-sabotaging our own goals. One very, very reputed university in Coimbatore, that master is like in 70s, very, very, very successful. I don't want to name the institute. Was that? I don't want to name the master of the institute. Now this institute, that master, that the head of the institute, he's saying, this knee, you know, like this, he was telling me, this is 90% finished. This is 90%, okay, knees are finished, no, they have serious knee pain, right? Arthritis or whatever kicks in, and then serious knee pain. This is 90% finished. He was proud to tell me, how do you think ever he can heal out of the knee pain? He's all used to it. This is 70% finished. This is how he's talking to the body. Saying this is 90% finished, 70%. Of course he's not going to ever recover from it. Because he's saying, this is finished. He's telling you are finished. So then of course the cells have to respond to his very thought and say, I'm finished. I should not replicate myself. And then so even though I might have power, but I cannot replicate, right? We don't know. And so it's become a belief to him that it's not possible to repair that area anymore, because he's seeing from everybody and there's no solution. That's what medical experts say. And so he's become, that strong belief is there. So he lives with that belief, right? Very successful, very educated, you know, thousands of students go through his colleges, but simple understanding is not there, not because it's problem, not because it's the environment. The environment is always that way, right? What is most surprising, astonishing is, and why we are working towards this difference, and all of us must do this, is because they tell you the placebo effect is there in the medical community. They know about it. They know the placebo effect is there, but then it's not actually talked about. It's not actively being encouraged to use. And so then, as a result, the placebo effect is not really utilized, and so everyone simply goes and says allopathic meditation is all it is. So different. The last one is acceptance and expressing gratitude. So this is, you know, the whole concept of manifestation is, if you want to be in good thought and good feeling, then you can't resist your life experience, right? My life experience, if I'm resisting, then can I be in good mood if I'm resisting an experience that's happening to me? Somebody is shouting, and you wanted a promotion, it didn't come, it went to somebody else. Now if I resist, I feel bad about it. You know, I resist and say, no, how can it happen to me? How can somebody else get it? I've been working hard, they get the promotion, how fair it is. I mean, it's so mean world, and it's a so partial world, and oh, God is just not at all there. How can it happen? So when we are going into that kind of resistance, what will be our state of being? Are we in a good emotion or bad, poor emotion? Poor emotion. Now, if thoughts and feelings create your reality, now you carry into that emotion, then what happens to your reality? Then what you kind of think you're attracting more? Pretty simple. So manifestation happens when you are happy in the moment. It happens greatly when you are happy in the moment. So how can you be happy in the moment? First one, you have to go into acceptance, or no matter what happens. Can I go into that? Of course, it requires some understanding, increased understanding that everything is possible. I am empowered fully. If something is happening to me, it's happening for a good reason. There may be some learning for me. I'm getting better person. Many sutras are there. All of them, if you study, slowly come to that understanding. But it's not just an intellectual reasoning. But whatever that is, you figure it out. But if you go into acceptance, that's entire spirituality. If you go into acceptance of a situation, then you are in coherence. That means you are in a good mood. You are one with the field, and so then whatever you're thinking will communicate straight to the field pretty quickly, and so then things can come into your life much more sooner. So acceptance is important and is one of the core fundamental aspects of manifestation, because acceptance is equal to coherence. Coherence means you are beautifully in relation, in talking terms with the field, with people around and everybody, and so then you are attracting, sending the right vibration to your friends. So gratitude is a simple process where you can go into coherence, right? My favorite quote, that a person who is complaining about shoe, Rumi said a person who is complaining about shoe, the moment he saw a person who did not have feet, then he dropped it. The complaint disappeared when you see a person who doesn't have a feet, all right? Now he's talking about no shoe, there's no feet here, what do I do then? And so dear friends, if you look at it in our life, when things don't happen, look for things that are there for us, right? And this room today is a great example that, we are there in an AC hall, very thanks to BMS group. AC hall looking at exploring life, how to get better than what we are. While many people have nowhere near any chance of even coming and then knowing about observing the breath, forget about manifestation science, right? So then how beautifully grateful that we are, lucky or whatever that you want to call it we are, yet we complain that something is not there, right friends? So gratitude can easily get us into the coherent state, and so then we ultimately have the acceptance, and so then ultimately we have the ability to manifest. So the 5 sutras, then in conclusion, 1, focus. 2, 3, future. Then 4th one, 5th one is excellent gratitude. So thank you very much, dear friends. We have this wonderful program. And yes, Nagendra, thank you.
Thank you, Chandra sir, for the wonderful session. Yeah. So let me conclude with the 3. How do you continue this meditation with Buddha's CEO? Our upcoming programs. You also have this particular pamphlet on the kit, which is given to you. We have advanced meditation retreat program in Pyramid Valley International, Kanakpura Road, Bangalore, starting from May 23rd to May 27th, 2025. There are options 3 days and 5 days. You can attend this program. It is a residential program, 5 days. The registration link is given. And for the youth, a 21 days online program, Life Zest. It is starting from May 26th to June 15th. You can encourage the students and the youth, graduating student to attend this program. And we have our upcoming 40 days online program starting from June 9th to July 18th. The link has been given. You can register the program, and even you can encourage your corporate colleagues and others to join this program. And we also have the people want to teach meditation and learn how to teach meditation, right? The coach program, certified meditation coach program with Buddha CEO and S. Vyasa. The registration now open for the June and the August batch. Please visit buddhasevo.org/coach and join the program. And for anyone who want to organize the programs with Buddha Seva in their organization and companies or college, we will be sharing the engagement form for the registered participant. Please take your time and complete the engagement form and do join the session. And finally, the Buddha Seva app. Anyone who wish to attend this program right through Buddha Seva app. Please, there is a standee outside, and you can go there and download the application, and you can install the Buddha Siva app, and you will be receiving all the upcoming program details, and as Rakesh presented, all the features will be available. Thank you so much. And now I would like to conclude this program with the vote of thanks. I would like to thank Karthikeyan sir for being with us and always supporting us.
May I request Varsha Babu please to come onto the stage. Some of the speakers, Rakesh, you please come on the stage. As we conclude the program, many speakers here, please come on the stage. Yes.
I would like to thank BMS College of Engineering and Hospital for helping us organizing this conference. Our special thanks to Principal Sir Bhimsha Arya, Vice Principal Sir Ravi Kumar, Dr. Gautam, Managing Trustee BMS Hospital, and Aviram Sir, Managing Trustee BMS Trust, and Dr. Chinmaya from BMS Hospital for supporting us throughout the conference arrangements and for organizing this conference. Yeah, Dr. Chinmay, please come to the stage, sir. Professor Mallikarjun and his team for wonderful lunch and coffee tea arrangements. Rajeshwari Madam, Dean Student Affairs, and Ashwini Madam for helping us in coordinating with students and alumni registrations. And thanks Anil from the audio and video team for helping us throughout the day for the audio video setup. And I would like to thank all the speakers, panel members, organizing committee members, and all the conveners for the program, Manoj, Kotresh, and Jagdish sir. All the volunteers and the organizers, please request to come to the desk. And special thanks to Reshma Kaushik, Sirisha, Vidya Pulamaraseti, Surya, Prasad for the stage and back-end coordination. Reshma Salian, Kavya, Samanvita, Arav, Sairam, Anusha, registration desk, Sonali, Krishna, Varsha, Lalita, and all the Buddha CO employees. And thanks to all the volunteers and employees for help supporting and organizing this program. Thanks PMCKannada channel for live streaming this program. And thanks to all the attendees, leaders who are with us from morning and attending this program and listening till evening. And thanks to one and all who supported and helped for organizing this conference. If I missed anyone's name, heartful gratitude to everyone. Thank you all.
Good evening, everybody. I won't take too much of your time. I know it's quite late and it may rain as well. But just a note of thanks to, of course, it's been great being associated with the Buddha CEO Foundation to organize this event. But just in passing reference, I would like to thank Mrs. Savita Reddy, because she was the person who was instrumental in connecting us and making this happen. This was supposed to be happening in November, but they were busy in a conference in December, and we resumed talks in February. And if this has to happen today, huge thanks to Savita to make it happen. Of course, I had to thank my management, because if they didn't trust me to encourage this to happen, this wouldn't have happened. So again, thanks for all who made it here today, and thanks once again. That's it. Thank you.
here, 'cause I'm so grateful, so grateful, oh grateful, I'm so